That makes sense?
Yeah, that's all Josh has.
What does Josh say? That's what I'm interested in. What's Josh saying to this?
Yeah, he says the data that he reads off of his screen is all detailing that the satellites are going around a spherical globe, and the manner in which that he's receiving these distances from the satellites.
Yeah. All right, so picture this, right? Yeah, I know. So you got like a gyro, okay? The gyro has a job to maintain rigidity in space. It does this on the principle of inertia with this flywheel that's spun up and spinning super fast. And if you ever tried to like take a wheel and spin it and then try to move it around and rotate it, especially against its axis of rotation, it's difficult. It's really tough. I mean, there's gyrophysics is really freaking weird and awesome at the same time. These things are hard to move. You use them to like stabilize optics. You know, anytime if you got like a physical mechanism in a camera that holds your camera steady while you take a video, suddenly your camera feels like it weighs a lot more when the gyro spins up inside. They do it all digitally now, so you don't really have that effect at all. But anyway, gyros are cool, right? So what there needs to be is, if Earth is a globe, is that plane of reference established by the inertial plane of the gyro spinning flywheel. That thing has to be rotating around a ball. There has to be some gears, potentially, some pulley system with respect to down. There'd be evidence in some sensor somewhere, because how else would you know how much you need to tilt the gyro in order to maintain a downward facing nadir, the belly of this thing facing the globe Earth curvature all the time? There'd have to be some physical measurements and physical adjustments. There has to be energy transferred. You're going to have to discharge a battery a little bit more to provide juice to the servo motors to rotate that inertial plane a little bit more, such that it maintains down with respect to a globe as it travels. Where is all of that? Where's the extra power that's being consumed in order to generate the required energy and force needed at the gears to twist this thing? Show me that evidence. And even then, we would need a demonstration that we can verify ourselves. We'd need a way to independently validate it. So we're still many, many steps away from seeing that proof of the globe from this stuff. That's kind of my point.
Well, you're never going to see
it's
it.
Just
that's
rather convenient that it's locked up behind a FOIA protection.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree with you there. And it's only one, the whole information.
I don't think you're paying attention, bro. Come on. Be real with this. You're not really paying attention, right? You're just
I'm being real with this. Why wouldn't I be real with this? I've been listening here when you've been talking. And you're right. And that's what happens. I don't understand how people can just buy all of this shit from NASA, right? And some of the shit just looks so fake. Like, if you look at the moon landing, for example, which didn't happen, same shit there. Like, it looks so fake, and people still buy it and still defend it till this day. They still defend it, just like 9/11.
Do you think the fake moon landing proves the flat Earth?
I mean, they never went to the moon, or they never went anywhere.
Yeah, but do you think that proves a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Why?
All right.
Well, I just told you they never went anywhere.
But just because they didn't go to the moon doesn't mean the Earth's flat, does it?
Well, I'm not sure about the space either, where they do the spacewalks or all that, or about the space station that they call it. Who knows?
Still doesn't prove that the Earth's flat. What does prove that the Earth? Then what does prove?
There's no space.
Dude, did they set up an internet cafe inside an opium den? What are we listening to?
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, we're having a good conversation, and this dude came in. I don't know.
Me? Why? Okay, I'll just shut up then.
No, it just seems like, I mean, maybe it's a slight to you, man, but I mean, maybe we just set the standard so high. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's just.
I know, it's funny.
It sucks.
The
I'm
standard
sorry.
was set in like
I apologize.
post-collegiate.
It's all right.
So we were specifically talking about technology that they claim proves within an internal navigation system that they claim proves that we live on a sphere that's rotating.
Right.
So we were talking about how this technology can't be verified and how it's kept under wraps, and we were talking about what the technology could actually be used for.
Right.
Right. And now we've also got on record inconsistencies with the portrayal of how this technology even works. So it's supposedly seeking north, right? It'll tell you which direction is north based off of the Coriolis reference frame mismatch. But at the same time, you have to plug in latitude and longitude, which it should be able to do based off of the rotation and the local time relative to Greenwich Mean Time. So there's like there's embedded circularity already into that. And then we have now on record this Honeywell engineer saying that, well, yeah, this thing is not only subject to a bunch of errors that have to be corrected, but we encourage our pilots to punch in their latitude and longitude so that this thing knows where you are, and then it will find north based off of just letting the Earth rotate beneath the plane that the plane is also fixed to on the runway. And at the same time, if you were to let it go on too long, then the inertial guidance system will tell the pilot that the plane is upside down because of the rotating reference frame, and we wouldn't want that to happen. So he should punch in the location and get the reckoning pretty quickly. And like,
Ooh.
none of that makes a damn lick of sense. And I understand like why he would say that. It's like how Globers screw up the Coriolis reference frame argument. And what he said makes really great sense on the surface to people who don't really understand the interplay between these two reference frames producing the Coriolis claim in the first place. And maybe this is why the video is unlisted, because they're evaluating whether or not they want to keep it up. I don't know. But holy shit, man, it's like, make that make sense.
Come on, man.
Well, they can't. I think that's the issue, because people with the globe knowledge in their mind, they're just saying, well, of course. I mean, so the discrepancies that they're correcting for is the reason why they're making this video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's all corrected. We got it. We got smart engineers on the case doing really good engineering.
Yep.
Just let us take care of it. We'll do all the corrections.
I have to say also, it's no wonder why the Globers castrate themselves when they come in here, when it comes to trying to research anything or finding anything out. Well, I'm not as smart as a scientist is. All this other stuff.
Yeah, and neither are you, so nah.
Yeah, they castrate themselves. It's like, on the altar of what? Like, who are you? Why? Why wouldn't you look into it? Like, it's what goes in my head, anyways. When somebody's like, "I'm too dumb. I'm not like, I'm not smart," and
I think
they
that's
always
why
ruin their reference
begin
frames,
with,
dude. Go ahead,
yeah, and
Briggs.
I think that's why they begun and always begin with Aristophanes. The angle measurements to stars, so they can really embed that the celestial sphere as proof of the curved Earth, right? Because once you're in that paradigm, then everything they produce needs to fall, or everything they do produce falls in line with that. Well, we know this is true. We know this, so we can just base everything on, on the stars and on the angle measurements, and that's your ultimate proof. So it kind of stays within that paradigm. And for the average glober, it's like, oh yeah, this is settled. You know what I mean?
Right. The whole Eratosthenes claim is another evolution of the same reference frame screw up that they commit over and over again, because they assume a geometry based off of their frame of reference that doesn't exist in reality for their assumptions to work, for Eratosthenes to be correct. parallel rays, curving surface, infinitely far light, flat surface from the light. And then you can invert it and say, no, flat surface on the ground, converging rays to a point source, and the geometry works the same. You just change the reference frame. Same with same thing with how they screw up Coriolis all the time. Same thing with even with satellites. Like GPS systems debunk special relativity theory by Einstein, because Einstein wrote that the speed of light remains invariant across reference frames. It's got one speed and it retains its one speed only, no matter how fast, no matter how two different observers are moving relative to each other, or an observer and a light source moving differently relative to each other, that the speed of light remains the fixed constant speed for everybody at all times. Well, if that works, then how does the pseudo ranging work? If it's based off of the clock speed and based off of the time of flight of one signal to an observer, whether that signal is closer or further away or moving faster or moving slower, how come the very notion of GPS requires not an invariance of the speed of light, but a variance of the speed of light with respect to two different reference frames, in violation of the very special theory of relativity that Einstein created, that they say the GPS is based off of? Well, they've got an answer for that. They say that if you look at the other side of Einstein's relativity, the general relativity, that the general relativity effects of Earth's mass actually negate the special relativity that would be different due to the satellite's acceleration.
Well, say that again. Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, they say that the general relativity, which is bendy, warpy space-time due to mass, perfectly offsets the special relativity that would be required, that would be present within the satellite's accelerative frame relative to Earth. So therefore, we don't need to take into account these relativistic effects whatsoever, because all the relativity cancels itself out. It's as if it's not even there. That's what Ron Hatch developed, the guy who basically holds all the patents for GPS systems in the first place.
Do you know, when you're referencing special and general relativity, though, what are you trying to say is off?
So what they're saying from a general relativity standpoint is that the Earth's bulge of 14 miles around the equator has more mass than like the Earth's over at the poles. And that increased mass of creates a general relativity effect of a stronger gravitational field that offsets the counter effect of special relativity with the moving satellite frame of reference overhead, also above the equator, because they both exist within the same field and the two fields cancel each other out.
Right, but relative to especially special relativity, the effects are minor to near non-existent for speeds not approaching the speed of light.
I know, but the claim is that the GPS works because you have a variance of a speed of light across reference frames. And furthermore, that the satellites are fixed to an absolute frame of reference called ECI, Earth-centered inertial. In which case, this is like the space frame where the Earth is seen to be rotating beneath the satellites if they were fixed.
That actually flies in the face of what Cosmic was actually standing up for yesterday when he was in here talking to Brenda, that the one-way speed of light is something that's already taken as a given. So he was proposing that yesterday. Which is, I'm interested to know if he can propose how he knows that's true. If you stand by it, Cosmic, can you prove that to anyone?
What proves the speed of light?
Yeah, the one-way speed of light.
What do you mean one way? Like,
so if the speed of light is proposed to be going at a specific fixed rate, how was it discovered that that's the case for anybody to use it in, any applied mathematics?
because it's consistent with every observation. The speed doesn't appear to deviate.
I know,
How does
know
GPS
that, but you're using it. No, I mean, if you can answer the question, that'd be great. I'd like to hear it. What do you?
I don't even get the specific question. Like, all our instruments work off a basis of the speed of light. I'm hearing you right now on the basis of the speed of light. You're hearing me. Like, that's a one-way stream, is it not?
How is it an established value? Or how was it established?
Directly.
I don't know why it's a certain value. I don't think anybody can answer why. How? Well, there are methods you can use at long distance to determine like its value to, like, you know, the 6th or 8th significant figure. Like, we've gotten pretty good at doing it, especially with modern technology.
But it's still based off of a two-way, a round trip speed. Like, all verified measurements of the speed of light ever been taken is based off of a round trip, where light's sent from a source and reflected off of something at a known distance, and then timed when it returns back to the clock from which it was sent. And this avoids the synchronization problem, because if you're going to try to measure the one-way speed, those clocks have to be precisely synchronized, and nobody's been able to do it.
Yeah. So you have a control instrument that you can use to measure against. Like,
what's the method, Cosmic? Can you tell us about it?
what was the guy's name? It was like a French scientist back in the 19th century. He essentially it was like a distant light source. You're talking like 8 kilometers away. And he had a wheel which he could vary the spin of it with spokes. It had like 100 or more spokes. And he had a mirror. It was like 2 mirrors behind that. And it was essentially flashing the initial light source. It would go through a mirror, through the wheel, bounce off a distant light source back through the wheel, and then bounce off. It was like a partially reflective mirror to an observer. And it was just checking when is the observer at the final destination point not able to see light anymore, based on how fast does this wheel spin, and that essentially told them the speed.
Right, so you still have the synchronization problem of doing the one-way speed, which is why they do the round trip and divide by 2. No, it's not saying that this doesn't match all observations to date, but the point is that the one-way speed has never been and it may never be able to be like directly measured due to if relativity is true.
I don't know. I don't know why that would necessarily be the case.
How do you synchronize clocks when they run at different speeds due to relativity?
No, they wouldn't be running at different speeds. Like, I imagine if you had a super long fiber optic cable, I don't know. It seems reasonable to me that you could have some sort of experiment where you have 2 people measuring time at different parts of the Earth.
But the problem is there's no absolute reference frame in relativity.
No,
also, the problem is that
for 2 people experiencing the same conditions of, like, gravity and you talk about like velocity at that point, their relative reference frames should be practically the same. It's not like it's not like I go up a mountain and I'm experiencing 2 seconds for every 1 second you're experiencing.
No, but every time you go up time you go up 5
like,
feet
especially
in
if
a
you
mountain,
just along the same latitude, you know, same ground conditions or whatever, we're experiencing the same time.
Yeah, he's not listening to Feynman. I think Feynman's been in here before. Go ahead, Yoder.
I was going to say, cosmic non-problemist, you got it. Like, I just heard 3 words out of you. If you climb up a mountain, like you just go 5 feet, it's going to be different. Absolutely correct.
So there's no relative. I mean, there's no absolute reference frame, isn't there?
Do you understand what the difference would be? And you could even incorporate that in the calculations. You're talking like 0.00000. I could carry on going 1%. Like,
okay.
And you could
as if it doesn't even matter. Is that what you're
calculation.
telling me, that we don't even need to consider relativity at all? Because it's
But
so
it sounds like you're saying
it may not exist, huh? That's a great argument for it.
It's inconsequential.
Yeah.
Not on Earth. That's why they talk about relativistic speeds, because then it matters. I'm not. It doesn't matter on Earth for people walking at, or people driving, or people flying,
or satellites.
Even then, the effect is so small. You can use the equations and just work it out. It's tiny.
I know. Do you hear the logical failure? It's like the curvature argument. It's like Earth's so big we can't see curve. That's how we know how much curve there is.
Exactly.
The equations exist. Why is it just me making this statement?
So guess what? I got equations describing Superman's powered flight through Manhattan.
Okay, if you can demonstrate
they exist.
That's good.
No, it's just showing that you're...
Exactly. Can you demonstrate it? That's where you're at.
You got it.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Gotta step back. Looks like the Breakfast Club is on rotation. Good day to you, NDO, AV, and everyone else.
I don't even know what y'all are talking about.
By talking to you.
All right, I'm gonna have to hold
hearing me almost instantaneously.
Cosmic, just wait a second. So I'm gonna bring context to whoever's joining us. We're talking about we were actually talking about the black box data, like how we don't have all sufficient data, like the raw data information. And Yoder was going through a bit of a scenario of how it could be the case that information is withheld for whatever reasons that government agencies would hold it for. We're going over that, a little bit of speculation, but on the other hand, when Cosmic came in, we started getting into the conversation he was having with Brenda yesterday, and how he took the one-way speed of light as a foregone conclusion in a rebuttal to Brenda. So, with the idea that you could measure the distance to the sun with using radar. So that was something that go ahead, Feynman.
AV, can you ask Cosmic to unmute me? Because obviously he has me unmuted.
I know Feynman's been in here a couple of times. I mean, he doesn't agree with that the Earth is flat, but you need to unmute him, Cosmic, because everybody that's in here, if you don't hear him, it's going to cause audio chaos. You have to unmute Feynman if we're going to continue. If you have him locally muted, then we can't have you. We can't have you talking. Feynman, the guy has got a Pikachu avatar.
Yeah, retard you now.
Pikachu.
Anyway, Feynman, did you, because you were trying to come in here, what were you going to say about earlier?
Oh, I wanted to involve myself in the conversation earlier, but the point has moved on. So, I just wanted to be able to participate. I appreciate that.
All right. Well,
I have no point now, but thank you.
Okay. Anyway, I think we're going back and forth with Cosmic on the one-way speed of light. Oh, it's not something that's been proven, and he says that it has with the methodology that he said back in the early 1900s. Is that what you're saying, Cosmic?
The 19th century.
19th century. I get that wrong all the time. All right.
Yeah, but wasn't that reflected?
Yeah. According to him, the way he was describing the method, yeah.
Fuso, it was Fuso. Fuso is the first person to measure the speed of light, and it was a reflected light through a spinning wheel or something. If I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't our opinion. I mean, this is known, talked about in regular scientific circles, that there's no measure of the one-way speed of light. It's not like something flat Earth is made up.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but
then look around. Go on Google, look around.
That's really well known, dude. You can see that on Vsauce.
Jesus fucking Christ! Yeah, exactly, dude. It's like upstream.
I don't know.
Science communicator videos.
I don't know why you think it's one way instead of two-way.
Isn't
Like,
there
what
isn't there a
changes?
Veritasium video that debunked it as well? They're like, it's not possible to measure
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly. The main, I think the most popular one is the Veritasium one.
What do you
I
guys
haven't
mean?
even.
Let's can we define terms? What do you mean by one-way speed of light? Because I
Yeah,
don't quite
Okay,
it
understand.
doesn't make sense.
I'll explain to you. You got a source, you hit the button, okay, then you got a detector, and then you measure the time that it takes to get from the source to the detector. The thing is, the source and the detector's clocks have to be synchronized. And
I,
under special relativity, that's impossible because there's no absolute reference frame from which to synchronize the clocks in.
Okay.
there
So
is.
what is so
There
what
is.
is
Okay. I think there is too, but general relativity and special relativity say no, there isn't. So I think there is.
So if the difference is 0 point, like 12 zeros and then 1%, you're saying, oh, we have to exclude that from an absolute reference frame.
It's not what I'm
well
saying.
then you just like
Why do
kick
you
it
think
up
it's what
like
I'm
1,000
saying?
times.
That's what I don't get you guys. We tell you the modern scientific rhetoric and you think we're making it up. This is what they say. It's not what I
No,
say.
no,
I'm just
No.
telling you what
no.
they say. Just because
Oh,
you haven't been in the weeds on it and you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay?
Saying there's no
you
absolute
said it.
reference.
You said it makes up 0.01% of a difference. I'm saying if you make that more significant, it would be more significant. I'm agreeing with you. I don't know how I'm disagreeing with you.
You just even account for it in calculations. It wouldn't make a difference. You could have a 10% difference and account for it in calculations.
Great, dude. Calculate whatever you want. No one cares.
I mean, you don't care, but you don't do this for a living.
Neither do you.
No, I don't, but I trust the people that do it for a living because they're
And I'm
actually
telling you what
doing
the people you trust say.
it. I'm not taking you as a source on what the scientific community says. Sorry.
Okay, then get off this Discord and go look.
Why don't you provide source material so we can agree
Dude,
with you?
it's so well known. Like, is it even necessary?
If it was so well
Like,
known, it would be adopted by the
Veritasium,
scientific community. What are you
it
talking about?
is. It is, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, bro, literally, you got YouTube content creators making videos about it. Okay,
It's not the scientific community?
Veritasium is like a PhD in physics. Is he the scientific community? Who's the other guy?
No. Are there scientific papers about it? No.
What did he
That's the
actually say
scientific
in this
community.
video?
Probably. Yeah, I
I,
wouldn't doubt it.
I, I don't like people just looking at the thumbnail of a video and
Hey,
saying
bro,
these
there's a
things.
YouTuber that believes what I believe, therefore it's part of the scientific
No,
No,
that's
community.
not
no,
what I
but
said at all. Why
people
are you
just
straw
look
That's
at
manning
what
me?
you
You trying
just
to get
said.
kicked out
That's
of here? It's not what
literally
I
what you
said.
just
It's not
said.
even remotely what I just said.
Literally.
I didn't say there's a YouTuber that believes what I believe.
That is what
the
you just said.
I
well.
actually said I don't believe. I actually think there's an absolute reference frame.
You cited
Hold on,
YouTubers
bro.
as a
Yeah,
source.
yeah. Hold on.
Okay,
You're
you're
out of.
just going on mute,
Yeah,
retard.
hold on. You're out of pocket because there's professors that are on YouTube. Are they just YouTubers as well? There's academias all over YouTube. What are you, an idiot?
MIT
I'd
Open
rather
Courseware has recorded all their um, collegiate courses. So there's 3 different years physics courses on there. So shut up, dude.
Yeah,
Why don't
that
you go
whole
watch
thing,
one?
that whole argument died a long time ago. Oh, you just listen to YouTubers? Yeah, fucking academia's on YouTube, dumbass. Where do you think we're getting our information from?
Where do you
Just
think he gets
internet
his
bobbleheads?
information from? Like, bro, like, hey, where are the live images of the Earth? They're like, just go on YouTube, man. It's live streamed 24 hours a day from the ISS.
Yeah, that's ironic. But also that they're saying that academia cannot be on YouTube. Like he's like, oh, you heard it from a YouTube video? Yeah, no shit. Academia is on YouTube, dumbass.
So the last thing I did last night, okay, was I watched a video by a guy named Yakir Onoff, who discovered the on-off-Bohm effect and invented the entire field of quantum weak measurement. Okay, he's on YouTube. He's been in quantum physics for 60 years, going back to Heisenberg. Okay, so shut up, dude. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You're embarrassing.
I mean, the Large Hadron Collider relies on relativistic physics to even make sense.
Does it? To even make sense? Doesn't make sense even now.
Okay, what did they build that entire structure for, considering
To make
I've
money.
literally been and seen it?
To make money, that was easy.
How do you make money wasting all that money on a project that doesn't do anything? You've
Whose
just
money are they
built a
wasting?
giant pile of metal
Whose
scrap.
money are they wasting?
Sorry?
Whose money are they wasting?
The
Yeah,
taxpayers?
exactly. Not theirs. Yeah, the taxpayer. What the fuck do they care?
Why would you build a giant piece of metal scrap to just
Cosmic, who
spread
gives a fuck, dude?
Money.
Who gives a fuck?
But this thing works.
Yeah, it works
How do
how?
you-
Dude, are you there? You've never been to CERN? How the fuck do you have
Yeah,
this
yeah.
first-hand knowledge of?
Yeah,
You have?
yeah.
All right.
Yes,
What are the
yeah,
inner
I
workings of
literally
CERN? What the fuck is the inner workings of CERN? And go ahead and tell us.
It's to collide hadrons together and see
Hadrons.
what.
You just make, dude. Stop. Just stop. They collide accelerated protons. Okay, not
Bro,
hadrons. Hadrons are what comes
idiot.
off of it after they
Oh
smash the
my
freaking
god.
proton.
Right, no, Indio.
Are you
What
saying
is
a proton's a hadron?
Yeah, a proton. Oh my god. No, sorry. I'll remain calm. A proton is a hadron. It's in the hadron family.
It's a
Sure
waste
about
of
that.
it's a waste of taxpayers' money. That's what it is,
So
and it takes up a lot. It takes up a lot of
why
precious
go
land
about it?
as
You
well.
don't know what you're
It's an
talking about.
abomination on the earth. Hang on, it's an abomination on the earth. That's what it is. No human being is
You're made
benefiting from that.
hadrons. What
We're
do you mean an
losing money.
abomination?
We're losing money. That's what we're losing. Shut up. We're losing money.
Cosmic as well, just for context, I've put the video from Veritasm in the side chat, which basically confirms everything that you've just been told by Indio, that there is no way to measure the one-way speed of light.
Yeah, one way. I never claimed, right, you can absolutely do this. I don't care if they can't do it, if there's no reliable method to do it.
Yeah, keep backpedaling your tricycle.
Your whole applied mathematics is based on it, dumbass.
A proton and a hadron were different things and tried to
No.
correct
That's a different
complete
topic.
ignorance.
That's a different subject. That's a
No,
different
they're not
subject.
the same thing.
Yeah, the previous topic was that you couldn't prove that, and you were on about that you could. So you gave some instance of the 19th century, which Indio correctly defined who it was, and it wasn't defining how they understand the one-way speed of light. And Veritasium it's got a video, you can probably look at it. It's going to tell you the same thing. So now you're saying it doesn't matter. Well, your fucking whole applied mathematics is attached to it. It should fucking matter.
You're not educated on this to even have a rational discussion about it.
Yeah, really.
Ironic.
So you are.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
read up on.
Dude, you just finished saying that it's not even like you don't even have to worry about it. Doesn't matter.
Why
Should I talk
would
about neutrinos? Let's bring up neutrinos. You want to go there?
Okay, if you want to mention neutrinos, whatever. I don't.
Yeah. How are neutrinos created? Why? How did they quote unquote discover neutrinos? I have no fucking idea, dude. Yeah, of course you don't. Just shut up, dude. You're not in any intellectual high ground. You're really not.
I'm not.
You never have
I've
been.
actually, unlike you, I've talked to people that work at CERN. Unlike you. So you can go on X. There's a guy named Franco. He's a CERN physicist. He talks to us all the time. He's kind of a douche. He said he would fail somebody in his physics class just for being a flat earther. So he's kind of a douche, but
Yeah,
you're
mate,
like a
you failed
science groupie. You're
elementary
what I call a
particle
science
physics.
groupie, bro. You're like hanging around the band, thinking you're in the band, but you're not.
That was a good analogy.
Well,
Not only that, but he thumbs his nose up to anybody
yes,
that's trying to
okay.
be inquisitive about it and saying that you're not too intellectual to have a conversation instead of saying, hey, this is the correct version, this is how the methodology works, and informing the people. What a fucking dumbass, dude. Like, you have the opportunity to tell people what your knowledge is, and you refuse that. Instead of, you're going to show somebody, you're going to punch down on somebody else to say that they're not equipped to have a conversation. That's the problem with society today, man. The reason why people aren't informed, because fucking individuals like you.
Yeah, you should
Yeah,
just
it's a
research
misinformed
and then do
gatekeeper.
it.
That's what you are, dude.
Int-
Misinformed
int-
gatekeeper.
Intellectual
The
elitism from a midwit.
The special relationship between Britain and America has been put under test, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with it. Bear with it.
Are you guys going to invade again and burn down the White House? Please do it.
Talking about the White House, Indio, Donald Trump is going to have a reform of part of the White House. He's building some kind of room. I don't know what it is. I've forgotten just for a second, but I just heard it. Okay,
Does it got
they're
a
going to
stripper
reform.
pole?
Yeah, what a waste of taxpayers' money. He's not. How long is he going to be in? Silly people, honestly. But yeah, the Hadron Kaleidoscope, ladies and gentlemen, is a waste of taxpayers' money. It's an
Bunch of
abomination
bullshit,
to
that is.
the earth. Takes up precious space of land. It's a ridiculous thing, and that stupid circle. And what are they trying to do? They're trying to allude to making a Big Bang. Trying to work it out how it worked. The Big Bang
Yeah.
never happened.
Hey,
So you
Jen,
can
ask
clearly
him,
see.
Jen, ask him what the
Yeah,
contribution to mankind that thing's bringing us. What are we
that's exactly what
furthering?
I'm getting to. Yeah, exactly.
What are we
That's what I'm getting
furthering?
to. What are we furthering? Yeah, how are we benefiting from this? How are we advancing? We're regressing. They're stealing our money whilst you people are being dumbed down, believing that nonsense. Get out of here.
Well, he bought their sales pitch. I mean,
Yeah,
Jin, in what ways are you an
I think you
intellectual?
should
yeah,
continue
yeah,
to
Saying,
yeah.
attack.
Yeah, see
I
how
think
he attacks the person? Dude, why don't you go ahead and tell us how you have knowledge on a subject instead of being a dumbass and try to punch down on people? Why don't you try that for a change? Make a difference, yeah?
I
You're the
think
reason
I
why
think
people
you
don't know anything because fucking idiots like you are gatekeeping for I don't know what fucking reason.
I
I think you
literally
should
refer
donate his
Fucking piss
people.
me
entire.
off, dude.
I
Your
literally
type,
refer people
your
to
kind of people
bullshit.
fucking piss me off, dude. Because you don't allow others to get informed and do research. Oh, you're just not
Okay.
smart enough to know this. Well, fucking tell us something about it then, and make some sense. God damn it! What the fuck do you know other than you visited CERN like a dumb fucking tourist? Fucking dude. Oh
I
man.
think you should send your whole paycheck to them. Your whole paycheck.
Oh yeah,
You're doing
yeah, I do
great
that.
things
I
there, man.
donate all of it. I
Yeah,
donate all of it.
you know, as a matter of fact, you're far from being an intellectual from what I've heard of your conversations in here. You can't even articulate to the extent of a conclusion when it comes to a point. Fucking idiot.
Einstein
Oh,
said if you
now
can't
I'm
explain it to a
fucking
5-year-old,
Same
you
as
don't. You don't. Einstein said
open
if you
seat.
can't explain it to a 5-year-old, you don't understand it yourself.
Okay, do you want a book as a source of
no, I
information?
want you to
A
articulate.
book you didn't read.
Fucking listen, dude. Articulate your points like you have knowledge on the subject matter instead of being a fucking dumbass saying that nobody knows shit. How about that? You tried that shit?
Right, so the Large Hadron Collider confines protons, right, in a magnetic loop and fires them at high speeds using magnetic confinement into each other and observes the resulting kind of impact and interactions and particles produced. That's how they found the Higgs boson.
Oh my god, dude! You think it's that straightforward?
It's more complex than that, obviously, but you're asking for a primer, aren't you?
Okay. Well, I mean, you're leaving out a crucial detail when you say find the Higgs boson. That was a statistical evaluation.
Yeah. It
And
matched,
when I was growing, it matched. What does that
it
mean?
matched the electron volt energy predicted by quantum physics. So
Okay, they detect a lot of particles that match it. Well, not they get readings that would match it. Let's call it that. Okay,
yeah, the
and then
reading matched
they
the
apply
prediction.
statistical analysis to determine whether that was noise or signal. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a possibility that it was just noise.
No, because
No.
when
See, it's not an exact science, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see this? It's not an exact science. We are not being moved forward.
you're not involved,
Waste of money, and it's really, really. We need to stop this nonsense. That's what it is. And
Well,
people
Indio,
like,
Indio, does he have
Go ahead.
firsthand knowledge of him saying no? How does he know that?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
No
There you go.
empirical
you're not
measurement
involved, dude.
rises to the standards you're talking about. Everything has a probability.
You're gonna get muted. You're not even involved in this.
Nah, there was no probability you saying that. That's 100% certainty. You're gonna say something dumb.
when you get some
At the moment, we're scrutinizing what he knows about the thing that he's talking about, and it sounds like he's reaching a point where he's just agreeing that something he believes to be true is the case.
Yeah, it's almost like I've been given evidence by actually going there and seeing the data.
They showed you their data when you went there?
Yeah.
Really?
It's a very open institution.
Oh, so they showed you their data. Is that what you're saying? You're gonna stick with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Who'd you talk to?
It was a professor. I forget her name.
And he showed you their data set.
Yes.
So she showed you the gigabytes of data.
It was readings. It was like signal readings.
Yeah, of a Higgs boson.
I forget what particles they were. I forget what particles they were looking for.
Did she pull it right out of their database, bro?
They had a print. She was working on a report. Like, what do you want me to say?
Are you saying you looked at a piece of paper?
Yeah, I looked at a piece of paper.
Okay, so there you have it, folks. This
on
looked at a piece of paper, and that proved the Higgs boson to him. What they should have drawn
exactly
like a
you're
Hawk
expecting to interact with data,
dude. I don't expect him. I'm calling him out on his bullshit that he knows if Higgs boson exists because some freaking chick in a building showed him a piece of paper.
No, I don't even think she was showing like the Higgs boson. She was showing like it was like fucking muons or something that were created. And they have like this data spectrum that shows the spikes where like certain particles match the amount of like mega electron volts you expect from theory of those particles.
Do you ever look at any physicists that think the Higgs boson doesn't exist?
If they have an adequate challenge to it to say like here's why it can't exist, then like I'd take that on board. But
the globe doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. I ask you, look up
the Higgs
boson. The Higgs boson, and you'll end up yawning and falling asleep, ladies and gentlemen, for the most all of its importance.
It bores me, so it doesn't exist.
For all of its importance, ladies and gentlemen, you'll end up yawning, falling asleep.
It's
about.
Yeah,
boring
it's boring, so it doesn't exist. Yeah, what a fantastic counter argument.
Well, look, the globe itself doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. So they're building upon a false premise from the beginning. And in a court of law, when whatever you build upon a false premise has to be seen and deemed as null and void. You haven't established the globe. So there is no this idea of a Big Bang and your kaleidoscope waste of taxpayers' money.
I don't know
What
if the
a
Big Bang
waste
happened.
of money. Get out of here. Come on. You know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? You're just going to end up yawning and yawning, and then
Why are we even on this topic, dude?
you're
Yeah.
looking for you're
It was
looking
just
for a
it was just a
He doesn't
challenge.
know anything to even talk to about.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, why are we even
What it
talking to him?
was, yeah, what it was a challenge to his knowledge on a claim that he provided earlier with Brenda, the claim, but he wasn't able to substantiate it like he's not doing now. And he wants to snub his nose up and say that nobody else is intellectual to have a conversation like this when he doesn't have primary knowledge of a Higgs boson. That's fucking fantastic.
That
Are you
was
suggesting that humans can have that? What does that even mean?
A photon is light. A Higgs boson is a specific particle with a specific mass. Like,
Yeah, did you
No,
prove that?
these are labels. These are just labels that you guys buy into because they gave it a fancy name. In reality, there's plenty of professors and
saying
scientists
they're
who
talking to me over the internet.
disagreed with the fact that there's any kind of description going on here. Explanation going on here. All you've got is a description of something. That's all you've got, and then you run with it like it's
Barely.
science.
Yeah,
Barely
the
even a
description gives
description.
us
It's
useful
just
predictions. Useful predictions is the way in which we evaluate scientific theories. That's the entire point.
okay.
Or anything. Like, to
Useful?
be honest.
What if they're not useful but they're accurate?
No. In philosophy, we term useful in terms of it has some
I'm not
real
taking any
application.
philosophical advice from you, bro. Okay? You think your brain in a jar.
Useful. I don't know where the hell that came from, but whatever.
Because you all do.
Has some sort of real application. So as in, it is accurate. Because if it
Okay, what am I
wasn't
going to do with a
accurate,
Higgs
it would
boson?
have some sort of real application.
What am I going to do with a Higgs boson?
Going to
Nothing.
confirm the standard
It's-
model. Well, no, the reason is to confirm the standard
Understand.
model that, yeah, we predicted this and it's right, and there we go.
Confirmation
You think
No
bias.
reason to
you think
think
that's
this
how it
model
works?
holds for these additional things because it held here.
Okay, you think that's how it worked, the way you just described, is how it happened.
What do you mean by how it happened? This is implied by it.
No, Jesus Christ. Okay, how it happened. They just made a prediction and then they did a bunch of experiments and it matched the prediction. You think that's how it happened?
There's a lot more theory and counter theory and whatnot going
Not
on.
answering the question, though, is
More
it?
rhetoric.
There were other.
That
I'm in
is what
the.
happened.
You asked the question. I can answer the question.
If you could
You're
answer
not
it
answering it.
directly.
So there were other contender models, other ways the Higgs boson could exist. It could be a composite particle. There could be paired particles that we were detecting. Like, there's tons of other theories. There was an open question there. That's why they wanted to see, does it match the standard model? Does it match one of the extensions of the standard model? Does it match any of the different theories proposed?
When you say match, what does that mean?
Match the predicted behavior.
Yeah, and what is that? What is that? They run the experiment. What's the prediction?
Basically that there is a breakdown, or sorry, not a breakdown, that the decay results match something with the amount
You keep
of
saying that word, match.
electron volts.
Yeah.
What is?
I don't know why
What
you're
is a
interrupting me.
match, bro? Explain to
It
me
matches-
what
What do
a
you mean?
match is.
All it does
What do
is
you
help
mean
their
by what is a
equations
match?
work. It doesn't explain what mass is or
I
anything
can't
like
even
that.
say
It
what
just
a match is, but you keep chanting
just
it. It's
fucking
funny,
helps.
dude.
Helps the
Dude,
math work.
mass. No. You're mistaking here. Mass is a part of the description, right? So you're saying, how come this description doesn't explain this description? What? It's a description in the first place. There's nothing more.
Mass just means it has some reference frame that it interacts with reality in. So it's dragged by reality. That's what mass is.
Jesus Christ.
No, you
Yeah,
don't
it's
even
just
need a
it's-
rest mass to have that.
It's just
Light
a
is also
mathematical
dragged.
artifact, mate.
Like came in here, dude. Like what the fuck?
But welcome to physics. Physics, it's all math. Yeah, that's the point. None of it's like real. It's a model for reality. It allows us to describe reality without having to actually go out and manipulate a bunch of particles.
Yeah, when you run with it like it's real, that's your problem.
It's theoretical physics.
I run with it like it properly describes reality because we keep seeing
it's
it
theoretical
properly
physics.
describe reality.
Our
Yeah, except-
technology works off it.
Look, bro. Just on sheer volume, the amount of papers that are wrong far exceed the amount of papers that are right. Right.
Yeah, but the ways that they're wrong aren't like relevant.
What does it properly describe
people-
humanity? What is it properly describing in physical reality outside? What is it properly describing?
Most everything. I mean,
Like
Newtonian
what? Name one.
mechanics.
Give me one
Okay,
example.
I'm in the middle
Give
of
me
a
one
sentence.
example. Give me one
So
example.
I'm in the middle of doing that.
No,
Stop
you're going to be
interrupting.
cut off until you give one example.
Newtonian mechanics allows us to make predictions about, say,
I want to see a physical, real world example, not you talking about another construct, another convention. I want a real world example where that's being applied to something we see outside. Physical.
You click your TV remote, it sends photons, it excites like a sensor with electrons and transmits the signal to the TV to make it do something, right? Relies on quantum physics. There you go.
Yeah, is that what he was saying?
That's a fine example. I was going to say that.
Oh, really? Okay, let's go with that. So you're saying that what you're telling me with this whole idea that he's bringing up Higgs boson is equating to a universal remote control for your TV. Same thing?
No,
it all relies on the standard model.
No, Cosmic said no. And you're saying it all relies on the
You cannot
standard
make
model.
a remote control using the standard model. Are
that,
you
that
high?
doesn't involve the Higgs boson.
I wanted you guys to do this to show the whole audience that you guys don't know what you're talking about. That's exactly why. You
didn't
both are
demonstrate
confused.
that.
Cosmic is actually in conflict with what you're saying, humanity, because he disagreed. He overtalked you, actually, disagreed with you.
No, we're agreeing here.
No, he didn't agree with you.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He said this
So
doesn't
you
involve
both-
the Higgs boson. I also
Higgs
said that
boson?
when I
Yeah,
said
the
this
Higgs-
both relies on the
yeah.
standard model.
So the Higgs boson helps us understand how universal TV remotes work?
The Higgs boson
No,
confirms that the
Answer the
standard
question.
model is applicable, and the standard model
Answer
is
the
the
question.
basis on which the remote functions.
Yeah, and so the standard model is what?
A collection of predictions and theories about what particles can exist.
Yeah, and what is a particle?
Construct in physics for ways energy can
There you
be
go.
bundled.
So a construct. And how do we verify the construct is anything that's manifest in our physical world?
By seeing if the predictions of the model match what we actually
No. I'm not talking about predictions anymore. I want a confirmation of that construct being manifest in our physical world. How do we know that's
I just told
actually
you.
something
I just told you.
and not just a convention?
You can see it.
Okay, I don't think you understand this.
Whoa. We can see it. No, I'm gonna let you both shellac each other. We can see it. How do we see it, Cosmic?
We can see atoms now with electron microscopes.
Oh, we see atoms, do we? Yeah, can you show me what an atom looks like, please? Post a picture of an atom, please.
I can't post in the chat, but I can DM you.
Yeah, that's fine. And then I'm gonna post it for everybody so they can see what an atom actually looks like.
Okay.
When you say actually looks like, you're kind of like missing the point. There's no actually.
Sorry, you're on mute. I'm gonna see this atom and then show everybody else because you guys are agreeing on the same thing. I'll take both of you down at the same time. How about that?
Well, now he's disagreeing again.
Yeah.
Lost in the sauce, man. 100% both lost in, like, they're physics groupies, bro. That's all these two are, physics groupies. They watch some Discovery Channel, and now they're freaking all in on their cosmological delusion.
TV remote controls and Higgs boson particles. And now he's going to show me how a particle is actually an atom. An atom is something we can see with an electron microscope. Now we're going to see a picture of what an atom looks like, guys. Let's see it.
They're a pair of Higgs bosons, is what they are.
I still haven't got that DM, so I'm waiting on it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Give me a sec. I can either find it from a legitimate source on YouTube or a legitimate picture from like a reputable website.
Why are you qualifying with legitimate? How do you know it's legitimate? Leave the qualifier out. You have no way to confirm
official
anything.
institution that's not just a blog site.
Hold on, wait. Didn't he say
who made it official?
Didn't he say he didn't accept YouTube? Remember he scoffed at you earlier, Indio, for bringing up YouTube? Now he's gonna pull up YouTube.
No, that was somebody else.
Mixing people up.
All right. So if you're gonna present something right now, that you're gonna send me in a DM of a picture of an atom.
Give me a second. I mean, I feel like you're just going to be like, look at that. I don't care about that. That's fake. That doesn't tell me anything. But, like, here you go.
Hard to find it, huh?
No, I just sent him it. Those are.
Give me a second.
You know, you should really Google how many articles there are of people saying they imaged a single atom for the first time, and how long they've been saying that. That
All
should be
right,
quite interesting.
I'm posting it in the text.
I'm trying to find what atoms they specifically are.
There you go. That's what an atom really looks like. One mystery solved anyway. We can thank Epicurus for this.
Now, is that the electron shell or the nucleus that we're looking at?
The electron shell, it will be.
Can you describe the technique on which they image the atom to us?
So an electron microscope, it basically has to have a tip that is in
Yeah, I know how
itself.
that works, but it doesn't seem like they use that technique. It says, I don't even know what that is. I've never even seen that word. Photography or PT, whatever the hell that is. PTYCHOGRAPHY. What is that? That's why I'm asking you. I'm not just asking you to be a dickhead. I've never seen that before.
Where are you looking?
Sure. In your own post.
That's what. That's the link.
Technique called. No, the image that AB sent, right? Photograph. The screenshot he took says they use a technique called tychography, or there's a P silent. I don't know. I've never heard of that technique. I'm curious. Oh, there we go.
Praesodymium orthoscandate crystal.
I don't care what it's made out of.
I put the link in the chat if anybody wants to look at it.
Like 21. All right. The key breakthrough we had this year was we figured a way to unscramble this multiple scattering. I'll wait for the replication.
I mean, quite a few institutions have done this. I mean, a lot of people have
using this technique.
Yep, probably.
Now, what am I going to do when I look on Google Scholar and look for the citation? Look for the people citing this and replicating this, and I find nothing. What am I going to do to you then? We're making that up.
If you type in the technique, I'm sure you'll find lots of sources.
No, using that technique for this.
I'm sure you'll find sources.
You sure? Why are you sure?
Yeah. Because if it's a common technique used with electron microscopes, I don't get why you wouldn't.
The scattering, they just said they've been trying to untangle making images with this technique for 80 years. So it can't be that common.
Right, but the
field. Did you actually read the article, dude? Did you read and comprehend what they're saying?
You asked for a
For
picture
80
of an
years, we
apple.
have not had a general solution, and now some very clever algorithms developed by our colleagues who work with X-rays, probably using X-ray crystallography, I would imagine, and then modified for electron scattering. We're able to untangle this multiple scattering. Okay, this is in 2021. I wouldn't say this is a common technique. That was only 4 years ago.
I mean, the field advances rapidly as soon as a method is developed.
Oh my God, you sound like a fucking PR nutball, bro.
Okay.
Science is always advancing. We're human progress. Blah blah blah. Come on, bro. You're a science groupie. This is sad.
I mean, we live our lives on the basis of it.
Really?
How are you communicating to me right now? Do you not think there's some
Engineering. Engineering is
Yeah.
not
What
science.
does engineering have to use?
Trial and error.
Physics. It has to incorporate the principles of physics. In terms of
Yeah,
microelectronics, we have to incorporate the principles of quantum physics.
that's nonsense, dude. That's nonsense. In engineering, they use all sorts of techniques that have nothing to do with physics. They use whatever model works. Okay?
What?
Okay, I'm going to post you a paper.
Engineering is the application of physical principles to design something.
But what they actually use aren't the laws of physics. For example, in electrical engineering, they don't use Maxwell's equations, do they?
What do you mean?
Oh my goodness gracious, really? You think if they want to design an electrical system, they're using Maxwell's equations? That's what you think?
I don't know. I'm not an electrical engineer.
Then why are you speaking on what they use?
Well, I'm not. You are.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, because you're stupid, you get to make shit up. And then you're just going to say, I don't know, because I'm not an electrical engineer.
Yeah, I can't comment on
let me give
whether
you a
they
little information. I have a degree in computer science. I know basic electrical engineering and circuit design. Okay? So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right, and you have to deal with signals and waves and things like that.
Yeah, but nobody uses Maxwell's equations.
Yeah,
There's
but
other techniques, simplified models, how the devices we make actually work.
You
Versus
don't
how they would
deal.
work.
You
Go
don't
ahead.
deal with microelectronics manufacture, so it's irrelevant to you.
No. What? What are you talking about?
Well, you don't, do you?
No. So?
So why are you commenting on it?
Because I know how it works. I know how the design works. I know how they design microchips. I know the devices they use. I know everything in the process of making, designing, manufacturing a microchip.
Okay, do you know how a modern microchip is made? What the technique is?
Depends on what they're using. There's no standard thing. It depends on what the gate is.
Say the
Depends on what
highest
they're
grade of
using for a gate,
microchip.
dude. Depends on
Say
what they're
the
using for a
highest.
gate.
Say the highest grade of microchip now that's out on the market. What do they use?
Well, I think it's 4 nanometer process. Is that what they're using now? I think
Yeah.
they're using field effect transistors.
Yeah. What's the method?
Well, I mean, it's a customized machine, so they probably use. I think they use that the machine from Denmark. What's it called?
Ultraviolet
They use it.
lithography.
Yeah. I was getting there.
Right, but neither of us
Only
know.
one company makes the machine. So typically, the way they do it, technique pretty much hasn't changed. They make a lithographic mask with a design that they usually design in something called Verilog, right? First, they'll make it's called a gated FPGA, which they simulate the design on a machine with what do you call it? Where you can make variable gates. So that's part of the process, right? They verify the design. and then they
the
go to the actual
process-
manufacturing. Then they go to actual manufacturing. They make a mask, and then they flash the mask. Usually on, well, I don't know the material it's they're using now. Let's say it's strontium titanium oxide or something, right? A coat of silicon chip with that using usually using low pressure gas. They'll turn the metal into a gaseous state and use some substrate. What? You really want the whole process, dude?
It's so they zap. It's like droplets of tin with it. It's like the UV or X-rays or something.
Yeah, but
right?
yeah.
Like 50,000 hertz. That relies on the electric effect, which is
that's
from
only
Einstein.
one step, bro. That's only only for flashing the mask.
But already you're having to delve deep into particle physics, right? And then you can only make these transistors so small, literally because of the effects of quantum mechanics to do with quantum tunneling.
Yeah, I saw that in the Discovery Channel too, dude. Okay, dude,
I don't
you
even
don't know what
watch
you're
the
talking
Discovery
about.
Channel. I'm not American.
Well, whatever. Okay, Brian's Cox. Okay. Look,
I barely watch Brian Cox.
You barely watch him. That's irrelevant. Okay.
Yeah,
the point
he's like a hippie pop scientist.
Look, they are not using quantum mechanics on macroscopic design of field effect transistors. I'm sorry, they're not.
They're going to have to, because you can't just keep making these transistors smaller.
Oh my!
There's a limit.
There's no way to actually use quantum mechanics macroscopically, dude.
Microscopically.
Macroscopically. A chip is a macroscopic device, right?
On a macroscopic level, but I'm not talking like, quantum physics becomes less relevant then, okay.
Okay, I rest my case. Thanks for playing.
Right.
Now the image that was just posted, that as a layman, I look at that and I think that image looks like the James Webb Telescope or the Hubble could have taken that image. Do you get what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, what is this thing?
It's a lot of
what am I
sci-fi,
looking at?
Jim. A lot of sci-fi.
Sorry?
It's a lot of sci-fi.
Well, it's the same sort of thing, really. They're taking data and just turning it into images, right?
Thank you. Yeah, and that's what it looks like.
It's not a photograph.
No, it's not a photograph at all, is it? This is CGI. This is the buffoonery that fools everybody. That's what that is.
I mean, you know the camera CGI because it converts.
Well, excuse me, I was in the middle of what I was saying, ladies and gentlemen. It has come to my knowledge many years ago that the Hubble telescope is not there, and we have that from a good source, Mike Mitslinski, the deputy projects manager, who hadn't set eyes on it for 25 years. It's not up there. There's no Hubble. There's no Kepler. There is no James Webb. So any images coming from said places, it's null and void. So when I see this image, I see more of the same buffoonery. And this young man, Mr. Cosmic non-problemist with all his problems of believing, he has confirmed nothing, but yet he's trying to sell it to us here. That's what's annoying about it all. Come on, man. You haven't even proven the Earth's a globe, man. Going on about all this stuff. Anyway, you're lucky because it was me. You would have gone long time. Gone. Nonsense.
Right.
No, we're letting them twist in the wind, but I think the crows are back alive.
Thank goodness we have the Higgs boson, man. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a universal remote control. Yeah.
I didn't even relate those two together. You did.
I didn't say that. You guys did. Oh, it's useful for a remote control.
No. I was specifically referring to the electric effect.
For all the money that's being wasted for this remote control, I'd rather just get up and push the button myself. It's much cheaper. Fucking hell, you know what I mean, ladies? And you get less bamboozling going on. Yeah, there's more integrity in that.
Should they have not bothered with particle physics so that we couldn't speak to each other right now? Should they have just not bothered?
Oh God,
Nonsense, dude.
dude,
Yeah,
what
They're
that's
the?
nonsense.
nonsense.
All the
Don't go there,
technology
mate.
we use nowadays was invented in the late 1800s, dude. You don't know what you're
There you
talking
go.
about.
That's
The
right.
only thing they
Don't
did
go
different
there.
is they miniaturized it. That's the only difference.
Yeah, exactly. They're just making it smaller, ladies and gentlemen. That's the other thing as well. More they like to wow you with the words and the shiny new product, but when you open it up, it's a reduced system that was much larger back in the day. Same thing, and it was bigger. Now they're able to reduce it in size. That's all.
Right, you're
Nothing
the
so
expert.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm a professional expert specialist, actually. So please, don't be pushing your luck. All right.
What are you calling
Look,
yourself an
look,
expert on the basis of?
Ladies and gentlemen,
look,
I'm what's known as a professional expert specialist. Now, if he doesn't know what that means, clearly he's out of his league.
Right, okay. So do we
Yeah.
give ourselves titles then?
I am my own boss.
Well, I'm
Currently,
Lord
right
of
now.
the Universe, so obey me.
Yeah, the universe that doesn't exist. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. King of Fantasy. The Emperor's got no clothes on, and he stinks, ladies and gentlemen.
so let me ask you this, dude. Because eventually they're going to do this, they're going to take shitloads of data, they're going to feed it into the neural network, and that neural network is going to be able to make predictions. Now, inside that neural network, there's going to be no physics model. So how are you going to explain that?
What, a neural network?
Yeah, like say I shot a cannonball from a cannon over and over and over again. So I got a freaking million trials of a cannonball. How much powder was in it, what the mass of the ball was, or what the weight of the ball was, how long the carry, all the details, right? All the parameters for the cannon firing and where it landed, right? Then I feed all this data into a neural network. That neural network's going to be able to predict where the cannonball lands, right?
Yeah.
At some future time. Okay. It doesn't have Newtonian physics inside of it.
No.
Yeah. Don't you see that's a problem with your worldview?
What, the
Because your worldview was
computers
makes predictions that were
aren't built
useful.
off
Okay, that which your
Newtonian physics?
worldview was stop. Your worldview was make predictions that are useful. This good old machine learning algorithms making predictions that are useful, but they have nothing to do, right, with physics, physical reality. Doesn't have equations. It just makes predictions that are useful.
Right.
So we're going to call the machine the laws of physics?
I don't even understand these questions.
Of course you don't. Okay, inside the machine is just a bunch of vector math, just like Newton's frickin' so-called laws of motion, right? It's mathematics. Inside the machine is mathematics. Both of them you can use to make predictions of where a cannonball fucking land. Okay, right? So now you have two things. One is just gobbledygook black box inside, and the other one is something you actually can understand. Which one is the laws of physics? The machine learning model or Newton's three laws?
They all incorporate the laws of physics. We live in reality.
You have
Everything
no
abides by
way
the laws
of
of
knowing
physics.
if the machine learning model or what it's using, whether it's using laws of physics or not. It's just making the right prediction.
Yeah, you could make some set of stochastic equations to model something, right? You can do that. That's valid if you get accurate results without necessarily referring to some set equation. Okay, right? I can guess if I throw a ball where it's going to land without thinking about an equation.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Yeah, so I don't even get your point.
Because I don't know why you don't get it, first of all. Really simple. We have two things which are equivalent. There's mathematical equations that make a, quote, useful prediction, which was your standard. But one you claim is the laws of physics, and the other you're saying is not.
It's just an iterative algorithm. It's like, what are you trying to say? Like, is
But
maths
your
physics?
standard for
It's
determining
just
whether
maths.
something was physics is whether it makes a use or prediction. Why are you running away from that?
Everything complies with the laws of physics. What is difficult to
Oh
understand
my
about this
goodness
point?
gracious. Newton's laws of motion, laws of physics.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have something else that makes the same predictions. We can take the Men in Black brain eraser and brain erase everyone. Newton's laws never existed. We have this other thing now that does the
Yeah.
exact same thing. Is that the laws of physics?
Yeah, it complies with it. Yeah,
It
maths.
complies with. No, you said the equations are the laws of physics. How come these equations inside the machine learning model isn't the laws of physics?
Because they're just incorporating observations. It's an iterative, like, stochastic model. So it just relies on multiple data sets to draw like an average of what it expects to happen. It's a predictive algorithm. You're right in that saying it's not specifically referring to some set physics equation. I understand that. We both understand that. But again, we can use mathematical predictive modeling, or you can just do the calcs on paper without referring to some like complex iterative function that a computer does. They're both valid if you get accurate results. It's just that while our minds can understand F equals ma in fairly simple terms and run with that, we can't. You couldn't just write on paper like a complex series of stochastic equations and take in 1 million data sets. Our minds just aren't equipped for that. It's why we design computers for that.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is this: if we understand it in a simplistic equation, it's the laws of physics, and if we don't understand the math, it's not the laws of physics.
No.
So all you're telling me is about human preference.
The laws of physics are what determine how the real world behaves. That's all I'm saying.
Like the machine learning algorithm.
It's going to be built on physics, but it can do pure mathematical algorithms if it wants.
What does that mean? Built on physics? What physics?
Because it has to comply with physical laws to work.
Dude, you're in a loop, dude. You're in a circular logic loop. What you said was the physics laws are Newton's equations, right? You said that those are physical laws.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the machine learning model is spitting out the same result using a different, ostensibly, technique.
It's several
How do
ways
we
to
know
skin a
it's
cat.
not the machine that isn't the physical laws, and that the frickin' Newton's equations aren't the bullshit?
Because several
See,
ways to skin a
this is an
cat and
arbitrary
Newton's laws work.
philosophical choice based upon human preference. Says nothing about the world.
Well, Newton's laws don't say anything about the world.
Oh Jesus! Machine learning algorithms don't say anything about the world. I can say the same thing, dude. You're like, is this beyond you? Are you like a dope or something? Are you not following?
I mean, if you want to think I'm a dope, like, you're entitled to do that. I
Look,
don't really care.
if you have two models that are that make the same predictions, dude, how do you know which one is the law?
Because one's just described in a simple linear equation and it matches reality. The other one's a basis from data inputs. So feed it junk and it will produce junk. But in order to get an accurate
Well, how
result,
was Newton's laws derived? Weren't they derived from data?
Yeah, from observation.
Yeah, so they were derived the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
and then the equations were created to match the observation, right?
yeah.
Yeah, the machine learning algorithm did the exact same thing.
Yeah, but you could feed it any old junk. So it kind of depends on, like, the knowledge of the developer.
No. Just the knowledge of development has nothing to do with anything. We just feed it data. We're not training it on the knowledge of the developer. We're training it on data. And from
I
that
mean,
data, it
if you
creates
use stochastic
an
equations
internal neural
before,
network. It It creates a network. It creates a vector space, right? Depending on how many parameters, in an n-dimensional vector space to make predictions about where some cannonball will land.
Hello,
Okay?
niggers.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not a law of physics, because it does the equivalent job that Newton does, right?
Yeah,
The Earth
I'm
is
not.
flat. It's
I'm not
completely
saying you
flat.
have to.
Dude, you're like in. I'm sorry, man, but you're like in a full. You're a full blown cultist, bro. This shit is well known that if you have a model that makes some prediction about reality, that model is not physically real, because there is an infinite number of possible models for any arbitrary data set. And choosing one versus the other is philosophical.
Yeah, he didn't give you a reason for the choice. He just says that his preferences, he chooses one because he likes it.
I know what his preference is. I know why it's his preference, because he read it in a textbook.
Yeah.
I would choose, say, Newton's 3 laws, because they're easy
There you
to
go.
do on paper.
Yeah, your personal preference, right?
Yeah, because
So is reality or personal? Is the natural
a
world?
computer algorithm.
Know that. Is the natural world have to conform to your personal preference?
No.
Yeah,
There you
exactly. No.
go. Game over, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, game over. You just walk right
Doesn't
into
even
that.
realize it.
Yeah. He's got that
That's
deer in the headlights look when now he's just like, oh shit.
Well, you destroyed
Game
me.
over. Yeah, you
Well,
bet your ass you
That you
did.
have no. That you're not making statements about objective reality that you think you are.
okay.
We're pointing out that Newton's laws is not objectively true, that they're the laws of physics.
You just chose those. That's all.
Can you guys explain the final experiment, please?
No, don't even touch them with that.
Why?
Yeah, just because you get destroyed doesn't mean we can't destroy this guy. Just relax.
No,
Yeah, man. We're trying to
Have a
eat
seat,
here,
Cosmic.
dude.
Yeah, have a seat. We've already destroyed you. You can have a seat now.
Okay, go ahead. Explain the final experiment. What's wrong with it? How come this guy proved that the Earth is flat? Or
Oh,
is not
really?
flat?
Can you tell us how the final experiment did that?
I'd
Yeah,
like to hear
well,
it.
of course I can explain it to you. So this
No, how
flat
it
Earth.
did it. How it
Listen,
proved
listen.
the
So
Earth is
yes,
not flat.
listen. 1 second. I'm about to explain it to you. So this guy, right?
I
This flat
doubt it.
earther went to the
No.
South Pole, right? He
Just
went to
go
the
to. We
South
know that
Pole and
part. Just go to the
listen.
observation part. I'm
Okay,
gonna
I'll go
mute
to
you.
the Okay, I'll go.
They
Bro,
saw a
chill
24-hour
out.
sun. How does that prove? No, listen.
Okay,
Cut that.
but
Listen, no, shut up, dude, or I'm gonna mute you, dude. Stop. Okay? Really simple. They observed the 24-hour sun in
yes,
Antarctica. Now what? How does that disprove a flat Earth? Go.
because in your model there isn't supposed to
In
be a
my model, what
24
model is
hours,
that? Can you
24
post
hours
Wrong.
the flat
sun.
Earth model?
Wrong.
Can you post
Yes,
my flat
yeah,
Earth
I'll
model?
post it. Oh, actually, I'm banned from this chat. I can't.
So
I can't post.
are you gonna straw man the position of flat Earth with using a model that we don't claim? Is that what you're gonna attempt to do right now?
So what is your model then?
Yeah, we don't claim one. So therefore, what you're trying
You
to
don't claim
yeah,
one?
we don't claim one. No, we don't. I'm telling you what we don't
And
do.
that wouldn't
Why
be
should we
So if
believe
you
you if you don't
hold
even
on.
have a
listen,
model? If you don't
Well,
even
hold
know how
on,
the
hold
Earth
on.
looks,
Hold on.
you
That
don't
wouldn't
even know what the Earth looks like.
bro, calm down. That wouldn't be a model of the flat Earth, that'd be a model of the sun. Okay?
What? Why would
Right.
you need a model of the sun? What
Because
does
you're
this have to
observing
do
the
with the
sun,
Earth?
stupid. Because you're observing the sun, stupid.
So what? How does that
So if
prove
you're observing
anything?
the sun, the model would be of the sun.
The model of the sun in regards to what exactly?
Dude, we're making an observation of the sun.
Uh-huh.
Okay? So wouldn't the prediction of what the sun does be a model of the sun?
No.
No?
If you're relating it to the final experiment, then no.
So the final experiment doesn't look at the sun. It looks at the Earth?
Yes, pretty much.
How?
It uses the standpoint of the Earth. These guys went to the
It
South
uses the
Pole
what
to
of the Earth?
prove that the Earth is not flat
They
by
didn't even go
showing
to the
you that
South
there
Pole.
is a
Get your facts
24
straight. Get your facts straight,
24
dude.
hours.
Get your facts straight. Yeah, we
This
don't
guy
care.
over
That's
talks.
fine. No, yeah, but well, get your
There is
facts
a
straight.
24-hour
They didn't
sun.
go to the. Yeah, no one denies that. So what?
Okay, then how does the flat Earth look like?
Why are you
That's a
asking
question.
from where?
Yeah,
Is
that's
there
a
a
question.
24?
Nice
Wait,
question.
is there a 24-hour sun in your flat Earth model?
There
Yeah.
again, you keep
Well,
saying
not a
model, dude.
model. Not a model. There's a 24-hour
Okay.
sun on a flat Earth. You know how we know it's a flat Earth? Because it measures flat. So whatever the sun's doing, it's doing
Can
it
you
over
post a
a
picture of
flat
it?
Earth. From where? A picture from where?
Of the flat Earth.
From where? Where's the camera, dude?
I don't know. You tell me. You should know where it is.
You asked for a picture. Okay,
You have
I'll give you
proof,
one from
right?
the. I'll give you one from the beach. Picture of the Earth from the beach.
Hey, Indio, I just
Picture from
posted
the
Getty
beach?
images.
Don't
Hey,
you have
Indio.
like any
Hold
pictures
on,
from space that would prove
Lewandowski.
it?
Hold on, bro. Hold
Oh,
on.
from
I just
space.
posted 2,400 images of flat horizons
Okay.
What?
using
What
Getty
did you post?
images.
There is look, bro. There are no pictures from space from anybody.
Wait. So just
Okay.
because you see a flat surface, you think the Earth is flat now? Is that
Well,
where
what do
we're
you
at?
think
Is
it
that
is?
the
What
intellectual
do you think it
level
is?
we're
Bro,
standing
what
at?
should we think it is? What should we think it is?
What do you think it is? If you're seeing a flat horizon, what is it? Curved?
It could be curved, yeah.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it.
Depending on the situation and how
Yeah,
high you are.
Okay, number one, you asked for a picture of flat Earth. We showed you the picture of flat Earth.
No,
now you're
that's
saying,
a picture of the flat surface.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not a
great.
picture of the flat Earth.
That's great. Yeah, well, the surface is on the Earth, dumbass. What are you,
Okay,
stupid?
but no, duh. But you just showing me a picture of a flat surface doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Are you like
Okay,
slow?
so hold
Earth,
on,
bro. What the?
hold on. Maybe I
Bro,
don't
you're
want to
so
say.
low IQ.
So
Just
no,
take an IQ test right now.
bro, listen. Okay, you said, hey, just because it looks flat means it's curved. How does looking at the sun prove that flat horizon's actually curving?
What did you say?
How does looking at the sun prove that flat horizon's curving, dude?
Because in their own model, they're a flat
No
Earth.
models, dude. No, in your own model, dude. No.
Are these guys flat
I'll
Earthers?
just
Yes or no?
look. I want to know how the sun. I looked at the sun. I saw it up for 24 hours. Then I looked at the horizon. How does that tell me that horizon's curving? Yeah, don't, dude. You're an
How
idiot.
do I know? Because if you're high enough, you'll see a curvature. Trust me.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that? Because there's
Yeah,
thousands
how do
of
you know
videos.
that? Have you been high enough?
There's thousands of videos of professionals being in space. You know, astronauts who did studies longer than yours, who earn more
And
than
you
you, who are
verified
more
them how?
successful than you, and not spending their lives on Discord.
Oh
like you.
God! Now a whole bunch of freaking meta, freaking sociological
Yeah,
bullshit.
says the low IQ more on Discord.
What about you? Just got cooked.
No, I didn't.
Okay, tell me how the
Because you
freaking
can't
sun curves
provide
the
me
surface of
any
the Earth.
image of the Earth being flat from space. None. Zero.
What the hell?
Because there is no outer space. I can't give you an image.
I want to see a reputable
There is
agency
no.
take a picture of the Earth proving me that it's flat.
Well,
Until then,
okay, yeah, okay, cool. So, how do we determine what a reputable agency is? Let's go. Let's start with that.
Full of smart people who have degrees in
Full of smart
aerospace,
people. So, what do?
engineering.
We give.
Do you have a
IQ
degree in
tests.
engineering, in aerospace?
And so, what
Are
do
you
we do?
working at NASA? Are you working at SpaceX or any of that?
So, are you saying that everyone that works at NASA and SpaceX is smart?
Yes, obviously.
What's your bait? How's that obvious?
What do you mean? How's that obvious?
How
Because
did you
they had to do
evaluate
years
that?
of studies.
How do you evaluate that? How do you know?
Yeah, I
that's
told
true?
you. I told you they had to do years of studies and
Yeah.
get
How do you know
accepted
that?
and get
Actually, in
accepted.
fact,
And get
how
accepted
does that
to
make
that
them
position.
smart? No.
They
How
had
does
to
that
go
mean they're
through
smart?
interviews, through multiple interviews. They had to prove themselves. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're
How
smart.
does that mean they're smart? Maybe they suck Elon Musk's dick under the desk.
They suck
How does that make
dicks.
them smart?
You think they? Think you can
Yeah,
suck
you
dicks and
have
get
no
a position at NASA?
Look,
Yeah, good
bro,
luck with
you're
that. But
floundering. You're floundering. Okay, you said there's a bunch of smart people. We want to know how you evaluated their intelligence.
I
All
told
you
you
told us
already.
is how you imagine they got their job.
They did years of studies that you
Yeah,
could.
You
that's
know
what
that.
he's saying. You don't know that?
What?
Yeah, what? You don't know that.
I
You're just
proved to
saying
you that they're smart. What do you mean I don't know that? I do. I can look up the names of major like the major people at NASA. I can assure you that
And then if
most
they
of
have
them
the
have
right name,
degrees
they're
from
smart.
very reputable university.
Reputable? It's reputable.
Yeah.
Okay. And secondly, how do you know what makes them reputable? Oh, because there's very smart people there. You're in a fucking circular loop again. That's all you guys do is go in circular logic loops. We want to know, okay? Your standard was what? What was your standard?
What do you mean my standard?
For your standard
I
for whether
told
you
you
believe space
years
exists.
of
Your
studies,
standard for whether. Why are you
complicated
interrupting me?
fields.
Why are you interrupting me after you asked me a
question?
question? Why are you interrupting me after you asked me a question? You said what standard? And I'm going to tell you the standard you set forth on whether you believe the claims of people that say they took pictures of space. What was your standard?
My standard?
Yeah, your standard of evaluation.
My standard is that they've been up there.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
He's lost. He got lost.
I'm not lost at all.
The telescope.
Most of them were
Jesus
fucking
fucking Christ.
astronauts. So what are you on about?
Yeah, believe really hard. If you believe really, really hard, it becomes true. You heard that, right?
Do you want me to find the names of the astronauts that went up
No.
there?
What does their names tell me?
Why? Why don't you want their names?
What does their names tell us?
With a telescope.
So their testimony. So when Chris Hatfield said the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the ISS, so we rely on that one.
Who says that?
Chris Hatfield. He said on ABC News during the interview that the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the International Space Station. Should we rely on that one?
Sure, we can.
Okay, then the Earth's flat from that perspective.
It says it looks like. He didn't say the Earth is flat.
Well, it looks like. So how do you know it's not?
That doesn't mean he didn't see a curvature.
All right. So now you're gonna detail to us how you know it's a curved surface because he said it looks that way. Well, if it looks flat, even on the surface,
of course.
I'm gonna do.
You know, there's a
Just pause. So if the people on the surface are saying it looks flat, and Chris Hadfield, who was up in the International Space Station, said it looks flat, what are we gonna do with that when somebody says the Earth's a globe? How do we know now that we can test and verify and know for sure that it's a globe? What are we gonna do for that?
If you want to verify that the Earth is a globe, simple.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look at the sun, apparently.
Get a degree in aerospace engineering or something like that. Become an astronaut, and you'll see it for yourself.
Is that it?
Or just pay a. Or
so
no, listen. Or there's a better alternative. Wait, 1 second. You pay
Actually, no. You might leave anyway, but it doesn't matter. You're out of pocket, bro. There's no way that you're just gonna say that and just continue to move forward. No, the standard should be either measuring the surface to be curving, like you think it is, or produce some empirical information that the Earth is an actual globe. It is not having a degree in something. It's the truth of the matter, the obvious truth that the Earth is a globe should be apparent to somebody that would be able to test it. Because you're putting a standard on yourself that makes you just a believer. Because if you're saying you have to get this type of education, you don't have that, which means that you're a believer. That's what you made yourself into one by putting a standard about only people that can be in NASA can only know that the Earth is a globe, and you don't. You're just a believer in it.
I have that education and have worked for NASA.
Yeah, and look how far that's got you in this conversation, Josh. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna actually, I don't know, Indy, if you want to continue with that guy or not. He's a hot mess.
Oh, he is a hot mess.
I find it funny that
go ahead.
he waits until he got wrecked to tell us that he's worked for NASA. Emphasis on half.
No. That was Josh. That was Josh.
Sorry. Okay, I thought that was that other cat. Sorry, Josh.
No.
I clean toilets in NASA.
Sorry.
That was Josh, who had absolutely zero rebuttal to the long-distance observations when presented, and still said he was going to go look into it and learn more about optics, but never ever did.
Actually, I heard different. I heard that he is not interested in looking further into it. I heard that he just likes jumping into these conversations because they're fun on his way to work and from work and sometimes at work. But he doesn't like to investigate more because he feels like he doesn't have a need for it because it's just a fun conversation that he likes to get into. Therefore, he doesn't want to look into anything, according to what he's told me. I'm just saying.
So then why do we keep entertaining him?
Good point.
Is Is this the Josh that works with satellites? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, the Kuiper program.
I mean,
Okay,
take it
yeah, well,
easy
there you
on
are.
him. Let's all take it easy. He admitted he was a villager yesterday and not a wolf, so he said he had no specialized knowledge that everybody else don't have. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's a wrap at that point. We're looking for the people that know, not the people that believe.
That's right. So,
Where's the other guy?
Lewandowski, or whatever the hell his name is one who claims that we do know that the Earth is a globe. That's why I wanted to let him up off of mute. But I just wanted some time for him to reflect on what standard he was actually applying. Was that if the only way that you can know that the Earth is a globe, if you have an education and you go to this NASA, and all this, then you would know. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, you have 10 interviews, you pass those interviews, and then you're in.
Yeah, but then that's the only way you'd know. And then that would make him just a believer, wouldn't it? If those guys know and he doesn't know, that makes him a believer, yeah?
It certainly does.
Okay, so I don't know how he's
Shout
going to
out
get out of
Mr.
that.
Xavier. We have a guest of honor, Mr. Xavier. He's my ex-bro. You don't have to talk. You want? He's
Oh yeah. I've seen Mr. Xavier.
Mr.
Dude.
Xavier.
Even USC's freaking laughing his ass off at these guys.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see the other characters, Sheepdog, perhaps. Anyways,
they're always invited. I'm constantly saying, hey, come check it out.
Yeah, there's an olive branch there, so I don't know. Anyway, I'll let this guy up. I don't know if we want to engage.
Yeah,
with this guy.
I got a question to ask him. Actually,
see if he's raised his standards.
Is he unmuted?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who is it?
I've unmuted him. Lewandowski.
Hey, bro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so let's imagine that we took somebody that never had any contact with civilization. We snatch them out of the Amazon rainforest. What are you going to tell them to convince them the Earth is a globe?
I'll take them to space.
You'll take them to space.
Yeah, if I had the money, I would take them to space. If I was Elon Musk, I would take them to space.
We can't wait for you to, prostitute yourself for that long. So you're just gonna have to come up with the evidence now.
You want the evidence?
What would you tell them? The guy from the Amazon rainforest. What would you show them? What would you tell them?
Easy. I would pull out a phone and show him like the live stream from the ISS showing the Earth.
That's what you would do.
Yes.
And you think the dude from the Amazon rainforest would go, yeah, now the Earth's a ball?
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Is that all it took for you?
Yes.
The TV?
Yep.
They asked the question why they would lie, and you see the outcome of individuals.
Who's
like this guy? That seems to be a question why you guys ask us. Well, why would they lie? Yeah, you guys asked that. When
we asked you.
Yes.
When did I accuse you of lying?
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute. So the general, he's got a real comprehension problem. So usually when we speak to a group of people that believe that the Earth is a globe, when we start giving them all the facts that the Earth isn't a globe, they start to ask us why would they lie? Like the people that they're getting the information that the Earth is a globe from, and including anybody in academia, their parents, it doesn't matter who it is, right? So they're starting to ask questions to us why people would lie about it. And I'm trying to show people that the end result of that is individuals such as yourself. You're caught in this cultist mindset that you can't get out of. So you believe with all your heart and mind and soul that there is an Earth that's a globe, yet you cannot prove it empirically. You can't do that in any way, shape, or form. So you've set a standard that you can't even apply to yourself as if you know the Earth is a globe. You're just showing people what you think it is based on a video, like a live stream, and images and such. And therefore, the Earth is a globe by way of that. So if we were to tell you how can you test for sure that the Earth that you're standing on is a globe, you wouldn't be able to produce information to substantiate that claim. Only that you believe it to be so because of these images and videos. So why they would lie is to make more people like you believe a narrative. And because of the narrative, you can I guess put anything else in between there. Killer asteroids from space. You got limited resources on Earth, overpopulation, climate change, anything that people, whatever narrative controls you on this Earth is going to be used as a foundation that you think that the cosmos are in a specific way that you've been told based on these images and such. So yeah, it all comes back to this. You're in a belief system and you don't know how to get out of it because you've just been born into it. That's it.
Whatever he believes.
Wait,
He believes
let me
everything he sees on
answer
TV.
that real quickly.
Sure.
So, do you consider videographic observations as evidence or no?
Yeah, you can submit that as evidence.
How do you know they're
Okay,
videographic
okay.
observations, bro? They're just look.
Can
Someone
you
says,
prove to me
"Hey,
that they're fake?"
look, bro. Do I have to prove to you that Bigfoot pictures are fake?
No, prove to me that the videos from NASA are fake. Go.
Yeah, okay, real easy. This is super simple. Those videos show curving oceans, and we've measured the ocean, and it's not curving. Therefore,
The
they're fake.
videos specifically.
Yeah, that's what they're
But
showing
we
you.
can measure the things that they
That's
depict.
you
Bro,
applying
listen
your
really
own
carefully.
beliefs to the videos,
Bro,
not the video
listen
itself.
carefully. No, don't try to overtalk me. You asked me, and I answered. Address my answer. What did I
Should
say
I
to you?
adjust it if it's irrelevant? I'm asking you to
It's
prove
irrelevant.
that the
The thing
videos
that's
are fake.
depicted in the picture can't possibly be real, dude.
And possibly according to your own thinking, but you're not proving
No,
that
according
the
to
video
measurements.
itself.
According to measurements,
Okay,
dude.
why
According to measurements.
What is the proof for you that the videos are fake? Go.
I just gave it to you.
But
The
that's
thing
not proof.
depicts
That's not proof at all.
Okay,
That's
so
ridiculous.
if the images depict something, that doesn't exist, when we go to the Earth, the things that are in the image,
According
right?
to your own beliefs, yeah, they don't
What do you mean?
exist
It's not a
according to your own
belief,
beliefs.
dude.
No,
Bro.
it is a belief.
So if I take a device and measure the surface of water and show that it's not curving, and that water is in those pictures, and it is curving in the picture, that picture can't be real.
Listen, I don't know anything about this geometry, mathematical stuff. Okay, I don't know.
I know. Just stick with your coloring books, bro. Books with lots of pictures, you'll be all right. It's really simple. If someone shows you a picture, and what's depicted in that picture doesn't exist, then the picture is fake. I don't have to prove how they faked it.
Yeah, what's important is that the last comment that he made is that he doesn't understand any of this measurements or mathematics. He's already threw his own claim under the bus by saying he doesn't understand how this could be the case, that what you're telling him could be true. So that makes it difficult for him to even comprehend that he could be wrong. So he's stuck in a loop, in a cultist mindset, that you're wrong and he's right.
Well, I mean, it's real simple, man. Is he still here? Did he bolt?
No, he's here.
Hey, can I ask him a quick question?
No,
I'll try to be quick about it.
One second, Chief. I want to ask him one thing. If NASA showed you a picture of Jesus walking on water, would you believe that?
Yeah.
And there we go. Even though you know it's physically impossible to walk on water, you'd still believe the picture.
Well, on the basis that NASA is giving him information, he's gonna take that in. So if you were to say anything else, you could say, well, what if a whole bunch of people, just random people, took a video of it? So he's putting NASA above all else. Yeah. So it doesn't matter. You insert whatever you wanted to say in there, Indio. It doesn't matter what it is. Some other spectacular claim. NASA saw Santa Claus flying over, Chicago or whatever. He'd be like, yeah, of course. Like anything that has to do with NASA and it's attached to it, he's just going to say yes to.
But that was Sphere before NASA.
Well, now I got a second question.
They have a time camera.
Huh?
Oh, it's established.
No, I
that
was just trying to Sasha. Sasha brought up that Jesus was before NASA, and I said they have a time camera. This dude would believe it. If NASA said we have a camera that can take pictures of the past. Yeah, yes, if NASA said it, it's possible.
That one, okay.
That's just strange.
Well, let's ask him the inverse then. Let's do the Matthew Learns thing. If NASA came out today and said, "Oh, we've been lying to the public. It's flat. Here's all the documents that prove it. We've been scamming the whole Earth for decades," would he believe it?
Would you believe it, bro? Is he still here?
Would you believe it, Lewandowski?
Yeah, I wasn't listening. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, if NASA came out, showed you all the documents, said, "Hey, we're lying about the shape of the Earth. It's really flat."
Then I would believe it. Yes. Yes, I would believe it.
You would believe it. Okay.
Told you.
Can you
If NASA
can
said
I ask
we're
you a
liars,
question?
would you believe that?
What? What did he say?
If NASA said that they were liars, would you believe that?
Depends.
No.
If they told me specifically what lies they made, then yeah.
There
So
you go.
you
They would show me
okay,
the
say we're
evidence of
liars,
why
and
they
then
lied,
you're gonna
then yes,
believe
absolutely, I would
self-admitted.
believe.
Yeah, you're gonna believe self-admitted liars.
You present me evidence, I will believe you. Yes.
No,
Concrete
it's not
evidence, I
evidence.
will believe
Not
you.
Go to the
evidence.
ocean.
He's got a shrine to NASA. Everything that they do cannot be wrong. It's whatever they do, just follow
Never said that. I never said that.
You will follow them.
You're putting
to the
words
end
in
of
my
the earth.
mouth.
Dude, NASA is so, it's like a god to you. Like whatever it
I
says,
never
like
said
that's
that.
what you'll do. No, this is evident. Every question that we ask you, it's evident of your answer that it doesn't matter what it is. NASA says you'll believe it. 100%.
Wait, wouldn't you believe people that have done years of studies that have dedicated their
I
lives
told
to
you.
it?
Now you're reasoning with us why you believe. We get it. You're a cultist. That's fine.
Lewandowski.
What kind of degrees did you get though?
How do you know what NASA did? How do you know about anything that NASA does?
Because
Anything.
it's been documented, and even the Russians
There you go.
admitted
Okay,
it. So
what documents did you read?
what documents?
Yeah, you said it's been documented. What documents did you read?
Do you want like proof of like the documents?
Yeah, I want the
like
documents
Russians,
you read when you
Russians
evaluated
proving
it
that the
documented.
United
No,
States
dude, I
landed
want
on the moon.
no. I want
What do you mean, no?
you read when you evaluated it's been documented.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you never did any of that, dude.
Hold on.
You're
The
just saying shit that
documentation
you
of
believe
the
in.
landing on the moon by the Russians is not enough for you, for example?
The Russians said America never went to the moon.
Rivals?
The Russians said America never went to the moon.
No, they never said that. Even they admitted
Yes, they did.
that.
You want to bet money?
Nope.
Want to bet money?
Yep.
Want to bet money?
Yep, we
okay.
can.
1 second. Okay, how much money you got? It's a sucker's bet, bro.
Let's see.
Hey, Lewandowski, while you're figuring out your money, look at this image that I posted at.
Yeah, there you go. Russian space
51.
chiefs finally admit U.S. landed on the moon. There you go. However, Boris said that the test performed on the samples by the Russian Academy of Scientists confirmed their authenticity. There you go.
But you said they never said that.
So the Russians admitted.
Look at the image that I posted at 51 minutes past the hour. You see that image of SpaceX?
Which one?
51 minutes past the hour. Just scroll up.
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah. What do you think about that image that Elon Musk retweeted out?
I don't know. It's a normal image.
Really? Who took the picture?
I have no idea. Why are you asking me these questions?
Well, I'm just curious. Who went out and floated away into space to go take that picture?
I don't fucking know.
Fake.
Yeah, he's more on the tip of like whatever NASA says, not whatever images are being just shown by whatever corporation. He's more like, if NASA's doing something and they're saying something, I'll believe that. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. And then he gives a reason for why he believes it.
Yo, AV, what are your credentials? I'm curious.
Lewandowski,
You sound so opinionated on this.
I'm about to tell you. I'm a professional globe ass kicker. Okay.
Oh, okay. So basically nothing. You probably didn't even go to college. Makes sense.
Look, appeals and credentials are logical fallacies. Nothing about the person.
No, they're not.
tells
They
you
clearly
about...
aren't.
Yeah, they clearly are.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
So,
So
everything,
if you want to
if
become a
someone has
geologist or
credentials,
something like that, you want to
No,
become a
bro.
space engineer, you think they're going to accept you?
Who cares? That's you're
What do you
making
mean, who
statements about
cares?
human beings. Yeah, you're making statements about what human beings would or wouldn't do. We're talking about the truth of a claim. The truth of a claim is not decided by the fucking credentials of the person that said it.
No, it is. It
They're
actually is.
decided by the evidence.
It actually
The
is.
evidence.
If these people spent
actually
years
is.
studying something which they
That's
made
a
that
logical
thing a
fallacy.
passion,
The logical
yeah,
fallacy.
they will know more than you.
Okay.
Trust me. That's why you don't fuck with
Okay.
LeBron James in basketball.
Oh my god, you're a retard, dude.
No, I'm not a retard. I'm just a sane
Yeah,
person
you're
like
worse than a
you.
retard. You're low IQ, below 70, 30.
Oh yeah, sure.
So check this out. So when in the past they believed in phlogiston, all the scientists in the world believed that phlogiston was inside of things, and that's why they lit on fire. Because they had credentials, that makes it true, right? According to your standard, it's the credentials that decide.
What is it you said? Repeat yourself, please.
Just go on mute, dude. Don't talk anymore.
He can't
You're not
comprehend
going to
what you
listen.
said.
I wasn't listening to, bro. I was responding.
I know
to a
you
friend.
weren't. Just go on mute, dude.
Can't you just repeat?
Nope.
There was a substance. People used to think that fire was caused by a substance called phlogiston. All the scientists in the world at the end of the 18th century believed this. All the top people knew, everyone. This was the mainstream theory of how fire was created for hundreds of years. Okay? So really simply, according to your method of evaluation, fire must be caused by phlogiston and not oxidation. Because all the people with credentials said it was true. You see how stupid that is? Appeal to credentials is a logical fallacy. The only thing that matters is the evidence. Fucking, how dumb do you have to be to try to argue that a logical fallacy is correct? What the hell's wrong with you, boy?
Don't they say that the majority of scientists agree with those who fund them?
Yeah, and you want to know who disproved that? Other scientists, other people with big credentials.
Lewandowski, what is flat earther? Why they are flat earthers?
I don't know. Ask them.
I know, but you don't know.
Of course, I don't know because they're.
That means it must be a reason for that. You are saying there is NASA telling that you said I believe NASA, but there must be a reason why flat earthers don't believe NASA and why they think that Earth is flat.
You can't be this far into cognitus, man.
You're going to make them humanize us. You don't want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we got somebody else in there we can speak to. How about Alloy? Yeah, that guy's an extreme cultist. I mean, you could probably think he's probably like Cosmic on a different scale, though.
I think the difference is that kid got brainwashed. Cosmic is brainwashing himself.
That's a pretty good distinction between the two, yeah. Yeah, Cosmic believes the shit he's saying coming out of his own mouth, and this guy just believes whatever organization like NASA's saying. What a sad world to live in when you can't even question the narrative based on like you just believing that people that hold some sort of status in life are like gods of intellect, and you can't reach that level of like scrutiny to be able to scrutinize what they're saying. Sad situation.
This kid, does he actually believe the fairy tales he's spouting, or is he just trying to assuage his loneliness by coming in here and just saying whatever that seems opposite to what we're saying?
No, it sounds like he's really defending a position of like saying that people who are in those positions, like whatever organization, that whatever they say is it's just gold.
They're gods.
It's the truth. It's the truth. They could say nothing that could be corrected later in the future, and that's what the point that India was making earlier. But the like academia was thinking something in the 18th century, and then it turns around that it's not exactly what they were saying. So, but if he was living back then, he would agree that he would be having the same argument. No, but they said it was, so that's how it is.
Now, what was the stuff that fire was supposedly made of? I've not heard of that before.
Fire?
Is that what he said earlier? That something, some substance that fire was made of that got fire to start, that they believed up until the end of the, or like to the end of the 1700s or something?
Yeah, phlogiston.
How do you spell that? I never heard of that.
I don't know. I'm sure if you misspelled it, they'd probably correct it.
Starts with a PH.
PHLOGISTON.
He was just driving the point home about it. It wasn't so much about
No,
that.
no, no. No, I know, I get it. No, no, I just. Oh, here we go. Phlogiston theory. Yeah, I never heard of that before, so that's cool.
But he's committing the same fallacy as people would back then do. So.
Oh no, I got the entire. No, I got the entire grader lesson. I just didn't catch what the.
Dude,
Because I
if
had never heard of that
this
before.
place
That's
existed
pretty
back
interesting.
then, he'd be on here. We'd be like, "There's no such thing as phlogiston," and he'd be like, "Yeah, there is. The scientists, the trustable, verifiable academics, they prove phlogiston."
You're stupid that you don't believe in this.
How about we do a more recent one where lobotomies cured mental illness?
Yeah, it doesn't matter which one. It like in these examples, it's not really about the example itself. It's about the idea that somebody will believe an academic resource or whatever they say. That's all it is. Any example that gets put forward is just you have to look at why people just accept these things. It's more peer into like the mind of a human that thinks certain things. Their worldview is constructed of things that they think is true based on people they consider to be, higher in intellect. And without any scrutiny of what the information's coming at them about. They're not going to even look into it. They're just going to accept it wholeheartedly and say, "Yep, this is the truth." I mean, I don't know if you guys want to live in that kind of world. I sure as hell don't. But the young people of today are growing up in a world just like that. And I would assume that this person is a young person. So he's growing up in a world where information's coming at him like in all kinds of ways, right? You got, his phone's doing it, his little watch is doing it, like computers doing it. So, and it's so much information. In order for him to process it, he's got to like outsource that to like, well, okay, NASA must be speaking truth. I don't got time to look into all that stuff because I got all these other things going on, and and I can't just dissect each and every one thing that's coming at me. So some things I'm just gonna have to take it for granted. Like that's just the way it is.
Yeah, he's too busy with LeBron James statistics.
Yeah. He sounds like, those kind of guys that you listen to, that they're more interested in worldly things versus like actually being involved with like the more intellectual side of the way people could think. So yeah, he's more involved with like worldly things. So it's like akin to like when you really want to have a deep discussion with someone and they're just wanting to talk about like NASCAR or the latest football game, and you're just like, you're not interested. You're like, they're just
Like, bro, did you see that outfit that LeBron James wore when he entered the arena?
Yeah, exactly that. He's like, dude, I gotta get me one of those. And like, you're just so not interested in that type of convo, man. You're like, maybe it's just us that we've over time we want more than just that kind of a typical, blase conversation, bro. Do you find yourself yearning for that? I do. Shit, I don't want to be surrounded by people just talking about stupid nonsense all day.
So I had one of my economics professors in college said that the best way for him to be at a family gathering or a church cookout or something was for him to be grabbing his food, and then for somebody to turn around and say something like, "Hey, I know you're a professor of economics. What do you think about," and then mention some thin little slice of something that was in the news recently. He said he said the worst thing about that is because that person doesn't actually want to hear what you have to say. They want to hear you say what they want you to say. And I have yet to come across a better example than this topic here of people, they'll ask you some slither of something that they've heard from McToons or saw on a Facebook meme or something, but they don't really want the answer. They just want what they
want
want.
a confirmation bias.
Yeah, they want you to capitulate what they're saying is true and be like, yeah, you agree, right? Right? And you're like, fuck no, man. I don't believe what that shit you're talking about. And when the moment you do that, it's like instant cog dis. What do you mean, bro? And they just can't, their brain starts going in like fucking a million directions.
And they're just listening. They're breaking your conversation down one word at a time because they want to argue the word. They don't even want to argue the point anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You know who does that a lot? Fucking what's his name that comes in here? Mez. Fucking does it all the time, dude. He repeats the whole fucking sentence he said.
Yeah, Mez.
He says it the whole fucking. Oh, he's in here. He says the whole fucking sentence, dude. Fucking. So you're saying the Earth cannot be a globe because the Earth is like he does this shit all the time, bro. It's fucking funny.
That's arguing a word. I think that's arguing like the definition of a word.
You do it because you when you go slow through it, you try to see if there's anything in the sentence you could pick apart. Fucking, I hear you all the time.
What's an example of that? What's an example?
You mean like an argument? Yeah, I think he tries to do that.
Yeah, see, everybody knows that. we always.
What's an example?
Let's just be real. Let's just be real, dude. Let's just be real. Every time
let's be real. Give me an example.
See, you're doing it now. Fucking hell, bro.
Why do you try
bro,
and
you must have heard him so hard.
Wrong and try and pick it apart? Why do you
He's
do that?
ABC
What are you talking about?
You must have hurt him.
So when you say let's be real, and I say okay, let's be real. That's there's a problem.
Was that an argument, Cavendish? That wasn't an argument.
Hey,
that was just him restating what I'm saying, just so you can find out what I'm saying.
That's not an argument. That's asking a question.
No, you're just repeating what I'm saying because you're trying to, like Sheepdog was saying.
I'm asking you a question. Give me an example of this thing you don't like.
And you like to fundy mute people too. So you jump in the middle of what they're saying. It's a concept. Look,
fundy mute.
Instant cognitive dissonance. Yeah, you're a globalist fundamentalist. Yeah.
Somebody's been watching too much QE lately.
Right.
No, so when you think about like an argument, you don't just you don't contemplate it. You have to repeat everything somebody says all the time.
Wait,
And
are you
most-
trying? Are you trying to
I
say
think-
he's repeating other people's arguments, or he's just
No,
repeating what
no. Yes,
the person
yes,
who's
yes,
arguing is
yes,
saying?
Yes, exactly that. So if like I say an argument, he'll say the exact same thing slowly, as if he's trying to understand what I'm saying every fucking time.
Oh, so he's
To
trying
understand
not to
what someone is
straw man.
saying. Oh my god!
Yeah,
So he's trying
a
not
lot
to
of people.
straw man you. He's trying to
No,
argue in
no,
good
no, no,
faith.
no,
Oh
no, no,
no!
that's not it. That's
Is
not
that
it at all.
alien
You're
I
to
missing
hate when
you?
people do that.
Is
No,
that
you're missing
alien
it.
to you, Alpha?
No, you're missing it.
Anyway,
Like,
this
wait,
isn't
you
even
said
an example
offense.
of
You mean
like what the
offense
person was
with a
saying.
C or offense with a S?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly what Sheepdog's saying.
Right. But what you what I was accused of initially here
Exactly
was
what you do.
picking apart the definition of a word. I don't think I do that. I think you guys do that when people mention like horizon and say, "Oh, well, the horizon's defined this way, so whatever."
Well,
That's
Yeah,
an example of that.
Picking apart
Yeah,
a word
there you
is
go.
not like what you guys tend to do. And I'm saying I'm blanketing you guys as in anybody who disagrees because it's going against the paradigm that the Earth is a horizontal plane. So you have to, in some way, figure out that there's one word that you can use that's going to be like, well, we all agree that the word means this, and like, that's what I'm saying.
No, I think
We
arguing
focus-
over definitions is a pretty poor way to argue. As long as you
Really?
and I both understood the thing that we're referring to, arguing over a definition is pretty pointless.
Well, the definition is because we're trying to ascribe the token meaning to the defined word. We're trying to figure out what it means. So if it doesn't have meaning or coherence to like our physical world, then why are we going to be using it in an argument? We need to understand each other in that way. So
Yeah, so
like
as long as we understand each other, there's no issue.
Well, but a lot of times people are making discussions in here that they're talking past each other because they don't know if the word that they're using specifically, not just any word, words that have meaning to the context. So it's not just like, you're just going to repeat what somebody's argument is and try to pick apart each word that they're using. You're using the picking apart semantics in order for you to guide the context. You want people to be understanding what you're saying in regards to the token meaning of the word you're talking about.
That was a lot of gibberish.
Really? So
yes.
When somebody's trying to understand, like if I'm talking about a level horizon, then the words that I'm using, they actually have a token meaning, right? What does level mean? To you, what would it mean to you? Like a horizontal, flat? Is that what it means?
No, I would assume level to mean of equal elevation.
Okay, so yeah, equal elevation. And what is your base reference frame?
Sea level.
Yeah, what is sea level? We're gonna keep going back till we find out the basis of what the meaning is.
It's where the sea is. The height of the sea.
And how do they measure sea level?
By looking at it. That's your baseline.
No, that's not. You don't understand. Like in this particular argument, what's funny is that you don't understand what the methodology is and how they determined what sea level is, the mean sea level.
Okay, maybe you could enlighten me.
You want to know something crazy, Miz? You want to know something crazy, Miz?
No, I want to know how we find out what sea level is.
Concentric circles are not level with each other.
I want to know how we find out what sea level is.
Concentric circles are not level with each other.
Well, it's just because water is flat, man. That's all you say. Oh. You just say that, and then that makes it level.
Oh.
It always seeks its level, man.
Yeah, but to you guys, how did you determine what mean sea level is?
It's where the sea is.
Dude, don't say the obvious.
Average height of the sea.
Yeah, I know. What is the methodology that they use to determine how do they get it? How is it taken?
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
I'm getting
sea level is the average height of the sea.
You have a gap of knowledge.
I
You
don't
have
know
a gap of knowledge. You have a gap of knowledge.
Maybe I do. Maybe you can enlighten me then.
Dude, I'm trying to tell you something. You have a gap of knowledge.
Tell me.
You already. Then shut the fuck up. You have a gap of knowledge that every single time you bring this word up, you are just insinuating that you already know what the word means and that you expect that we're both saying the same thing. But what I'm saying is whenever we talk about mean sea level, there's no actual context to how they derived it. So it seems like we're talking past each other whenever we're bringing sea level up, or at least mean sea level, whenever we're saying how they derived it and how it was taken and therefore how it's applied. So we have to, if we're going to, in the realm of what we're talking about here, we're going to have to give it some sort of description of how people understand it to be taken. So if you can
Let's not
now,
talk past each other, and you
I
can
know.
just tell me what
If
mean
you-
sea level is.
Yeah, if you can right now, because if I do start detailing it to you and you want to see what it is, you could easily type it into Google and find out how it was taken. So the measurement of sea level over a 19-year period of the rise and fall of tides, depending on what coastline you're going to be taking it from, is going to be giving an average of that mean sea level. And therefore it's going to establish a zero baseline for elevation change if you're going to be doing taking measurements on land, and thereby creating a horizontal plane that they're going to be able to give an established height to things that are in the distance horizontally across the surface, so that you can get an understanding of what elevation is. So you can look it up because all there, but that's how
So
it's
it's where the
taken.
sea
And they're
is.
not
So it
using,
is what I said.
but they're not using. You didn't say that. Did you say what I said?
I said it's where the sea is. It's the average height of the sea.
Yeah. How did they take it though?
What do you mean? How do they take it?
Yeah, dude. You see,
So they find some sea, and there's okay. That's my base for elevation.
Yeah, who's taking
then we measure things
Who the fuck's taking
against that.
Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Who's doing that?
My friend Frederick from
over
Norfolk.
a 19-year period. Did Frederick do it over a 19-year period?
No.
Okay, then he's not fucking taking mean sea level like the way they're saying it is it he?
Doesn't matter who does it.
You big doofus. Like, you need to do it exactly the methodology because of the fluctuations of the rise and fall of tides.
The methodology,
dude,
doesn't matter. What matters is what it is, and what it is the average height of the sea.
Average height, dude, if you want to get an average height of the rise and fall of tides, you need a longer period of time so that you can get a more precise, accurate measurement of a mean sea level. You don't just fucking go out
that's
there.
how
and
you
say,
get your average.
Oh, after
no
a
one
week.
said.
After a week's time, we're just going to see the rise and fall of tides, and thereby we're just going to arbitrarily give it so 0 point will be here. No.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Yeah, so it's important, isn't it? It's important that you have this information if you're going to talk about it anyway.
Yes, if you want to know the average over a period, you've got to measure it over a period, and then you find the average.
All right, but you didn't know that period, and so neither does your friend.
Doesn't matter what the period is.
Yes, it is, dumbass.
There's an average height of sea level.
Yes, it does matter.
That's your sea level.
Dude, go look it up, because right now you're talking out of your ass, and so does your friend Frederick. You guys don't know what the fuck you're doing. All right. So in regards to
relevant anyway,
because we're establishing a 0 point for horizontal elevation.
You're aware it's just an average, right?
Okay,
it's not like an actual line, right?
So now,
you know that, right?
Yeah. So how are you going to tell me there's an established elevation change if you don't have a baseline for it? Measure.
Yes, we have a baseline.
We call that change depending on where you are.
That's not what we're talking about, dumbass. We're talking about how are you going to establish an elevation change on land? How are you going to do that?
You can make an arbitrary set point. You can make it whatever the fuck you want it to be in elevation.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Stupid. That's fucking stupid.
Why not?
No.
Why can't I just have an arbitrary
because
set
you're
point?
going off of a baseline for the rise and fucking fall of tides. It's not just fucking whatever you willy-nilly want to make it.
Why couldn't it be that?
That's fucking stupid.
Why couldn't I have an arbitrary baseline of whatever elevation I wanted to be and measure it from that?
Because you're trying to figure out what the baseline for that water that's on the ocean, what it's going to be, because you want to have buildings constructed. So when you do that,
why can't I do that off an arbitrary one?
I'm gonna fucking tell you, Cavendish. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
So when you go horizontally across, whatever part of land you're going to be measuring elevation change from, you want to know if there's going to be a rise over run. Because if you're going to build something at an angle and there's going to be a runoff, you need to know where that's going to be at. So it's crucial information, especially if you're doing canals or bridges or any other thing that's going to need this information. It's crucial. It's a critical information, and especially for those who are going to be doing these types of things. Sewers are going to need that. Any type of structure that's going to take over distance, it's going to need to have an elevation change profile. So you need that profile. It's a part of geologists use this. This information needs to be paramount and understood very well. So if you don't have something that's established, and if you're just like, oh, let's just willy-nilly make up what mean sea level is, then you're not going to have accurate runoff information. If something's going to have at an angle off into the distance, like on land, So it's crucial and it's critical, right? So you need to be at a place where you understand where you have established that at, to have a baseline. That's how we know how tall things are. We're going off of mean sea level. So this is a lot of the critical information that you guys seem to negate when you talk about this topic. And it's not my fault that you guys don't have the knowledge on this. You need to go and check it out if you don't believe me. Otherwise, anything that people build on land is going to be way off in everything that they're trying to do. When it concerns like, whether something's going to be at an angle and they're concerning like sewers and canals, if they're going to be building something that's going to be, causing, pooling.
Yes, we understand the importance of having baseline level. Okay.
Yeah.
And we use
So
mean
then
sea level.
why don't you establish that and understand how it was established, and then be able to tell the people that you can't do that on a fucking globe? Can you?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So how do you get a horizontal baseline to understand where the canal's being constructed or a sewer line? And then you're going to say you're going to have to account for the curvature of the earth, because you don't fucking do that when you're building shit like that. Do you?
If you want to establish a horizontal baseline, you simply have a line that is perpendicular to plumb. It is an imaginary line.
It's not going along the curvature of the earth.
No,
it just isn't. All right. So therefore, there's no way that you could measure the curvature of the earth, because it's not even needed in what we're talking about with measuring over distance and concerns
There's
with
no way you can measure the
sea level.
curvature of the.
Yeah.
What do you mean? There's no way you can measure the curvature of the earth with a horizontal baseline?
Well, has it been done? Has it been done?
Yes.
Go ahead and show me. And if you're going to use mean sea level to measure the curve of the earth, I'd fucking like to see that magic trick. Go for it.
I wouldn't use mean sea level to measure the curvature of the earth. Or at
Oh,
least I'm
really?
not doing it in this example. And
So
I'm
what
muted on
are
the
you
side
going
chat,
to?
so you're going
What
to
is
need to
your?
unmute.
So what is your baseline?
Horizontal.
Yeah. How do you establish that?
Perpendicular to plumb.
And how do you establish that?
With a plumb bob.
Yeah, the plumb bob is perpendicular to what?
Horizontal.
And how do you establish horizontal?
By having it perpendicular to plumb.
Okay, that's circular. No, that's just circular.
That's not circular.
Yeah,
You asked.
It is. No, there's the plumb bob.
Your line of questioning was circular.
The plumb bob is referencing something. What is it referencing?
Vertical.
Vertical? No, it's referencing
the direction
something. If it's plumb, yeah, there you go. And how do you know that? How do you know that gravity is keeping at an orientation where you can have a horizontal baseline?
Because it falls in one direction.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Because you can see it fall.
Okay, and how do you know that all the way down?
How do I know it all the way down?
It's going to the
What do you
center.
mean, how do I know it all the way down? Down to what? The floor?
It's going to.
Because it stops at the floor?
Well, where is it? Where is it pointing down to? Where is, like, if it's
down.
pointing down?
That is it. It's pointing down.
Yeah. What? Just to the floor?
Yes.
Okay, so if I have a plumb bob, let's say, I don't know, 2 miles away from you, where is it going to be pointing to?
Down.
Okay, and if you have those two plumb bobs at 2 miles away from each other, are in relation to each other, how are they pointing?
They will be pointing towards each other, to the center of the earth.
There you go.
Unless you believe in flat Earth,
then
they will be
we
parallel.
got to it now. How do you know that's true right there? How do you know they're pointing to the center of the earth?
Well, that's the thing in contention when this whole discussion.
Yeah, I know that. How do you know that?
Because you use a plumb bob to establish a vertical. Then from that you establish a horizontal. And from that you can measure a drop over distance.
Yeah, really? So how do you know the plumb bobs are at angled towards each other? How do you know that?
Because we measure drop over distance.
Okay. You're measuring a drop over distance. So what is the distance that this has been measured with? Since you're saying that it can be done. Give me an example of it.
I can show you it's at 74 miles.
74 miles?
Yeah.
I remember about 5 miles in a week.
Yeah, you've done it in 74 miles, have you?
Yeah, in about a week.
Yeah, Jesse did.
Who's this guy? Is he the guy who's done it?
Yeah, Jesse Patholite. He measured a 0.27
No, the
degree
guy who's
drop
speaking, is
to
he Jesse
a
Path of
No,
target.
Light?
we're not
Is
using
the guy
Jesse
is
Path of Lies.
Oh,
is
why are we
is
using
Jesse
Jesse Path
Path
of
of
Light?
Light in here? Hold on, fuck. Is Jesse Path of Light in here?
I think Cavendish is Jesse Path of Light. It sounded like him, dude.
No. So 75 miles distance, and you said you've measured drop over distance.
Yeah. It dropped over 3,130 feet.
Okay, what device?
Theodolite.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't have feet in the theodolite readout.
No, it measures an angle, like I said.
Oh, okay. So you measured an angle. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, you measured an angle. So what?
Correct.
Yeah, so what?
So we measured a negative angle to a target that has a elevation.
A negative angle?
1,288 feet higher than the observer. And this calculates out to a drop of 3,130 feet below where it, quote unquote, should be on flat Earth.
So calculate. Yeah, actually calculates.
Ah, Yeah, he calculated. He didn't measure it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you measure an angle.
Yeah, you measured an angle, not curvature.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you want to explain this on flat Earth, that'd be great.
I don't need to explain it. I can demonstrate it actually happening
wave
with
dismissal.
photographs that
Nah,
I
it doesn't
took
count.
myself. No, I can demonstrate it with myself that this drop over distance is caused by meteorological conditions, not
Okay,
Earth current.
what meteorological conditions are going to cause a drop over distance?
Doesn't matter. I can
It
demonstrate
doesn't matter. Demonstrate it, please.
I don't need to know why to
How are you
demonstrate
demonstrating it if you don't know what it is, and it doesn't matter what it is?
Because I take two photographs and I see one is dropped and the other isn't. Of the same thing. 40 minutes apart. Nothing to say, Mez? We know, based upon things like the flattening of the sun and other observations, that things with distance appear compressed. We know this. So using a theodolite beyond spec, way beyond spec, 74 miles, saying, hey, I measured curvature of the Earth, is fucking astronomical level retard. Okay, first of all, you can't create a level line all the way to that mountain 74 miles with your three little fucking bubbles inside the theodolite. That's retarded too.
Thanks for that, Indio. I had to step out. I had to go back into my job.
Jesse pathological liar in the first place.
Yeah, he used Path the Light in his example.
He's getting freaking this dude. Unverified nonsense from this dude, and we have to talk about a pathological liar, dude. Like literally, that dude's been caught lying so many fucking times. It isn't
He
even funny at
literally
this
clowned
point.
you. What are you talking about?
Who clowned me?
He did.
Who?
You know exactly who I'm talking about.
No, I don't know who you're talking about.
Sea lion.
Who's the fucking sea lion?
Oh, ABC Lion, fucking Mez.
Oh yeah, sea lion. Clowned himself. Did he measure curvature? Did he measure drop over distance?
Yeah, he explained it to you perfectly.
Yeah, what was the measurement value?
Bro, you know what your cope was? Meteorological fucking issues, bro. Seriously?
Yeah, it's well known
Is
that
that
this
your
happened.
excuse?
It's not
Sure.
an excuse. It's well known that it happened. It's not even an excuse.
Of course.
Okay, so tell me, go on Google and type in flattening of the sun and tell me why that happened. Why does the sun look smushed? Is the sun actually smushed?
You don't even know about the argument. This is low IQ guy that was in here earlier, Lebowski. That didn't
Oh
Bro, you can't even pronounce that correctly, bro. Who's the low
I'll just
IQ
call
in
you
the
Bob.
room? You can't even.
So you're the one who needs. You're the one who needs
Lewandowski, bro. Is it
picture books.
hard? Jesus.
You're the one that ignores the outdoors and looks at picture books. Okay.
Picture books. Sure. So how come you're here in that Discord instead of working at NASA and
Oh
making
my
six
god! There you
figures?
go again,
Why
dude.
would I work at NASA?
We should just keep
Because
this guy.
wait, who wouldn't want to earn six figures?
Believe me, I've earned six figures. I've actually worked at General Dynamics. You know what that is?
Oh, I didn't know
You
you
know what
wanted to
that?
entertain him, dude. I just muted him. Do you want to talk to this guy?
Oh
Fucking
no,
dude.
like his bias is just disgusting. Like
It
you're like,
is.
oh, I should call that right. You're a bigot, bro. You're just a bigot. You concocted an idea of what NASA does, what the scientists do, what all these other people you don't know and never met do. When we've talked to them in here in this chat and other places, and now you're also playing Mystic Mag about what we do. I think we created an anti-flat earther. Think he's going to be an anti-flat earther now?
Who, Bob?
Every day.
Yeah.
No, Minkowski or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Bob.
Hey, Bob, how do you spell your name backwards?
The perfect fitting for a name, Big Orange Ball. It's when he's assassinated.
Dude, I wouldn't trust Jesse to do anything. Anything.
And wasn't his argument also that he wanted to come in and help us out? He's like, I'm in here to help you guys.
Yeah, we're here to find the truth. Just watch his videos. Watch the video, watch what is happening on the screen, and then listen to what he's saying and listen to how they don't match what's actually happening. It's fucking crazy, dude. He's like, yeah, this is all lined up perfectly right on the 43.3-inch mark. It's fucking nowhere near the 43-inch mark. You're just saying it like you trying to gaslight me in your own video?
Yeah, they're trying to. Cavendish is trying to go after Radwin's profession now. That attempt, bro. Like ain't got shit. It's all they have. These anti-flat earthers just try to like disparage the character. I can say shit that they don't know about.
Because they have no character.
You just haven't
Hate to
gotten
say
that
it.
high. You got to get really high.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, my bad earlier, man. That guy actually sounds just like Jesse.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
The outward force is fictitious because in our Earth frame of reference it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree. They must have squirreled away some kind of a nest egg to continue operating. Yeah, I posted it in the chat if anybody wants to look at the history of what I was talking about. It gives you some information as to like how it survived.
Hello, everyone. Let the globe proving commence. Go ahead. Anybody got anything for the globe? Go ahead. This mic working? Okay, then. This has been Dead Air Dave. Continue or silence, your choice. Here's some people popping in and out. Anybody want to talk about the nature of reality? Go ahead. Guess not. Back on mute. Hello, Colonel Saab. Welcome to the channel. What say you? Is the Earth a spinning ball? And he bounced. Alrighty then. Back to silence. Why is this guy y'all are arguing with in the chat not in here talking about whatever he's talking about? AG or Level Linus, if you want to answer.
I don't know. He's an anti-flat earther that's hung up on keyboard warrior shit right now, I guess. I think he should come in here and defend his point. But after I show, because he's trying to tell me that I need to go learn about physics, and I'm like, I'm literally quoting a video. It was created by physicists who are globers. Maybe you need to watch the video so you get what I'm talking about.
Guess he just likes chat skanking, huh?
Yeah. I'm not making any claims. I'm just pointing out something some other dude said. I digress.
Where's this globe evidence at, AG? They taught us all it was all factual and it all got figured out. So where's it at?
You just have to imagine hard enough.
If you imagine,
you got to believe, and then you'll see it.
If you can imagine that men can make up a bunch of stories about the sky and then put it in textbooks, then you can imagine a globe, right? Be easy to do.
I think people would be surprised at how many times we hear that word, though. Just imagine. Imagine this. Imagine that. They always invoke imagination instead of just reality, which is what we're trying to point at.
9 times out of 10, you point out the Earth's not moving. Their first thing they say, imagine you're in a train or a car, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. You've always got to go into imagination land for their types of proof. It's all thought experiment crap.
Imagine you're an ant on a basketball. Never heard that one, right?
Or an ant sitting on the face of a clock on the hand on the clock. Same thing.
Anyway, thanks for piping up. I just got a few minutes here. I was hoping I could stir up something. But for any honest inquirer of the actual facts of reality that's not looking too good for this globe. Just my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Seems like it's just an idea that men came up with. That's kind of weird.
There's a lot of tradition involved, and then religion ends up binding people to certain lines of thinking. So that's what my thought is heavily rooted in religion and tradition.
I hear you, man. The greatest irony in all this subject to me is all these people, they're in the largest religion, the heliocentric religion, but they think they're not in a religion. But that's all it is. It's just belief. There's nothing factual. It's crazy, man.
The guy on the next rung up surely knows more than I do.
Yeah,
Pass the
somebody
buck up
figured
the
it out.
hill. Yeah, like you got to pass the buck up the pyramid. Somebody knows.
We've known for 2,000 years that we live on a ball, but nobody can tell us why, but we've known it. I swear we have.
There's this movie where everybody's kind of, their thoughts have been sealed away and they're kind of like autonomous in the way that they perform actions. And then somebody passes on, there's this guy who passes on the story of how things used to be. And things end up going to full color when he passes that on to this guy who's receiving that information. I think
Yep.
that's volumes for how people are these days. They've lost track with so much. They don't understand how anything works and they're kind of cold and indifferent to it. Even though really terrible things are happening right in front of them, they don't bat an eye.
Yeah, they can't connect that all these deceptions and lies, they all kind of weave together, and the foundation of this thing is nobody knows where they live, or they think they know where they live, but it's actually a fantasy. And then you go from there for everything else, right? If you can get deceived by where you actually live, what else can you be deceived by? Think about it.
And I think the premise of the movie was that certain ideas, certain words became so dangerous that they just locked them all away. They hid them. People stopped using those terms. Like the idea of what a sled was foreign to these people. Reminds me of the George Orwell book too, where there was certain forbidden knowledge related to creating light sources.
Yeah, I can't remember the quote from that book, but to paraphrase it, it's like, do you think it's beyond our mathematicians to come up with this whole story that people will believe? Basically. I know I butchered it, but you know what I mean.
They're expected to come up with a story. These people are supposed to be the most intelligent folks on earth, so they are absolutely expected to explain how things came to be. That burden is on their shoulders, though, because society expects it.
Well, it says something about the stars can be as close or as distant as we want them to be. It's just up to the mathematicians to weave the story, right?
Yeah, you got to have the mathematical wizard doing their math magics, which is
But
great
it's
if it's based on
gobbledygook.
reality. But like we've all covered before, you can do the math for the Death Star for Star Wars and calculate exactly how big that would have to be to destroy a hypothetical planet or whatever. Anybody can make math based on fiction if they want to.
Yeah, you can calculate how Superman can fly from Tokyo to New York if you want to, and how long it'll take him.
Yeah, how far can a solar powered Superman go?
It's amazing how many people are so deceived about reality, but they don't even realize. But they're in their little bubble, and a lot of them, they just, I don't even try to reach them. They're just doing what they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're all experiencing this human experience for whatever reason. It's just sad that so many people don't actually acknowledge what we're actually experiencing. They
One
just
thing
think
that
there's.
when I first joined this group with everybody, one of the things that stood out to me is we don't take anybody's word for it. We fact check everyone. Like we check each other, peer reviewed, and we
Yeah.
left the official narrative for that very purpose because we're not going to bend the knee to some random dude who's making barking orders. We're going to do that research ourselves and hold ourselves accountable. So but like everybody needs to do this. It doesn't matter what their worldview is. You are your greatest asset, and you are the one who should hold you accountable. But folks don't like accountability.
Exactly. I mean, it comes down to critically thinking for yourself about reality, and a lot of people, that's a bridge too far. They just can't do that. They have to have something to follow, some kind of leader. The TV told me, you know what I mean. Not enough people want to think for themselves, and this would be such a much better place, and a lot of different systems would be in place if everybody could just critically think for themselves.
Yeah,
that's a big ask. I know.
That's the funny part, though. It's kind of sad. You can train people to never think for themselves. There was kind of this. It's like an experiment, I guess, done on monkeys. They had a ladder set up, like bananas or something at the top. Anytime a monkey would go up to get up there, they'd spray them with a water hose. I think they sprayed all of the monkeys if one went up there. And eventually they got to the point that behavior was learned and passed on. They replaced them all and had other, and they would, without even knowing why, prevent each other from going up the ladder. And they didn't even have that. They weren't the original monkeys from the thing. They were new ones that were introduced and just taught the behavior. Same thing happens with humans. They learn to never question anything. They're taught if you question stuff, bad things will happen.
You implicitly endorse evolution there. I'm just kidding, man.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm just more so comparing behaviors. Life forms can be trained through negative reinforcement, and I think that's what's been done to all of humanity.
There's a lot of people at the base of their reality. They're thinking about reality. They actually think we came from monkeys. We're on this spinning ball in an endless vacuum that means nothing, and we're just drifting around to this nothingness, and nothing really matters, right? Anyway,
a lot of these, they've learned that they're basically completely selfish. They don't understand concepts outside of themselves, these apes. And so they've gotten human beings to act the same way. I mean, a lot of people, they'll just throw around that word narcissism, or autism, but that's effectively what these actually are. Self-ism, hyper-fixated on the self. I'm not trying to like throw shade on any given person. I think the words are used wrong by a lot of people. And I'm just going by the etymological meanings of them. People have become so self-absorbed and self-focused, and I think it's because life sucks. So they just contract in and trying to protect themselves from anything else because they're sick of being hurt. And hurting people hurt people. So the world sucks. People just retreat into their own minds. Which means that we have to be all the more compassionate and caring for folks like that because they've been hurt by folks. Their trust is broken. Their worldview is shattered. They're trying to trust whatever they can because they don't know how anything works.
yeah, if I hear you, man, it's a fine mess we've gotten this society into, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a way out if people want to, but it requires a desire from folks, and that desire is minimal. I mean, at least like 10% of the population in the U.S. is talking about this, the conversation we have here very often, but it's still so minimal to find somebody who's willing to actually even talk about it.
I think you're hitting at the key issue, at least in my opinion, that you have to make that desire to actually seek truth and live in that truth and, stand on that truth. And a lot of people just can't go there. They can't do it.
Then one thing that just comes to mind for some reason, I'd like to point out, being a flat earther doesn't make anybody a good person. Nimrod was most likely a flat earther. Genghis Khan was probably a flat earther. There are plenty of people out there who did very terrible things, and they themselves saw the same worldview that people here see. So that doesn't make anybody morally superior to the glober. That's crap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just being a flat earther on its basic terms is just acknowledging reality for what it is, right? That's what you're doing. I mean, that doesn't make you a good or bad person. You're just, okay, this is reality present itself, and I'm accepting that, okay?
Yep. That's just normal. That should be the baseline. That doesn't make anybody good or bad or anything. It's just normal. It speaks for itself.
It's the choices that each person uses their brain and their motivations to do with that information makes them a good or bad person. Actions speak louder than words. And I'm being kind of pedantic, but you know what I mean.
In fact, I got a good document I could refer folks to. Read the Enchiridion. Huge grain of salt, but still, like, take it with a big grain of salt, but read the Enchiridion. It's good stuff.
Can you spell that?
Let me go fact check myself because I don't think I can do straight up spelling. I can't spelling bee that word right now, but I'll post it.
Is it a book or what is it?
Yeah, it's a very short document that was created that has to do with how people treat one another.
Okay. Probably be good brain food. Who knows, for somebody. Boy, I can't stay on here much longer, at least talking. If there's anybody out there that thinks you live on a ball, you really think you live on a ball, come in here and talk to these people. Maybe we'll help you think about reality in a different way. Maybe how it actually looks, how it presents itself. Go ahead, AG.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt you, bro, but I posted it in the side chat for you if you want to check it out. Like I said, take it with a huge grain of salt. It's just something interesting that I found a couple years back and thought was really cool. It's got a lot of good stuff in there.
Cool. Well, YouTube's telling me that there's 37 people watching, or 27, I'm sorry. 27 viewers out there. Surely one of those people wants to click that link, come in here and talk to AG or whoever's here. We'll talk to you about reality and we'll see what conclusions we can come up with about this globe thing. Back to you, AG.
I'm around. I may go quiet soon, though. Try and take care of some stuff.
That's the cue for any other flat earther that wants to speak up right now. Go ahead and speak up, because Dead Air Dave's going back to Dead Air.
I'm just trying to help you fill the dead air, too.
Everybody enjoy your day on the plane of existence, whatever it is. Peace.
Stay blessed, man.
Peace out, man. Peace out.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The Earth is flat and level.
Welcome.
What up, chat?
How's it going?
All right, I guess. Just woke up.
Fair enough. Too early to tell yet, huh?
Yeah.
What
Woke
brings
up.
you here?
The anxiety hit. Started gagging, you know?
Ah, screw that. So what brings you here?
I've always kind of hung around the flat Earth circles.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I just like listening to people talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced the Earth's flat. I'm not convinced it's round. I'm not really convinced of anything, really.
I'd say we all observe the horizon to be horizontal, and flat's not a shape.
Yeah. Well, it's not perfectly flat, you know? Like, there's mountains and shit. But
But according to the mainstream narrative with their sphere, they say that it would be smoother than a cue ball. So the mainstream narrative claims that it's pretty damn smooth either way.
smoother than a cue ball?
That's what they say.
That's some bullshit. I know it ain't that smooth.
Yeah, the roundest object we've ever made by humans. If you expanded it to the size of the Earth, there would be the difference in elevation would be about 14 meters above and 14 meters below.
Pretty damn smooth.
Thank you.
It's smoother
So
than a cue ball.
Yep.
today we're going to be debunking NASA and flat Earth.
Why do you want to debunk NASA? What?
So NASA claims that the rockets propel itself from the bottom to go up, but this is incorrect. So what we have here is well, I know it's two-dimensional, but
You have
so
long
here is
ass
a
nails,
globe,
man. What the fuck?
right? I keep them clean though, on God. So what you want to do is we're going to find out about the curvature. So let's say this little itty bitty person is you. So from your perspective, things are going to look flat, right? Now, why does this happen? And why do boats disappear in the horizon? All right, let's figure this out. So, with the magnetic fields around Earth, it pulls down. That's why when you're standing on this flat surface and you fall, the gravity is pulling towards to the core. Now, NASA claims that the gravity force in the Antarctic pulls downwards as the rest of the Earth, but this is incorrect. So basically, with aerodynamics, from this perspective of a small person on a globe, it will appear flat. Any questions?
No, sounds perfectly clear to me, sir.
All right, no problem. I hope that cleared it up for everybody.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
That's weird. Why did you depict the Earth like a giant ball, a sphere,
Oh,
a round
yeah.
circle?
I could show this. Hold on, let me. All right.
It's
So,
not a sphere, bro. You know it for a fact. What are you doing, man?
so a lot of people claim the Earth in the flat Earth community. I've been seeing this module called the giant ball Earth.
ice, and they claim that the flat surface is on the top of a giant snowball. Now, this ideology comes from the Vural Society, aka Hollow Earth. Now, a lot of the
Oh, wait a
people
minute.
that
Yeah, hold on. When you're making this argument, are you saying that people in here are saying that, or other people are saying that?
no, I'm just claiming that there's no consistent belief regarding the Earth's shape between people.
Oh,
And
okay.
then,
Well, then just let me add. If that's true, then why would you draw something if there isn't anything that's consistent?
What the
this
fuck?
this is just a visual representation.
Yeah, a visual representation of what? Something that's
There's no
inconsistent.
Earth, man.
No,
Doesn't
Alright.
exist. The Earth doesn't exist. There's no
Yeah,
shape.
just hey, dude, you take a back seat, man. I want to talk to this guy. Okay. All right. So if you're drawing something, that would be that you have a position to come against, or at least explain. Not even come against, but just explain. So
Yeah,
if
I'm
you're
able to
saying that,
explain.
yeah, if you're saying that there's a lot of inconsistencies, then how are you going to give us something that's consistent in what you're explaining? If there's no way
Easy.
to put something that's consistent.
So, the concept of a spherical Earth that rotates around a sun and a moon at thousands of miles per hour comes from the Freemasons.
No, wait,
So,
whoa. Who's saying that?
this is historical fact. A lot of the people who
Yeah. Oh,
discovered the
yeah. Oh, that's fine. You're saying some words about something and calling it historical fact. But is there any resources that you can point us to that that's true?
Yeah. So when you look up a lot of mathematicians and experiments done by people throughout history, including like the Greek civilization, you'll find out that they use this tool called a compass. Compass is shaped like this. This is it's a figure in masonry that's used a
Yeah.
lot. When you look
So
at
what?
pictures of
Yeah. Wait.
oh
But
what?
yeah, you're saying that the compass is the reason why that you think Masons are behind the whole theory of the sun and Earth being a globe?
No. There's a lot
No.
to it. So my apologies. So let me explain.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
So when we look at the emblematic chart of Freemasonry, we notice that there's a lot of symbolism regarding a spherical Earth, a sun that rotates. So they believe
Yeah.
in a land.
Yeah.
So
That's fine. That's fine, bro. But like, so what does that have to do with the Earth being a globe? Like the idea that people think it's a globe, like the Masons or
yeah.
whoever. Because
So a lot of it
you're
comes
saying it
called
was
knowledge.
historic. You said it was historical fact, but you're not giving us history. Like what year? Like there's nothing to tie into the historical fact that they came up with this specific model, the Earth
All
being a
right,
globe and such.
that makes a lot more sense now.
Okay.
So
Are you going to give us the adaptation of how it is true that
yeah,
the
my
Masons
bad.
came up with this?
So the idea of a spherical Earth was proposed by thinkers like Pythagoras around 500 BC and Aristotle around 350 BC, who offered empirical evidence. Now,
Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let's just take it slowly. Empirical evidence. What did they show us about the Earth being a globe?
so they showed that this, according to them, the circumference of the Earth was calculated with remarkable accuracy by the Greek mathematician Eratosthenes. I don't know how to say his
Okay.
name. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes. You're fine. As long I get who you mean, so it doesn't really matter. I'll pull the context out of it. But okay, so Eratosthenes. What did
And
he?
also,
What did he prove?
what did he prove? Well, according to him, he proved that there was a mathematical equation behind the circumference and the curve of the Earth. Now, regarding Freemasonry, the globe shape is attributed to a lot of Masonic tradition. So the celestial and terrestrial globes are important symbols in Freemasonry because they represent the universal nature and extension of the order. So the order is part of the New World, where our founding fathers were Freemasons, and this ties to the New World Order.
Order,
So,
yes.
so it all connects. So with the globe, it leads you to question if they can control your perception of this. whether it be something. It's a lot. Everything connects.
No, it connects to what though? What are you trying to connect? That some certain people think that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, that's okay. So even if you were to take a group of people, like them, they believe the Earth is a globe. What have they done to provide evidence, like you were mentioning with Eratosthenes and Aristotle? Did they do it? Did the Masons do anything to prove that the Earth is a globe, or they just believe that it is?
No, I'm trying to say that the concept of a globe Earth comes from occult knowledge, and
Okay.
people don't realize that.
No, that's fine. I'm not disagreeing with you on that because that is kind of like derived from occultism. That's still fine. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to say that it ties into like a specific group originating the idea, you know what I mean? Like they're the originators of the concept, that would be incorrect.
I respect your position. Now, here's one thing I have to prove. So,
Go ahead.
in the NASA logo, so the Hebrew nasha means to deceive, right? People think that this word straight up
Oh,
means deceive.
yeah. That's not. Hold on,
When you
sir. Yeah, that's
when you notice
factually.
in the
Yeah, hold on, sir. That's factually incorrect. That word nasha doesn't actually mean that.
so what does it mean, sir? Because I could provide links.
Yeah, go ahead. Provide the links,
Yep.
please.
So before I provide the links, in the NASA logo, you'll notice this red stripe in the shape of a lizard's tongue.
Yeah, the
Now,
vector symbol.
so we know that the serpent is a symbol of deception.
Yeah, wait, no,
And
provide the link. Hold on, you're getting too far ahead right now. Provide the link.
okay, I got you.
Okay. Because if you're making a claim, you have to provide evidence of the claim, right? That's what we do here.
Yeah,
You can't.
that's respectful. That's
Yeah,
respectful.
it's fine. If you're
Okay.
making a presentation and somebody pulls you up on like where you got it from and you provide the evidence for that, that's fine.
Yes, I'm about to provide evidence right now.
Go ahead. Yeah, but before you move forward, because I don't want you to build this like whole idea and then you don't have anything to foundationally back it up.
Yeah, just sent in the chat. So
All right, give me a second.
we're gonna be showing you guys the vacuum math of a space. So in the 1940s, regarding Operation High Jump, and
What the fuck is Operation High Jump?
So Operation High Jump was a Antarctic battle between U.S. military chasing Nazis in Antarctica. Now, how does this tie to the Earth? Well, a lot of the symbolism behind NASA and their research comes from Nazis regarding Operation Paperclip. So Operation Paperclip is very unique because the rumors about Nazi moon bases and Nazi flying saucers, this would make sense why they would want to hire them. So with the New World Order,
Because they understood rocket propulsion.
It's very true. They captured what 3,000 Nazi scientists.
Yeah, let the guy finish what he's gonna do. I mean, obviously he's doing something, so just let him finish what he's doing. Then you guys can critique him.
So the only reason why I'm
I
showing
don't know
the
why he's bringing it
whiteboard.
up, but I mean that's fine. I don't. I'm gonna
So,
ask you what the point of all this is, but just finish what you're doing.
so the flat Earth. No, this isn't like an accurate model. There's no model of the flat Earth. It doesn't exist. But um, with Antarctica and the ice wall being a very major part with Nazis in Antarctica. So what did they discover in Antarctica? So U.S. military flight pilots have flown over Antarctica and they claim to see caverns and holes that show green land. Now, with all the rumors of a interdimensional kingdom or whatever inside Antarctica, we know for certain that all these countries are always in conflicts, but they can agree to have a peace treaty to keep boundaries within Antarctica. So let's say a lot of people claim I flew over Antarctica. There's nothing there. No, you're only allowed to fly a certain degree in the air, which makes it look like, and with the fog and everything, it'll make it look like there's nothing abroad. But when we watched the movie They Live by John Carpenter and The
Shut
Thing,
up. Very compelling.
All right, dude, Chase or whatever your name is. Can you just give me a summary of what all this means to you, means to us? What do we?
Oh,
What
Yeah, how does it relate to the flat Earth, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're hiding
exactly what he
something
said.
on Earth.
Is
They're
the Earth
hiding
hollow
something
and
on.
full of Jews or not?
It's
Wait, hold
hollow.
on, guys. Let him finish.
Let him
What'd you
cook.
say?
So in 2024, scientists discovered that we have a sixth ocean under the Earth's crust. Now, what does this mean? So we know that on the point of Earth, we got the Pacific Ocean, yada yada.
Why
We
is it
have
a globe, though?
So if we have a sixth ocean, that means that the Earth is potentially hollow, like the moon. When they crashed the lunar module on the moon vibrated like a bell for approximately an hour.
Okay. Wait a minute. Are you advocating for hollow Earth?
I didn't even know the moon was hollow.
I'm advocating that they're hiding something, and if there's something underground from Earth, if
Okay.
flat Earth or
All
around
right.
Earth can't.
Yeah. Hold
Fix
on.
it.
So they're hiding something. I'm going to ask you something very specific. Please answer the question. What are they hiding?
They're hiding great secrets and knowledge of our history.
No, that's ambiguous. I want to know something specific. What makes you want to build a whole case for? You're building this case, but what do you think they're hiding? I mean, what's the reason why you would be so adamant to present this, and we can't understand what they're hiding?
It's lizard people.
You got to give us something.
It's lizard
Yeah.
people that control
So,
the Jews.
No, we're not talking about that.
Yeah, lizard people. Actually, I'm glad someone brought that up.
No, we're not bringing that up.
Listen.
Listen.
They're interdimensional beings that feed
Dude.
on your energy.
All right, so
and
see, here's the thing. You're breaking character, aren't you?
I'm breaking
It's simple.
character.
Yeah, you're breaking character. You're starting to get all memeish and whatnot. So when you can't provide evidence of what I'm asking for, you're just going to go the meme route, aren't you?
Yeah, but how can you provide evidence to something that is kept secret? You know, it's kind of hard.
Well, that's the thing. That's the problem, right? So why would you conjure up a whole case for something you can't back up?
I can't back it up. You didn't give me time, sir.
Exactly.
No.
I don't want to.
No,
Listen,
we're not
I
going
don't
to
want to
listen.
imagine you in a relationship because, like, if I just can't imagine it because you want everything right away.
No, the way it works here, sir, is that if you're going to present something, you're going to have to give evidence of that thing you're presenting. So far, we got just you believing something.
Not gonna lie, he kind of cooked you with that statement. You gotta let him finish his thought process, man. Seriously, he was onto something. He's dealing with the unknown, you know. You gotta open your mind to the unknown. Speculations are good. Everyone loves them.
Finish on your own time, not on
This is
ours.
exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, get on a private call and talk to him all about it. He's not going to be doing it on our forum.
He's trying to activate more than 2 neurons in your brain, man. Come on.
I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen on our forum. Our forum is for those people who can make a claim, produce the evidence. That's fine.
Yeah, but you still haven't provided evidence of the flat Earth model.
Yeah, that's separate from what he was trying to do. Yeah.
Where's the model? I'm waiting for it. How does the flat Earth look like? So in your model, AV, is there a 24-hour sun? AV.
Yeah, I'm busy at work. Did maybe somebody can answer you? I'm tied up right now. I do want to answer you though.
Yeah, maybe somebody else can answer since there isn't a universal, flat Earth model between all of you people. It's kind of hard to understand how it actually works then. It should be a set of principles, right? What are the common characteristics of the flat Earth?
You observe the horizon to be horizontal.
That's it? That's all it takes?
Oh yeah, an ice wall.
There's an ice wall?
Nobody's claiming an ice wall. That ice wall thing comes from globers. Flat earthers grabbed onto the term, but it originates with globe earthers on boats. Captain Cook, Admiral Byrd. These are not flat earth claims. Flat earthers just picked it up and ran with it.
Okay. So is there a 24-hour sun in that model?
I would expect there to be a 24-hour sun, and we're not claiming a model.
So what kind of,
Yeah.
photographic evidence do you guys have?
What
Wait a
altitude?
minute.
Let's see.
Do flat earthers think the Earth is the center of the universe?
You're standing on the floor, you're on the ground, bulb it is, and you look up and see things moving over your head.
So how come every other planet seems to be a sphere, but only ours is flat?
That Earth is a planet. Nobody's making that claim.
Nobody's.
You can't fit the Earth. You're not going to fit what we're talking about
So we're
inside of a
special?
heliocentric model.
No,
You're
hold on,
trying
but
to.
this doesn't make any sense to me, right? Because if every other planet, or 99% of other planets are a sphere, how come we are flat?
Listen to him just repeat himself.
Yeah.
Go ahead, explain that to me.
No, Lewandowski, you're the one that's.
No, but explain it.
You're
Special,
caught up
right?
in this idea that Earth must be a planet.
So it's not a
You
planet?
need to relieve yourself of that.
Wait, it's not a planet?
Well, aren't all these planets you're talking aren't you convinced that they're balls?
What? What do you mean balls?
The surface of what do you mean balls?
Balls.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
They're planets, bro.
Balls.
Okay, that's fine. Why, when you say other planets, you're assuming that the ground you stand upon is one of those things?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's where you need to pry yourself from. You're starting from an assumption, and you're framing everything you say and hear through that lens.
What's up? You guys been?
Yeah, I don't base myself on an assumption. It's a fact.
Well, dude, you're assuming that it's other planets.
What do you mean I'm assuming?
Is the other. You just admitted to it.
But what do you mean the Earth is the other? What the fuck are you saying?
Okay,
Other than what,
you
dude?
said it. He said other planets.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so when you say planets, other planets, what are you referring to?
The planets we can see with a telescope.
Oh, that's fine.
Like Mars, Venus.
Okay, so how have you grouped Earth in with those? Do you see Earth with it through a telescope?
No.
Okay, so why are you so convinced it's one of those things?
So what else would it be?
Here you go. So you are assuming it is. Do you not hear yourself?
Okay, even if I were, what is it then?
So you told me you don't, though.
No,
What is Earth? It's the
tell me
ground
what
beneath
is
your
it then?
feet. It's the ground beneath your feet. I'm not going to give you some answer from omniscience.
So you don't know?
Yeah, mysteries abound. I'm
don't
not
know
omniscient, bro.
You don't know.
grown
You
to
already admitted you don't know.
But I know what we're on. It's a planet.
How do
You're
you know
assuming.
No, I'm not assuming. It's been confirmed.
How?
By literally everyone who has a brain.
Okay, that's not an actual argument.
It orbits the sun.
How do you know that? What observation tells you it's orbiting the sun?
Scientific papers.
God, that's not an observation.
I don't need an observation when I have people who have
Okay,
done
there
millions
you
of
have it.
studies
He
to
doesn't
prove it.
need an observation. He just needs to listen to what somebody else says and follows it.
Wait,
Congratulations.
you worked at
you're
General
a religion
Dynamics,
card.
right?
Congratulations, you're a
Prove
religion
it.
card.
Prove it. You worked
You're
at
a
General
religion card.
Dynamics.
I don't
Because
need
I
to.
don't believe
That's
you a
called a
single
burden
second.
of proof. That's a
You
burden of proof
sound
reversal.
like an obese
That's
idiot.
a burden of proof reversal.
You're an obese idiot. Shut up.
Yeah, you're trying to reverse the burden of proof. I asked for
Bro,
the
you're
evidence
obese.
the
Go
Earth
to
is
the
orbiting
gym.
this.
Shut up.
See what's happening? Oh, bullshit, I'm obese. Dude,
Yeah,
you'd
you
piss
are.
your pants if I showed a
This
picture
is,
of myself, dude. You'd piss
dude, I'm
yourself.
6'3", 220 pounds. I'd break your neck.
No, bullshit. Fucking
I can post if I could.
You're
I'd
5'7",
prove it, bro.
98 pounds.
Oh really? If you unban me from that fucking chat, I'll show it to you right now. You stupid flat earth.
Yeah.
Is Lewandowski trying to pick up dudes on the internet?
Again? Yeah.
I would toss him around like a rag doll.
Fuck hell you
Does
would.
that turn you on, Lewandowski?
Anyways, hopefully you guys get a job, maybe a girl, but probably won't happen though.
Projection.
Because you're like,
I gotta have
short,
kids older than
weak.
I have kids
low
older than
IQ.
you. I have children older than you.
Oh and their father's a fucking flat earther. God damn. I feel sorry for them.
Why?
I would
notice
be
that all you
ashamed
have
if
is
my father was a flat earther.
all you have are thinly veiled insults and sociological arguments and nothing of substance. Nothing.
No,
You haven't
I
made any
actually do.
substantial. You haven't presented any substantial evidence of anything.
No, I've presented you photographic evidence, and you haven't presented nothing.
Yeah, and I asked you earlier, how do you know that's what they claim it to be?
Well, how do I know? Because I know because the engineers built those cameras on those spaceships.
So what? How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
Because they don't even
go,
claim that. They use regular consumer grade fucking cameras, according to them. Stop making shit up.
Even if they did, what does it change? It still shows that the Earth there's a curvature. So shut up.
No, it just you're not verifying your claims to be true. That's what he's exposing. Is every time you make a claim, you can't verify the truthfulness of it. That's what he's showing.
Go to a museum, to a NASA museum. They'll probably show you the cameras there.
So NASA verified that NASA verified that NASA verified.
So what?
Yeah, so you're going to the source of the claim for authenticity of the claim. Hey, dude, is this picture's real? Yes, it is. You pinky promise? Sure, we do. We pinky promise they're real.
How do you feel about the moon landing, Indio?
Don't ask me how I feel. Why don't you just address what's being said to you? How do I feel about the moon landing? I'll believe in the moon landing when they unloose the telemetry data that shows where the rocket went.
So you don't believe that it happened? Okay, got it.
Why should I? Why should I?
You're a traitor to your own country. Makes sense. You're
Why?
a pro-Russian. You're a
Why
pro-Russian
should I?
scum. I get it.
Good.
It's
I'll
okay. I work in national security. We'll get you kicked out of the country.
You're not smart enough to work in national security.
No, I actually am.
No, you're not.
I'm doing a master's degree in national security and intelligence. Yes, I am. Shut the fuck up.
What the hell? They got master's degree.
I'm 6'3", 220
What the
pounds.
hell are you reading?
I'm gonna fuck your girlfriend in front of you. Shut the fuck up.
This guy.
Oh god.
A master's degree.
Avy, you wanna set up a fight anytime, anywhere, dog?
You got illusions of grandeur, man.
I'm so smart. I'm gonna fight you.
Anywhere. Why should
I'm so
I
smart. I'm
respect your
gonna beat you
opinion
up.
if you're smaller than me? You're more stupid than me, and you're less
I'm
attractive.
so smart.
Why should I give a fuck about you?
Yeah, you sound like a meathead.
Yeah, but
bro.
you
Like,
believe
why does
you
it-
believe
listen,
in
dude.
that, bro. You believe in that.
No, you're the believer.
You're the one
Security
supporting
and shit,
Russia.
yo.
One
You're
who
the
supports
believer,
might
dude.
makes right. Might makes right. So shut up.
So let's ask you.
National security shit.
I want to ask you a question. Why
Your mom's
should we
shit.
believe it? Why should we believe in the moon landing? Give us one good reason.
Why?
One good
Because
reason.
because they took pictures of it. The Russians admitted it. The
Yeah,
Russians
that's not a
admitted the
reason why.
Americans.
Nothing you said is a reason why.
It is a reason. When your biggest rival is saying that, yeah, you did that. Okay, congrats, you're better than me. Then yeah,
Yoder,
it is
he
a
would be the
reason.
perfect yes man for that job, I think.
Yeah, cleaning
So
toilets.
Your reason why is because some other people said yes, it's real. That's your reason. Some other people you don't trust, which you just disparaged, they said it's real, so you think it's real. Your confirmation was.
Why would they? Hold on. Okay, fine. Why would they lie? Why would your rival lie?
That's irrelevant. Yeah, why should I believe
No,
that?
it's not irrelevant.
Look, you're putting the cart before the horse. Why should we believe them? It isn't auto-believe all claims. Okay? It's claim, evidence. Okay, here's a claim, here's the evidence. Why should I believe the evidence that I can't verify is authentic? Why should I believe that?
You can.
Why do you believe it?
You can see the traces of the rovers that have been on the
Oh,
moon.
oh my God! Did you just
Yes,
really
you
say
actually
that?
can.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Oh,
actually
really?
can. With those super sophisticated telescopes, you can see it. Yes.
Dude, you.
Wow.
I wish you had money because I would bet you, like, fuck, dude, there ain't even enough Bitcoin. Okay, you like seriously? You think you can see the tracks of the lunar rover on the moon with a telescope? Did
Maybe
you
not the
really just say
tracks, but
that?
the rovers themselves.
Oh, you. Oh, really?
Yes.
You know how big of a telescope you would need for that? Take a guess.
You can see it.
You know, how big of a telescope would you need? We can easily do the calculation, right? 300,000 miles, the angular resolution of the optic, based upon the diameter of the telescope. How big is the telescope? What's the angular?
No
What's the
idea, but I'm
angular
pretty
side?
sure.
Yeah, of course. You're pretty
Listen, when
sure
they
you're
can
an
send
idiot.
missiles across continents, don't you worry. They can take pictures of that too.
Okay, so they violated Rayleigh's criterion. They violate the laws of physics to take pictures on the moon.
Okay, I have the pictures right here. I'm about to show it to you.
National security and shit.
Oh, I can't even post it in the side chat because I'm fucking
Okay,
mad.
those weren't taken. No matter what you post, they weren't taken from Earth. Dumb shit. You would need a telescope that's like a kilometer wide. Pretty sure we don't have any of those.
You'd be surprised.
Oh yeah, we have a kilometer wide telescope. You're just embarrassing yourself, dude. Take your L and put your tail between your legs and slink away.
Even if it's not telescopes, it was taken by some other spaceship, so it doesn't matter.
Really?
Yes.
Starship
Literally
Enterprise,
pictures.
yo.
There's literally pictures of them.
Literally.
How do we know that?
The
What do
word
you mean? How
literally.
do we know that? Why would they not take? Why would they fake those pictures?
Why do you
Why?
keep reversing the burden of proof? Your credulity is amazing, right? So what if, like I said before, your
You
credulity,
need
you just
to
believe any.
prove to me that they faked them. You haven't been able to
Why
do
don't they
so.
have to prove to you that they didn't fake them?
They didn't fake them. Why would they fake?
How do you know? Why don't they have to prove to you that they didn't? How come you're believing them first?
Because because other agencies are going to check for it. China, rivals, enemies, and they've checked and they figured out. Oh fuck, the
You're
Americans are
making
actually
shit up
legit.
now. No, you're just
No,
making shit up now.
really, really.
Just
Yeah,
thinks China's an
you're just
enemy and
making shit
everybody's
up.
an enemy and all the enemies are going to be checking
Okay.
on people. He's a weirdo.
You're the weirdo who doesn't
Yeah,
understand.
watch out if
geopolitics.
you don't believe what he's saying, Radwin. He's gonna want to take it to the street. Just saying.
All I'm saying is that when your rivals say that, yes, you did that, it usually means that you did it, yes.
We don't have
They're
any
not rivals.
rivals.
You're a dumb fuck, dude. They're not rivals.
Yes, they are.
Okay? Yeah.
Must have learned that in
What
national
do you think the
security,
Cold War
yo.
was? Oh, hold on. India, you
Oh
sound
my
old
God.
enough.
It was
What do
a
you think the Cold
television
War was?
show.
Why
Cold
do you
War
think
was a
people were
TV
docking
show. The
under
only
their
reason you
fucking
knew about it
tables
was because it was
during
on
drills in
TV.
case of nuclear
Okay.
The
warfare?
only
Huh?
reason you knew about the Cold War was because it was on TV, you dummy.
It wasn't only
It
on
was,
TV, it was documented everywhere, you idiot.
it was documented where?
Oh, the
In
Cuban
national
Missile
security.
Crisis? You know what this was? You've heard of
Dude,
it?
bro, I lived during that era. Okay.
Oh, you've lived
The
during that
Cold.
era. Okay, so?
Yeah, I grew
What
up
did
in the
you deduce
80s.
from it?
Okay, the 70s and 80s. Okay.
Oh, yeah?
It's nothing but propaganda. Okay. The
Oh,
Cold War.
really?
Well,
All
in
those
Russia,
drills in case
they
of nuclear
Russia
warfare, that was all
in
fake, right?
listen, bro, it was completely concocted by the media. There was no Cold fucking war, dude.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Tell me about the Apollo Soyuz mission where they got together and linked their ships in the 70s. Tell me
That
about the
doesn't mean
Cold War.
anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
Some diplomatic gestures once in a while don't mean anything, my
Okay,
guy.
in 1948, the International Geophysical Year. Tell me about that.
What does this have to do with anything?
It
What
has
about
to
the
do with you don't
Vietnam
know what
War?
the hell
What
you're
about
talking about.
my guy? What about Soviet pilots in Korea fighting American pilots? Huh? Can you explain that
What
to me?
about them?
What do you mean? What about them? America was clearly in a conflict with the
Okay.
Soviet Union. What? Are you delusional?
Okay, so show me the Soviet pilots. I don't want
Yes,
speculation.
absolutely. Of course, I'm going to
Actually,
show.
shot down, captured Soviet
Look,
pilots.
I'm not a low IQ moron
Shot down
like
and
you who just.
captured, dude. Shot down and captured.
You
Oh,
are a low
shot
IQ moron.
Shot
Let's
down and
see.
captured Soviet pilots. You know that, but honestly, Korea and the Soviet Union have a history that goes back to like the early 1800s. They've had mutual assistance treaties going back that far. So even if they were associated with it, so what? They're in a mutual assistance treaty.
Yeah, and then we're
Wouldn't
fighting
matter who.
against American
It wouldn't matter
pilots.
who attacked. It wouldn't matter who attacked Korea, United States, China, whoever. They'd assist them.
And North Vietnam being supplied by the Russians and Chinese. What about that? Did you forget that as well?
They were selling them weapons the same way we're selling weapons to Ukraine.
Yeah, and they even had advisors in fucking North Vietnam. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's called making money.
And all of that proves the fact that it was a fucking Cold War between two systems.
So that equals globe then.
No, it equals that your rivals, when they admit that, okay, we checked, turns out you guys did land on the moon.
No,
okay,
you're
our bad,
actually
you're better than us.
bro,
Shut up.
bro. The problem is you're cherry picking information.
No, that's not cherry picking.
I gave instances where they work together. You're giving instances where they worked apart. Now the way international relations work, when your interests align, you work together. When your interests don't align, you work against each other. There was no Cold War. That was a good. Why are you interrupting me? Listen, that was a creation of Western propaganda. Well, how come the Russians didn't know about this Cold War? How come the USSR didn't know about it?
The Russians did you
The
even live in
USSR,
there?
they weren't
My
printing in
parents
their
were
papers.
born in Poland, my guy. What
They
are you
weren't
talking about?
They weren't printing in
Of course
their
they knew
papers.
about it.
Okay,
The Russians
they weren't
hated the Americans.
Jesus Christ, you're gonna get kicked out of here. Keep yapping. They weren't printing in their newspapers that there was a space race, that there was a Cold War, or anything like that.
Yeah, because they were lying to their population, of course.
Oh, so it's a one-sided Cold War, where one side's in a Cold War and the other side isn't.
The government in Russia clearly knew that they were in a Cold War with the United States.
Look, for there to be a Cold War, it has to be mutual. Okay,
it is
mutual. Can't be a one-sided.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it wasn't mutual on the USSR side. They denied that they were ever in a space race with the United States.
Yeah, they denied it because they lost.
Jesus Christ. In what way did they lose?
In the Americans landing on the moon?
Oh, so that was it. So according to the Russians, they spent the most amount of time. They had the first space station. They're the first people on the moon. They landed the first rover on the moon. They landed the first on Venus. They landed the first on Mars. They did all these other things. So how did they lose again?
You said the Russians were first on the moon?
Yes. Not with a man.
Show me evidence.
Not with a man.
Not with a man, exactly. So they lost.
So if they put a man on the moon, that's the winner.
Yes, of course.
You're an idiot.
It's like King of the Hill.
You're an idiot, dude. You're too dumb to talk to.
So the hardest feat is usually the one you're gonna take the credit for. So yeah.
Dude, you're representing yourself as a low IQ moron right now.
National security, yo.
What did you study? What did you study?
National intelligence.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's why.
Which university? Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
Lewandowski, you're expecting a bunch of people who have robbed a bank together to go turn each other in voluntarily.
Anyways, you're a bunch of anti-Westerners, anti-American traitors. Move to Russia. Enjoy spreading your bullshit over there. They're building nice suburbs.
Oh, what's wrong with Russia?
Yeah, they're lunatics. That's just one common
Great
thing. That's one common pattern among like flat earthers and Russians. You're both
Who said they're lunatics, you goofball?
What a
Russians and flat earthers are both delusional.
How long are we going to let this bigot talk?
And obviously, if it were up to me, you would all be exterminated.
Yep, you're a bigot.
That was it. That was
you got
it.
somebody in the backup, in the wing that we can talk to?
That's a ban right there. Sorry, guys. That's a ban.
You're done.
He should be yeeted out of the whole server, if you ask me.
Yeah, don't give this guy any information. if anybody doesn't have a degree in here, it's him. So.
Oh, he actually crossed.
These guys are waiting for one of us to give out information. You know that, right?
Oh, are we waiting a long time?
What's going on, Crit? What's up, my bro?
Uh-oh. Crit fanboy. Alert. Boop, boop, boop.
Well,
Dude, did they pass the continuing resolution in Congress? How are they getting their funding to come in here?
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
They're doing it pro bono.
Yeah, they're bootlickers. They're just doing it to prove that they're loyal.
I'm not a bootlicker. What are you talking about? I didn't I listened for like I thought maybe there's lag. I waited like almost 5 seconds. My ADHD was like, nope, nobody's talking. What's the combo?
You're just in time.
Great. What's the combo?
Well, the last guy chanted himself into a spiral. He kept saying, he was talking about other planets. He's convinced them. Well, he's been convinced and he's carrying on the convincing, trying to convince us that Earth is a planet.
Earth is a feeling, bro. Like, like what are you talking about?
Totally, Brad. Literally.
Like, all right, so like what's the actual like argument like right now? Like, could we like let's maybe not the last.
Earth isn't a ball.
What's the best one of the day?
Earth isn't a ball hovering in space.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the contention is that nobody can produce evidence of the Earth being a globe. Measured anyway.
All right. All right. Hold on. I fucking hat searching. Hold on. All right. I got it.
Oh, you got what?
Dear
AI. I got it. All right. So
Dear
what?
AI, how do you prove Earth is a ball?
No. I was just gonna ask you. All right. So what proof would you?
Measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
What proofs would you accept as conclusive for the measurement concluded for the Earth shape?
Well, what's the best you got?
It'd have to be
No,
something.
I need to know that. The AI literally needs. I can't ask the algorithm if you don't give me this conclusion first. What would you accept as a proof?
I told you, you'd have to be able to measure the surface to have a curving surface, like anything that you think a sphere would look like. So if you could measure that on the surface, a continuous curving surface in some way, that'd be wonderful. Because they're saying it's a ball of a certain size, radius, diameter, and circumference.
Totally.
Right.
So like, I think for your question, we would probably want like a planet that we can like shine a light on and get like a curved measurement from, right?
No. We want to do it here on the surface.
The planet, right? This is a planet, no?
No, it's not.
You're doing the same thing the last guy did.
Pretend I'm an idiot. Pretend I'm a retard.
So
all right.
Okay, so don't
the globe is a
just
planet,
take,
right?
Yeah, whatever. Globe, Earth, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know if you could measure the surface to have a curve like the one that say that is on the Earth, like it's curved like
totally.
Okay.
Got it. All right.
So that's what we require if you want to prove that it's an actual globe.
Oh, like for sure. I'm 100% a retarded globe card. Now, my next question is, what tool are we using to measure?
Your next question? No. My question was, how are you going to do that?
Oh, but fuck all right. We just broke the algorithm. All right, because my next postulation was, what was the tool used to measure this curve?
I'm asking you, bro. Like,
fuck no, I don't know how to answer that question because like we just loaded an AI algorithm. The algorithm said, all right, you want me to answer the question, what makes curve? All right, okay, all right. How do we know curve?
Yo,
what
do you mean by we? Are you working in an office with people? We?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I like literally. Don't get me fired. Please don't.
AI.
You're sorry.
I'm sorry.
We?
The best job I've ever had.
Wow.
God,
dude,
please,
slow
God,
down. Slow down, dude. Slow down.
Oh my God, they're watching right now. Okay, go slowly.
What
They're
are you
watching.
talking about?
Oh fuck.
Oh boy.
All right. The question is how
Yeah, you
globe
blew your
curve.
own cover.
Oh God! I swear to God, they're gonna fire me if I don't answer this. How globe curve? How do I answer this? What tool used to answer globe curve?
What do you mean
Why
by
are you
we?
taking in They're on my. They're like literally. I have a fucking group of people over my shoulder. I'm gonna get fired if I. Like literally, like they can't hear what you're saying. No, don't worry. They can't hear what you're saying. I look like an idiot to them. Honestly, like they're like.
You said it, not us.
They want to fire me right now if I can't answer why globe curve.
Okay, Schizo.
Which tool to prove?
Wow.
Okay, Schizo.
But I swear to God, I don't know what to put into Google search right now. Like they're gonna fucking fire me. Why globe curve?
You might be too dumb to talk.
Very strange person.
What'd you guys do to these people?
And that's because we didn't even talk about triangles yet. We don't want to fully break them out of the matrix.
That just pushes people right over the edge as soon as you bring up the fact that you don't have triangles on a ball.
He's gonna get booted by the bot. Dude, you're gonna get booted by the bot if you keep doing it. Okay, don't say I didn't warn you.
You
The bot
have
will cook
day.
you.
You have day and night. You know in your hearts you can't have nighttime on the flat Earth.
What?
Oh, so does that mean you can have 24-hour daylight on flat Earth?
Of course, you can't have 24-hour daylight on flat Earth. Only on the globe.
Well, TFE. So you no 24-hour daylight, no 24-hour darkness, no darkness and no daylight on a flat Earth. Is that correct?
Only daylight, dusk, dawn. No midnight.
What?
So go ahead and post your model for the room so we can see what you're talking about. This model you created.
You got to do it a little faster, Demon Stride.
That's why it's one of the many reasons you'll always be in the very small minority. These things intuitively make sense to the mass majority.
Well, the masses are usually in the dark.
Intuitively. What's
Did someone
intuitive
just
about something you
say
don't
that?
see?
What
He
did
didn't
someone say
answer yet.
that
He didn't post the model.
the majority
I'm
is
on my
usually in the
mobile
wrong?
phone.
Did someone just say that?
I just need to.
I said
I
the
just need to know if
masses
you
are
posted your
usually.
model that you're talking about yet.
That's completely untrue. The masses are usually wrong. I didn't talk about a model. I didn't bring that up.
If the masses are usually, the masses are usually not always wrong, why does everything keep changing?
Hey, most people believe it. It has to be true.
What do you mean what keeps changing?
What doesn't?
People's beliefs?
The wisdom of crowds is
The wisdom of
The
crowds, like
nothing.
mass hysteria?
The wisdom of crowds. That needs to be
He's a
changed.
follower. That's hilarious.
I'm just saying the masses are not usually wrong.
Okay,
That's a
when
wrong
they invented
statement.
the steam locomotive, they said this is the peak of train. Well, those trains can't hold the jockstrap of the modern day train.
Who's they?
Oh
The
Lord.
majority agreed this was as good as trains would ever get.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
they thought.
I guess
And
that's
they
how
were wrong.
science works, right? Like everybody raise their hand and decide right now with a vote if something is true. That's how this guy thinks science is done.
Yeah, the wisdom of crowds.
No, I didn't say that's how science is done.
Yeah,
I
like
said
listen, man,
these
eight
things
out of
intuitively
10
make
doctors
sense.
agree it has to be true.
I mean, whatever
And
the
so
fucking
what if
principle
people?
is of
So what if
crowds,
the people who realize the Earth isn't a ball remains the minority?
the wisdom of crowds is not for nothing.
What the heck?
That sounds insane.
That
Mob
actually
mentality.
That actually completes the whole sentence, right? The wisdom of crowds.
Basically.
Wisdom of crowds?
To most people,
In other
nighttime
words,
can't exist on a flat
it's called
Earth.
being a sheep. It's called being a
No, it's
sheep.
not.
You just didn't want to say that.
Yeah,
No,
you can't think for
that's not what I
yourself,
meant.
man. Yeah, don't
It's
think for
not true at
yourself.
all.
Be a glober. Don't think for yourself. He's saying.
No, think for yourself. Ask yourself how night
How
could
do you
make
think for
sense on a
yourself
flat
if the
model.
crowd is what you're leaning on for truth?
Ask yourself how
Literally, don't
nighttime
think
could
for
make.
yourself.
You're
Ask
not
yourself
asking
Man,
yourself.
like a
You're asking
freaking
the
crowd.
mob.
Like a herd.
Ask yourself how nighttime could occur on a flat.
Yeah, Earth is flat and gay.
You
It can't make
ask
sense.
yourself.
Nighttime can't
Lars,
happen. There's
Lars,
a
you
thousand
ask
things that can't
yourself.
happen.
Because if you're
Sun
thinking of
moves.
every way that it can't happen and you're not even trying to think of how it can, then you're the one limiting yourself.
It's not flat. If it was flat, it wouldn't matter. I don't have an
Yeah,
interest in
51%
tricking myself.
agree.
All of a sudden, now he
Flat, dude.
realizes it might be, and now nothing matters anymore. He's becoming a brain in a jar. Watch this.
What do you mean nothing matters? The Earth isn't flat. If it was, my life would change very little.
Oh, yeah,
But
is
it's not.
reality objectively true?
Yes.
No.
On a scale of like 1 to 100, were we talking like 98%, 95%? Where do you fall on that?
You should indicate what the fuck you're talking about when you say 98% or 100% of what.
Yeah.
Of what? Yeah.
Did you forget the question I asked like a second ago?
Okay,
Yeah.
is reality self-evident?
No.
Is it objectively true?
Yes, it is.
How true? Like 98%, 99%?
0.
100.
Okay.
100%. Great. Okay, he passed the mind virus test.
All right. So if that's true, that you know
Is
that
reality
reality
true?
is, yeah. So you
No,
at least you're at least gonna base your worldview off of something that's logical and coherent. So if the
No.
Earth is, sir, let me just finish.
No.
If I didn't even get to tell him.
He's like, no.
If you're gonna propose that the Earth is a globe, right? Are you gonna be able to put some empirical information out that verifies that it is?
Me?
Yes, Lars, you.
I don't know if I know what empirical means, but I just got laughed at for saying. I just got laughed at for saying reality is not
Hey, don't
always
worry.
true.
That's fine. We're past that. Now let's go into how you can actually put something that you can verify that's true. So if you're gonna
I'm
verify
not past that.
information to the Earth,
Reality is 100% true.
that's great. Now we're on to the next thing. So
No, who would disagree with me?
dude, can we just move on? We're
Why are
talking
you
right
stressing
now.
out that I'm asking a question?
You're
Would
like
you
looking
guys
at the
disagree?
shiny quarter. You're looking at the shiny quarter on the ground.
I don't care
trying to
about
get your attention.
analogies. Would anyone here disagree that reality is 100% true?
Dude, can you just stay focused?
He's got a problem.
I'm asking
We're all
a
on board with
question.
that. We're
Is
all
all-
on board with that. It's the globies we talk to that say no. It's like 95% true.
Look, I got interrupted 5 times and then someone just answers. Now we can move on.
You're not. No,
think it's
well, we can move
0%
on
There you
now.
go. That's how simple it was,
Thank
buddy.
you, Your Majesty. We can move on now because you said so.
No, I don't have
The
empirical proof.
next time you do this, I'm just going to put you on mute for a minute for a cool down so you can reflect on that you're not in control of this conversation. How about
Well,
that?
look how much smoother it went when there was give and take there.
All right. So, if you're going to say that reality is real 100%, can you verify that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and put some evidence forward.
Yeah, we have nighttime. That's my evidence.
Nighttime, how does that depict that you're on a sphere? How does it show that? Go ahead.
And remember, this was the evidence that you had thought
Hello?
about yourself, Lars.
Is this thing on?
It's on.
All right. Go ahead. Lars, it's not going smoothly anymore. You said it was. Go ahead and produce evidence that the Earth is a globe based on nighttime. How is it a globe based on nighttime?
I don't know how to explain it to another person.
Okay, then. Then if you can't do that, then you're not. How can you be convinced of it?
Because I think, but that doesn't mean I can use words to put that thought into your head.
Wow. Okay. I guess we don't have evidence then.
It's even worse. Lars just has like a belief at this moment.
Well, yeah. I mean,
He doesn't even have that because he can't even explain it.
Can't
You're
justify the
deducing
belief.
more than you don't have enough information to conclude that. Just because I can't explain something to you, you can't conclude that I don't understand it myself.
But that's like by the definition, a justification for your belief would be like a justified true belief. You don't have a justification at the moment. You just believe it.
No, I
you
went
can't
with
even
One
put it into
Direction
words.
nighttime. There's a lot more things than day and night cycle that.
Okay, well then show us something else. Maybe something else will prove it. You got anything else other than that that you can put in words?
That I can't what?
That you can put in words?
Yeah, you have all of the photographic and video evidence from any space
Excellent.
agency you like.
So we're going to photographs. Now, how does a photograph show that the Earth is an actual globe and not just you believing it's one?
Well, I don't know where this conversation goes, but I'm going to say what you'd expect me to say. The shape is circular when taken from space. So
Yeah, I know. That's
what
what they're
shape
that's what they're
always
showing you.
makes a circle.
I know that's what they're showing you, right? I get that.
Yes.
They're showing you an image and you're looking at it and you're saying, "Hey, that's what they're telling me this is. It's a globe." Okay, I got that. But how do you know that's true? What's your standard to evaluate that
It
image?
matches all the other things. It's the
Like
only
what?
shape that matches everything.
Like what?
You could go on Google Maps, measure distances between
Yeah.
points,
Wait a minute. Yeah,
cross-reference with some
hold on, hold
flights
on.
that you could
No,
buy
no, wait.
yourself.
Yeah, hold on, Lars. What we're trying to gain information on is how the Earth is presented to you as a sphere, not distance from point A to point B. I want to know how it appears to be curving in that image. What are you comparing it to in the physical world that shows the same kind of attribute? In what way? Because it's like you going from point A to point B isn't telling me that the surface condition is a specific thing like the image. The image is very
Yeah,
specific. It's specific
but
to the Earth being a curved surface.
if I hypothetically, so I've done it once, maybe twice.
Okay.
Hypothetically, I could do it if I had 100 years. I could spend the rest of my life cross-referencing Google Images, distance between points with flights that I in real life take and their times. If I
Yeah.
traveled the whole world,
But
I would
like this
only
doesn't
circular.
I could
Lars,
only
that's not
predict my
Is that
flight
not
times.
circular reasoning?
that doesn't
No, it's
answer the
not.
question. Yeah.
How is
It
it
doesn't because
circular?
you're not answering the question. The image that they're showing you is showing of a spherical nature of a globe.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So going from point A to point B does not answer the question whether or not the distance traveled is on a curved surface. That's what we're looking for. In the physical world outside, how are we going to answer the question of the image depicted as a spherical Earth, and you traveling a distance will also depict that the Earth is spherical? I want to do like how you attributed traveling from point A to point B to the image of the Earth being a globe. How are you
Yeah,
doing that?
because I can't like personally verify NASA's images or whoever's
Thank
images
you.
that I didn't
Thank you.
take.
That's honesty. Yeah, that's honesty.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for
And
that.
to
So
answer
now,
your question,
okay, go ahead.
the only way I could personally verify is by taking these flights and seeing and waiting for how long it takes until one of these flights doesn't match what I'd expect on the Google Images point to point. That could only work on a sphere, and
No,
it's the
no,
only
no,
work
no,
on a
no,
sphere
no,
part.
no, 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 no. That part.
And I'm
Hold on.
suggesting that I could no
Lars,
that I could go the
Lars,
whole rest of my life without finding one single flight that doesn't completely fit the Google Earth model.
yeah, that's fine. You can't say that because you
Yes.
said that's the only thing you could fit. Did you attempt to go through every permutation of shape imaginable to man and verify that it couldn't fit any other shape? Did you do that?
No, I just tried
What are you
flat.
talking about, lads?
Okay, so
I just tried
because
flat.
you made a bold statement, and you said I've tried every other shape, and it can only happen on this one. So the problem with that statement is that you didn't try out all the other shapes. You're just saying that you did, and that's not confirmation that you've excluded every other shape that it could be.
For the audience, though, I mean, if it fits the sphere, that's good enough. We
No,
don't have
no,
to
no, 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 no.
hypothetically,
Wait a
does
minute.
it
Wait a
fit a
minute. Wait a
fucking
minute. No,
inverted star?
no,
I mean, it
that's a
doesn't fit the
problem.
flat and it fits the sphere. That's
That's
good
a
enough.
problem. That's a problem because you're just assuming that's what it is. It's still like with the image.
No, I'm not
You didn't.
assuming.
Yeah, yes, you are. You just said it's the only thing that it could fit, and I told you. Did you check all the other permutation of shapes that it could be? Your answer was I don't need to.
I don't.
That's what you said. Yeah, that's a
I don't.
problem because
You
you're
stop
making it
looking when you
claim.
find a answer that works.
Yeah, that's the thing. Did you check all the other ones though? It could work with another shape. Did you check all the other ones?
Okay, well, if this is, do you want to go a different direction with this? This is not.
No,
I
no.
don't.
The direction I'm taking you is that your statements are illogical because I'm
No, they're-
forming a way. The reason why they're illogical is because it's a fallacy. You're saying that you've excluded every other shape that there could be, and it could only be this one. And I asked you, did you check all the other permutation of shapes that it can be? And your answer to that was, I don't need to. I don't need to check
No.
all the other ones. So you not by way of not even checking, you're just assuming that that one is the only one it could be.
Yes, I'm a
That's the
human. I
problem.
cannot see the Earth. I have to go with the model that works. What?
So
And it
so this
can't
is
be flat. So
this is the
if it
problem.
works on a sphere, if point-to-point
No, wait a
distance
minute.
measurements work on a sphere, when converted flat, they can't work.
Yeah,
So
and what?
no, I haven't
Okay,
tried
okay.
anything
Let's
but
take a look at
sphere and
this.
flat.
I do want to examine what you're saying. It works. So you're saying it works. What do you mean by it works?
I mean, if you go on Google Earth
Mm-hmm.
and you find two airports,
Yeah.
and you
The Earth is not flat, you dumb bastard.
you obey
You
what
fucking
Google
dumb
Earth says
bastards.
the distances are between those two airports, and then you go online and look at a flight, or perhaps even buy that flight and take it.
Yeah.
Find more consistency than you would if you look at any flat model and do the same thing. And
Wait
your
a
flight
minute.
time
Wait a minute.
versus
Wait a
your,
minute.
if you set up
Yeah.
a
Time
ratio
out.
between
Time out.
distance
Time
and
out.
flight
Time out.
times.
Time out. Do you know how flights actually work? What the pilot actually does? Because I'm
All right,
only
buddy.
assuming that you're assuming it. You're assuming it.
I'm assuming the economy runs on money and logistics.
No. Because what I'm saying is your point from that you're trying to make right now is that logistically this can only happen on a curved surface like a globe. Logistically, it can only happen that way. It's not happening on anything else. And I told you the problem with that is that you didn't examine every other permutation of thing it could be. You just only said I stopped here. You didn't stop. You didn't even
Yeah.
start. What I'm pointing out to the audience is you didn't even start to look at anything else. So you
You're
didn't
calling it a
stop.
problem? I don't
Yes,
think it's
it's
a
an
problem
issue.
like you're
It's an
calling it.
issue. So yeah, because you said I've already examined. It can't be any other shape. It can only be this one. So what I'm showing you is that that's an issue because over here on this other side, you could have found a shape that it could have been, but you didn't want to look. You didn't even start looking. You said I've stopped at this. But that's a problem. You're showing the audience that you stopped as if you were searching. You were not searching. As a matter of fact, you didn't even start looking. You just landed on this one thing that was being presented to you and accepted it. That's exactly
I
what happened.
I highly disagree with your assessment that you're
Okay,
showing the audience
that's
that.
fine.
I
That's
think you're
fine.
showing the
Then
audience that you like to interrupt and that.
no. I'm showing the audience that your statements are illogical. You didn't look at any other shapes. Otherwise, you'd be telling us I looked at, this shape and that one and the other one. You didn't do that. And you're just
No.
giving the illusion that you've looked at it, that you stopped on the Earth being a globe, a sphere.
I told the audience that I compared the distances on the Gleason's map versus the globe,
The Gleason's map is of the
cross-referencing
globe.
Google Earth.
The Gleason's map is of the globe, bro. It's not like a flat Earth model.
Well,
I mean, fine. It depicts the land masses are on displayed like on a flat projection, but it's not itself like a depiction of the Earth like as it is if it's a flat Earth. That's still
Okay,
that's still accordance to the Earth being a globe. It's just a smushed down version where you see all the countries, like if you would if you were on the surface of
yeah,
a
yeah.
sphere, but you smushed it down. That's all it is. It's not like, do you get me? Like
Well,
it's not like the
I,
flat
no, I
earthers are putting this
completely,
out.
I do get you, but there's never. It's hard to get a flat earther to give you what map he says because whatever
Well,
map he
hold on,
says,
dude.
you
Hold
go
on.
on Google
Hold on
Earth, the point to points of real life flights, they never all work like they do on the globe. Some of them,
Dude,
yeah.
I think you have a misunderstanding here, if I may, AV. No
Go ahead.
flat earther is going to give you a map and say it's not a map. It's actually objective physical reality. No one's going to do that. No one in the globe side is going to do that. That's the error that you have made today. That you took a abstraction and tried to make it concrete, and now what you've ended up with is debunking your own globe model.
It sounds nice, but
A
the
Gleason
globe works.
is a projection, a globe
So are you
projection.
saying abstract? The Google Earth, you can call it abstract. When you take these points to points, compare them with real life flight times,
Yeah, but that has nothing to
approximately,
do.
you're going to
Yeah,
find all
Lars,
positive results. So
Lars, you have to
so I
realize,
have a
brother,
non-abstract
you have to
model.
realize something. You have
Yeah,
to
he's not
realize that
listening.
you have to realize that it's not happening over a spherical Earth. These things that are done on maps, right? These maps that are map projections. You've seen it like on Google Earth, so you're trying to think about it like how it's working on a globe. But in all reality, you didn't verify that it's on one. You just believe that it is.
No,
So
I'll
it's
tell
based
you.
on a belief system.
Let me tell you. Let me please tell you. I'm not believing. You can
Okay.
take. So all I'm believing is that these flights that I haven't actually taken in real life are also accurate and would be accurate, like the ones I have taken in real life. Enter the flights I've taken that I've actually tested. I'm in this city. I end up in this city. My watch had this much time go by. Google Maps said this distance is this.
Yeah, but that's
So
also
those are the flights I've taken. I'm believing the flights that I haven't taken would yield me a similar result.
no. That's not it.
What I
Though. That's not
know
it.
what I
That's not
know
it,
is
though,
I
bro.
bring in geometry. You can bring in another. You can problem solve and find out this only happens on a sphere. I'm not
All right. Well,
believing
think
that it
about it
only
like this.
happens on a
I'm
sphere.
gonna give you something to think about. If it was on a sphere that distance traveled because you looked at Google Earth or whatever, okay, let's just say that's the fact. Then
Yes.
how would you determine based on that flight that the surface underneath the plane was curved in the manner that they say the Earth, being the size that it is what it is? Like, how would you determine that the ground that the plane's traveling over is a curving surface? This is the whole crux of the argument. The argument
The
has to make.
distances. I got you. The distances
Go
I
ahead.
can't really I don't know about the distances. I just know the time flew ratio to the distances on Google Map ratio is approximately
Yeah,
consistent.
I'm not.
I don't know about the actual distances. The
I guess
shape,
nobody's disagreeing with you on that. That the part we're disagreeing with you on is the conclusion. The conclusion
yeah.
is it's happening over a curved surface because Google Earth is depicting it that way to you. So your mind is thinking this is the only thing that can work based on what they're showing me. But in no way are you challenging how they're connecting that it's happening over a curving surface. You're just saying that it is based on what they're showing you. Like as you zoom out or whatever, it turns into a globe. That's great. But
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because there's no distortion in any direction. I've sat for an hour and a half and just clicked random airports. Some flights don't even exist
Now
because they're irrelevant.
you got a problem though when you zoom out from your Google Maps to Google Earth. How many times does it take you to spin it? How many times do you have to swipe to spin it once around?
I don't know really. I don't know.
Okay, maybe look into that.
All right,
Maybe it
so I
happens to
just
do
want
with
to
your
get on.
computer settings, man.
Yeah, hold on,
I don't
Lars.
know.
I just want to get on the basis that you're taking a
Missing the
lot of
point.
you're taking an assumption to think that the Earth is a globe, and it's not been established in any way that they're showing you. Like even with Google Earth, right? They should be able to give you the the distance from like whatever airport to airport, and how much area you're gonna cover, and how much curvature there would be in between those 2 points to at least verify some point of accuracy to say if I'm traveling from this airport to that port, there will be this much curvature involved, and at least correlate it with that. But you're just going off the assumption that you're working on a globe already, and just assuming that those flights work because you're on a globe. You're not saying that it's showing that you are on one. You're just verifying flight times. I don't think anybody disagrees with flight times and the way the avionics actually works. But the problem we're having is people are believing the ground underneath them is curving at a specific rate that it should be if it was a globe. That's the disagreement right there.
So yeah, not to mention that he thinks that, not to mention that you also think that pilots are dealing with their Earth spinning beneath them as they land. But go on.
That's an added
the way that I
feature.
link the distances and there's a word that begins with an A, like arterial, or a word for like something that I'm not actually seeing. So I'm seeing my phone with the distances, and I'm seeing my watch tick on the flight, but I'm not actually seeing the plane travel over the ground. The way I'm rectifying the distances with the times to the shape of the Earth is that it works in all directions in perfect symmetry, and the only perfect shape is a sphere.
Wait a minute. But that statement cannot be verified, can it?
If I was, destined to live 100 years and take all these
that's
flights,
the problem, though.
that's the best I could verify.
This is the issue. At this current state where you're at right now, you haven't done the thing that you think could actually put some meat on the bone. So you're just right now believing that it's a globe. I'm getting to the heart of the matter.
Thinking that it's a globe.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not known as one.
No, you could say it's not known as one. It's
Thank you.
That's
it.
I have zero doubt that it's one, but I'm not
That's
in
fine.
space looking at it. So no,
we
it's not known as one.
We got to a point of agreement. I'm at least content with the fact that you're intellectually honest to say that, because it would take a lot for somebody to admit that. But if you are willing to, then at least that gives us a base for where you're coming from, and not like, well, we get into arguments with people because they say they know for sure. And that's the part that we want to actually connect, how they actually figured it out. And it gets into a big old mess. And sometimes, it goes the other way.
Everyone in this Discord, if they were Superman, we'd all do the exact same thing first. We'd all fly out there and see what the fuck it is.
We all dress up like Clark Kent.
Conversely, however, we can discuss the Earth being a horizontal plane and perhaps maybe give you some food for thought.
Perhaps I'll give you
or
like
not unless you got to do
4 or
something
5
else.
minutes.
I mean, I don't know. What's your?
I'm just gonna start my day, get in the shower, go grocery shopping. But I got 5 minutes. So you're a good speaker.
Thank you very much. But you're also intellectually honest, so it's reciprocal. So works both ways. Yeah, we understand that the Earth. There's a couple of things, right? We observe it to be a horizontal plane. We can measure across it for sure, and it also shows that long distance observations, also with laser targeting systems. I mean, just multiple things of mirror flashes over bodies of water. The fact that water doesn't display any. Oh, did I pop out? The fact that hello.
We hear you.
Yeah, so the fact that large bodies of water display no convexity while at rest, there's a lot of things that we can conclude with saying with assurance, because of the principles of the known world, that the Earth is not a curving surface like the way that people think with the globe. So we can examine things further and probably get into like showing you tests and things that have been done over time, and maybe bring forward the idea that you can actually put together a solid base where we can say for sure that the Earth is a horizontal plane. But definitely we could start with the physics of water and how it's displaying no convexity over large bodies and while at rest, because we can show that like I don't know if you've ever been to a placid lake where you don't see any a lot of wind on it. It's just really calm, and it shows a specular reflection on it. So a specular reflection can happen in two ways. It can happen with a curved surface and a flat surface. But if it, depending on the angle that the light hits at water, and then up to your eye for the thing that you see in the far distance to mirror it, it displays a perfectly mirrored surface, and we can know that that can only happen if the surface of that water is a horizontal plane, displaying that perfectly mirrored surface. Now, this has happened over the salt flats. So showing this and a depiction of specular reflection is a great instance of showing how the large body of water is displaying a horizontal surface, which will also, because of the light that's coming from striking the thing that we see in the distance, like a mountain or clouds or whatever, can reflect in a perfectly mirrored fashion, which can only happen on a horizontal surface and not a curving one. So if you had a curving surface, which was a specular reflection, it would show distortions in that surface, which means that you'd have like a funhouse mirror effect. It would be elongated or whatever the case is, a little bit stretched out over distance. We don't
Yeah.
see that. We don't see that, however.
Can
So I think it's a great
is there
demonstration. Go ahead.
with this demonstration? Is there any like lack of assumption? Like, does it take what you would expect exactly on a globe, or is it generally saying this
I
looks like
mean,
a mirror?
yeah. I mean,
Because
if you
looking like a mirror and being exactly mirror
Yeah, I
are
get
not
you.
the same.
I think what happens is we're gonna have to find out what we mean by the terms, and so making an observation or at least showing you people that have been out there over this body. I used the Salt Lake when it rains, like after a rain, how it shows a perfectly mirrored surface. I think that was the best example, and or like a calm lake. That's a good example too. But sometimes with wind, it could cause a rippling effect on the surface of water, which can cause a distortion on the image you're trying to look at. So then it would kind of like be harder to tell. However, this has happened where it shows very perfect in mirror and horizontal. So that I think too. Not to mention because we have that right. On top of that, we got distances that have been measured like up to like 24, 25 miles on certain examples over lakes with lasers and targeting from the point of origin to the target, and the laser actually hits its target. So there's a lot of instances where we understand that there has been a measurement of levelness over a surface of water. So not just that we're seeing this, but that laser targeting can show that it corroborates with the fact that not only specular reflection demonstrate that the horizontal surface of water displays no convexity, but also that the laser will, over the surface of water, be able to reach its target. And by that, we can say that with assurance that not only does the water look flat, but it is flat. Um, and I mean, many other demonstrations, but these are just a few to get you started. I don't know how much more time you have. Plus, I have to leave too. 'Cause I got to get back to work. So.
Is this guy at odds with the idea that water seeks and finds level?
No. He's just wanted. I was just going to give him a rundown. I don't know how
No,
much
I
time he
know.
has.
No, I understand. But that's the first thing you brought up, and then he kind of latched on something to gloss over the simplicity of the whole water thing.
That's fine. I guess if you wanna find more information out, you can go to the server. We have PDFs and tons of information you could look at. I
So
don't know if you
when
know.
you say when
Go
you
ahead.
say assured, does that mean that if I
Yeah.
asked you if you knew the Earth was flat, you would say you know it's flat?
Yes. Another property.
So
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I know that you are aware of the globe Earth argument refraction when you about these laser
Yes.
tests.
Yes.
So why did you leave that out and say we know that you basically just left it out?
Yeah, because like okay, so even if refraction was included, you'd have to figure out what role does it play. So we're talking about over a viewing distance, specifically over a larger distance than just like let's say from here to like 100 feet away. You know, like it has to be at a significant distance away. And then if it does play a factor in a viewing distance, then what role does it play? And not only would something be visible, but you could you could qualify it. So if refraction is something that says causes, erosion effects or whatever, distortions in the air, then we'd have to qualify it. Like what type of refraction? So then that's the reason why we would introduce that and talk about it. But that's definitely a phenomena that does occur. So we can't negate the fact that certain phenomena do occur, and we have to address that whenever it does come up. But the instances that I'm talking about are times where you can do testing over surfaces of water where it's calm and you
Minimal.
they see to a certain distance away. But if, like I said, if refraction is a particular problem like that needs to be addressed, then of course we address it. But it's not as significant as the globers would need it to be, because for the globe side, it would have to be such a great amount of it that you would have to bend a horizontal surface into a curved surface. So it's a bit more
Well,
it's a bit more I'm looking for the word. It's a bit more embellished with the idea that the Earth is a globe. That refraction would be
any amount of refraction that we'd claim would be bending horizontal into curved, right? Any amount.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's the issue. It's not. There's an idea that it's doing something in the air, but it's not been able to be tested and verified that there's a standard that we can go by. Now, mind you, there's something called there's something called the terrestrial refraction, which has the R value baked in it. 7/6 R. It's got a lot of equations that are going to be putting to like how we can tell like we can use this standard all across the board. But of course, as you may know, the air outside isn't always like a static thing. It fluctuates. So you can't just set some sort of like prime example to it and then just say carte blanche that this is the way it's got to be. You have to actually address the fact that there's with increased distance, there's going to be pockets of air that are not colder and hotter in between you and the target distance. So,
I just wanted to ask you why.
I got to get back to work, and somebody else can answer the question.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, later.
Would any of you let me see if I'm muted or not.
You're not muted. Did you ever see this refraction? I put it in the text chat for you.
Or look at it. Is there anyone here that has a voice chat permission that would say they don't know the Earth is flat and they just think the Earth is flat?
You want to?
Anyone? I'm just wondering. There's like 20 people here, right?
You shouldn't really worry about like what people say that like how can you know you should just figure out how can you know something, like how can you know what flat is and what Earth is, and then you might come to understand how they either know or don't know.
Yeah. I personally feel no evidence whatsoever that I'm more sure that the Earth is spherical than probably the majority of you are sure that the Earth is flat. But I won't say that I know it's flat or that I know it's round.
Go ask water.
Oh yeah, like that's a good idea. Like so, like what tool would you use to establish points of equal elevation, right? To know that the Earth is changing in elevation, because you're saying it's a globe, which is a change in elevation from one point to the other. What tool would you use to know that things are of equal elevation?
That's a good question. I don't know, like a barometer, but like he was saying, meteorology is fucking finicky. I don't really know how you measure elevation.
A barometer is at a point. What's the tool that you can use along a surface, like over a distance?
I mean, that's a good question. You can't hardly use light because of all the atmospheric unknowns. Can you answer that question for me? I don't know.
Well, I was told. just to get it going, right? For old Hoss who spoke up, I was told that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference where no point is higher or lower than the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think I tend to agree with that.
What say you, old Hoss?
I'm actually searching up that meme to show them a water level in that infograph about at what distance does this not. Do you know what a water level is?
Is this a concept or a tool? No, I don't know what a water level is. I know what. Oh yeah, like in construction. Yeah, I know what it is.
You know what a spirit level is.
Maybe I'm mixing them up. I know what a level is. Like
Here, let me dig this up. Yo Tanks, go ahead and fill them in on that. I'm finding the meme.
Yeah, it's like a water level is a tool, right? And he'll definitely show you the picture. There's the regular level that you know about at the store, where it's got a little bubble of liquid in it, air. And when you tilt it, the air will go up and the water will go down. And you'll say, oh, the bubble's too high, so I got to get it to be even and flat. And then there's a water level, which is a separate tool, uses the same principle, which is two little beakers, if you can imagine, on the end, and a long hose. And what you can do with the tool is you can raise or lower one end of it, and the water will flow until it equalizes. So we know, like in your township where you live, that you guys have water. You have showers, you have sinks, and every town has a water tower, and the water tower is higher, right? They put it up high, the water tower, so that the water will flow down and feed all the systems below it, right? So we know that water at rest, if you raise one end of it, will flow, and that will, that'll cause water to flow, and that's kind of the principle that the tool uses. That when the water is not flowing, right, then it's flat and level on the surface.
Yeah, and like say you have two bodies of water next to each other, not connected. They can be at different heights. Then when you connect them, they're going to even out.
Yeah, the communicating vessel. Yeah, some would say the water level tool. So then, if you have a body of water, right, and it's at rest, then you know all points along the surface are at the same elevation. So then it goes back to the question, right? So that you can know that the Earth's a globe. What tool would you use to establish points of equal elevation so that you could measure a drop of the Earth, a curve over the distance? What tool would you use to establish that?
You would use water.
There you go. So now I'm going to put water on the surface of Earth, which is, they say they know the entirety of the Earth, and that 70% of it is covered in water. So now I'm going to use that 70%, like a lake, or or a canal, and I'm going to measure the Earth, whether the is higher or lower. And now I can know. Are you feeling like you're in a paradox at the moment, trying to figure that out?
No, to be honest, I'm trying to like be not rude and tell you that I gotta go.
All right.
But talking to you and the other guy, you guys are both.
I finally found it. I pinged you. Look at it before you go.
Okay.
He did put in the work. He found it for you.
At what distance does this? Can you explain what the question is? Does what become false?
Well, that's a water level.
Or is it saying at what distance would these two levels not match?
Yeah, because
I don't see a
earlier
statement.
on you agreed. Well, you found the saying "water seeks and finds level." You don't disagree with that, you said.
No, I agree.
Before you go, Lars, imagine this scenario. So imagine you're holding one end of the tool and I'm holding the other end of the tool. And imagine it's just infinitely large, like it doesn't have a limitation to how big it is, right? Now we have it where it's level, where the water's not flowing. Now I'm going to walk over the top, right? I'm going to just magically, like I'm going to sort of float like a butterfly or something. I'm going to walk over the ocean, right, with that tool. Just keep on going and going. Would you imagine that it rises from the surface of the water, or that it stays parallel with the surface of the water?
You're saying you're holding a leveling tool, right? That's what you said.
I'm holding that hose. I'm holding one end of it, and it's just magically stretching and going further and further. And I'm walking over the surface of the ocean, like with magic, like Jesus' shoes or something. Would you imagine that
so you're
that I'm
saying
raising
the plane at the top of the surface of the opposite ends of water, at what distance does that plane become unparalleled? That's the question.
Yeah, is the ocean dropping away to conform to the curvature of a sphere, and that would make it so that the water level tool is rising from the surface, or is it remaining parallel and the Earth is flat?
Well, parallel and level are different. So as far as you would go, the water would remain level no matter how far you went.
Would that be parallel with the surface of another body of water beneath it?
No, it never. Even in the picture, they're technically they wouldn't be parallel. They'd be unobservably different from parallel, but
So now you're disagreeing with yourself.
no, because I didn't understand the statement the picture was making until
Yeah, you
just
didn't
now.
understand the implications of globe. I gotcha.
Yeah, it's sunk in that's the globe that is not existing in reality.
Well, if you look at the picture, a water level device showing both ends at the same height. So,
and remember,
Yeah,
you got to
that
you
is
got to drink. You got
what
to
you
you got to flush
described.
your toilet. You got to get a shower, and you got to drink tonight. Don't forget, like in reality, you got to do those things where you have your water tower at a higher elevation, flowing downhill. Don't forget while you're making these
yeah,
statements
but
that
this
reality's still there.
picture, I didn't read the bottom. It says a water level device showing both ends at the same height. Is that what the question at the
So what's
top is
the
asking?
answer?
At what distance does this become false? Is it referring to a water level, both ends at the same height? Is that the excuse me? I'm sorry. Is that the
Correct.
question? That's what the top is asking.
So what is the?
No, they'd always be the same height from the ground.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, they height is measured from the ground.
This is
I
the
think the Earth is a
paradox. You're
sphere.
jumping. Remember, I said, watch out for the paradox. You're falling into it.
All right, I'm fired up. My query is can someone explain to me how I'm contradicting something? How did I? Where, well, thank you guys. Hope you have great days.
Can I speak? Nice response. Oh, am I allowed to speak?
Yeah, what's up, man?
My name is. How's it going? My name is Braden. I'm here to argue in defense of globalists. I think the last guy that was on here didn't argue it very effectively. And I would like to, I guess, argue that point, if you would let me.
Sure, go ahead.
First, I will just simplify it down, and it's really not an issue of whether it's a globe or whether it's a horizontal surface. It's a matter of the systems that you choose to represent it. I think in the scientific community, the theories that we have and the laws that we have are the best description of what's going on, and it is um and it's the simplest method is usually the best method, and it's the best solution. And that's my argument for why our model of it being a globe is more effective, just base level. And there's tons of mathematical evidence that we can bring up later to prove that point. But it's the fact that flat earthers use two systems to define two separate things when the globe system uses one. What I mean by that is the flat earth system has two different systems for weather and for the movement of the sun and the moon. As the globe model has one that universally recognizes both of them in the same system and holds true 100% of the time.
Okay.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, you have prerequisites if you want the Earth to be a globe, right? And they're very easy to test. So if the Earth is a globe, right? They tell us the exact size of the globe, and that means that water would have to be curving. Okay, so if we go to a certain size area of water, okay, say it's a 10-mile lake or a 20-mile lake or section of the ocean, it would have to be curving at a specific rate for the Earth to be a globe, right? For all of those additional claims to be true. It's the prerequisite.
Yes.
So if we can go
Yes,
and
there's plenty of
consistently
mathematical
test,
evidence to prove that.
well, yeah. Let me finish because I let you finish.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. So we've been out and actually tested over these distances countless times using all sorts of different methods, and we can never find any curvature whatsoever over these distances. And then when we go seeking, right, to the globe side for counter tests, so to speak, right, we don't find anything that matches up, right? We don't have any evidence of this prerequisite for everything else to be true for a globe. So if you want to compare empirical evidence, that would probably be the best option, right?
Well, I have a clear rebuttal to the fact that we don't have any evidence to prove that it's curved. I will bring up the Eratosthenes stick test, which I'm sure you know about. You take two sticks, two different cities, and they each have two different shadows, and the difference in degree of the shadow is linear across the distance that it is. And you can see that in a matter of scale. There is a certain amount of mileage to a certain amount of degree change in the curve. Part of it is human field of view, that the human vision can't necessarily see over a 60-mile radius to see a large change like that. But there are a lot of different methods that we can use to see those distances. And when you see those distances, you can see that there is curvature of the Earth. And not only that, but when you guys bring up the model of the lake and how it has to be flat because it is mirrored surface perfectly, that's over a distance of a few miles. I don't know what size of lake you're bringing up, but the examples that you gave
I
were
told
small
you, I
enough
said 10
distances.
or 20 miles as an example, right, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature.
So the 10 to 20 mile example is flawed in the fact that I don't know the exact degree, but I'm pretty sure every 66 miles it's a degree change across that
Yeah,
surface.
but
So if you have a lake of
66 feet, bro, right? That's like nearly a 7-story building, right? 7-story building. That's a huge amount of curvature, and that's just over 10 miles, right? It's exponential when you increase the distance. So over 20 miles, it would be like a skyscraper of curvature, like 260 foot approximately of curvature over 20 miles. That would be very easy to test, and there would be things hidden in the distance, right? So if you set up a camera or a laser, for example, let's just use a camera for this example. Say you set a camera up a few feet off the surface of the water. Okay, you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of a 20-mile lake, for example. It should be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. That would be the hidden height. And you would also have to have a geometric horizon, right? The physical globe Earth horizon at a certain distance, depending on how high the optic is, right? That would have to be there if the Earth is a globe. It's part of the physicality of a globe that size. But it's not there when we go and test for it. Now, Eratosthenes, he made a whole bunch of assumptions, and all he did was measure a shadow length. Okay, a 7.2 degree shadow. He assumed that the Earth was a globe already, right? He wasn't trying to test if it's flat or a globe. And he assumed an infinite distance sun that would produce parallel sun rays, right? So 2 assumptions. Okay, if you just change those assumptions, right, you you could still do the same mathematics. Okay, and then you're going to work out the circumference of a flat surface, which is ridiculous. But that's why I'm talking about empirical evidence, not calculations based off assumptions, right? Actually testing, measuring the claimed geometry.
Yes, I think with the stick test, I like to point out that this was not with the assumption that it was a globe. If I remember it correctly, at that point, we didn't have, I believe it was around 500 BCE before
Look, man, I
we
don't
had
want to call you out
and that was
and say
degrees
that you're
before we
wrong, but
had.
maybe you should double check these things before you make arguments about Eratosthenes. Okay, because he did absolutely assume it's a sphere beforehand. He already thought it was a sphere. He did his mathematics based on that assumption. Okay, he was trying to work out the circumference of the sphere that he believed in. Okay, he believed he was on a sphere. He was just trying to calculate the circumference. Okay, so if you, I don't want to say you're wrong. You're more than welcome to just go and look that up yourself.
Okay, well, I think, well, thank you for not calling me out at all. I would like to bring up the talk about the Earth's drop. I think you're misunderstanding what I mean by that. So, it's not a visibility rule, it is a geometric approximation. It doesn't mean something drops out of sight by that line of sight over a certain distance. It depends on your eye height and light, just math. When you're standing 6 feet across the surface, your geometric horizon is only about 3 miles away. Beyond that, the ground starts to curve downwards, so the lower parts of distant objects get hidden first. If the object is tall, or if you're standing higher up, you can still see it if it's top across a lake. So I think you're misunderstanding the fact that it would drop by 266 feet, a skyscraper height, over a 20-mile radius. It's not based off of that.
Yeah. It actually, so you just said from a 6-foot observer height, the horizon would be 3 miles away. Okay, so if I go to a giant body of water and set up a camera at 6 foot, the horizon would have to be 3 miles away, right? So I can go test for that.
Yes. Is there?
Okay, so when we go and test for that, the horizon isn't at that distance ever. In fact, we can see orders of magnitude further than that. Okay, so I could show you an example right now where a camera was set up at 5 foot height. Okay, so the horizon would be a little bit closer than 3 miles, but we can see the entire way across a 21-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side. There's no horizon, there's no curvature.
Oh, yes, fair.
Mm-hmm. And this is consistently
I'm
done
just
in
thinking,
different locations, whether it be the ocean, whether it be a lake in Canada, a lake in the USA, a section of the ocean in Australia, anywhere. Whenever we go out and test for curvature, we don't find any curvature.
yeah.
That's why I was talking about comparing empirical evidence, because we got a whole stack of empirical evidence that we'd love to share with people, but quite often people don't really care to see it or actually focus on what's being presented, right? And then if I were to ask you if you have anything like that to actually empirically validate the curvature, I don't think you would be able to present anything, because no one ever has.
I think there's plenty of empirical. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, man. Like when I first started looking into this, I thought this was a crazy argument and that there was tons of proof that the Earth's a globe. But the further I dug into it, I found that that's absolutely not the case.
I mean, what is your main grounds for the fact that the Earth is flat, if you could summarize that in a paragraph? Using it mathematically, and I know we talked about short distances, but what mathematically can you prove over the entire size of what we say is a globe and translate that to a horizontal surface? How can you mathematically describe that?
May I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah, please do, Elijah. What's up, man?
What's up? I just feel like, we have to slow the conversation down. You were
Okay, that's fair.
very sure that we were misunderstanding you when you were talking about the drop over distance. Now, the underlying premise in that is that the Earth is a globe, and at a certain distance, something is obstructed by the surface of the Earth, right? Like like when I joined the VC just now, you were very sure about that. Whatever anyone was saying about what you were saying about that, you were sure that they got it wrong, and then you articulated what you meant. Now, I understand what you meant because we use that as an argument to defeat the Earth being a sphere of a specific dimension. So I would like to drill into that instead, rather than you asking how we explain this or explain that. Like,
Well, I think it's
can we
a
stay there before we move on? Because you brought it up.
well. I am sorry if it came across that way. I was
Wait,
saying that I thought there might have been a misunderstanding there because I was pointing at perspective and scale, and it seems like in the past conversations that I've heard, people have brought up scale and stuff like that, and it has been either ignored or kind of slighted. So I thought maybe you guys were misunderstanding my fact about distance and scale over the size of a globe. And I don't mean to
no, that's
I
fine.
guess.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't.
Yeah, no, I just want
No,
to make
no,
that
no hard feelings. You made it. No hard feelings.
okay.
But now, my whole point is, I now know that you understand what I know based on what you said. Now, you know what you know. You just articulated it. So I know that you know implicitly the same thing. So now I want to
Well,
talk about whether that thing is actually true.
do you think it would be more beneficial if we threw out the assumption that it is a flat Earth or that it is a globe Earth and just talk about the mathematics to prove that without any prior assumptions? Because I think that
No.
would be an effective way to argue is without taking anything into account. Because I made that mistake with coming in sure that it was a globe, and I've tried to be I tried to listen and be thoughtful about what you guys are saying, and um I think if we both threw out the notion of just not like necessarily what we believe, but if we
So
throw
the thing
out
you brought
our
up,
personal
you
beliefs,
want to. So the thing you brought up that you knew you understood, and I now know based on what you said that I understand the same thing you've understood. I'm saying this is actually an important point to go over. Are you telling me you just don't want to do that? Is this your roundabout way of saying let's scratch that and start over? Because I really wanted to start there because you know about it and I know about it.
I'm saying, well, everybody knows about it. It is, I mean, unless you don't
So
have
you
access
thought
to
we
the
didn't know about
educational
it.
resources.
You thought we didn't know anything about scale versus perspective. But now that
May I
you
please
know,
finish?
I don't know. Look, I just want to know if we can drill down on the clarification that you made, or do we have to move on? All you have to do is admit, I don't want to do that. I want to move on. And then I'll leave you
What
alone because it
specifically?
seems like I'm bothering you. And I'm just like, it started out with me saying, okay, there's nothing confused. You know that for a specific observer, that things would be obstructed at this specific distance because you believe the earth is a sphere. I understand that those mathematics. I understand the numbers. I agree with you. Now, DJ just tried to ask you if you wanted to look into how we've tested that, and you've attempted to move on when it was your point to begin with. I just want transparency and honesty. I will let you move on if you will clearly say that's what you want to do. Otherwise,
I,
I'm gonna. Otherwise, I don't know.
I guess I'll move on, but it feels like you're taking apart my argument and drilling it down to the way that I'm wording things as opposed to the question
No,
that
I
I
didn't.
asked, which what mathematical evidence is there to prove over long distances? I think we already talked about the short
That's incorrect,
distances.
bro. You're gonna keep going as if what you just said was correct. That's incorrect. I'm not taking. You didn't even put forth. What am I taking apart? I mean, I didn't take apart anything. I asked you if we could stay on that point. That's not doing anything other than requesting that we talk about it. So how could I be taking apart something that I'm requesting to talk about? I haven't done it yet. I'm going to do
I
it.
under
You're 100% right in your feeling. I'm going to do it. But if you don't want me to, say that. Don't act like I'm trying to chop you off at the knees, because I'm not. I'm asking you if you want to talk about it, expand on it.
well,
And
I
also, don't say
apologize if it came
mathematical evidence when it's not
across that
mathematical
way.
evidence. It's scientific or empirical or whatever.
Well, I
That's what
apologize.
I really wanted, because it seemed like he was moving away from it, DJ. But you can take back over. I just wanted to make sure that we had to move away from the most important point in the discussion. Now he doesn't know it's
Well,
important because he wants to move on. But if he didn't move
well,
on, you either want to move on
I
or you don't. Like if you were very transparent about that, this wouldn't be a back and forth. But you already said
Well,
you
I don't.
want to move on, but don't end that statement with "we can move on" because it seems like you want to do X, Y. All I want to do is talk about the point that you raised. If you don't want to do that, don't act like I'm doing anything more or anything more nefarious than wanting to address the point that you made. That's all I wanted to do.
What? Yes, I understand that, and I apologize if I came off hostile. And I don't mean to take away from the conversation that we're having, but it felt like when I brought up something, I agreed with the point that the other guy had made, and I was asking a follow-up question that applied to the thing, and that was over large distances because we had already spoken on short distances. I thought I made it clear through that question asking that I was either moving on or we were going to continue the conversation and let it move into something else. But then it felt like I was getting questioned on that and um not necessarily chopping me off the knees, but that we turned 3 minutes of the conversation that could have been spent on mathematical evidence and proving either way and having a thoughtful discussion into talking about how I'm miswording things and if I need to move on or not when I made that perfectly clear. So I'm sorry if it came across that way. It just felt like it was not a personal attack. It just felt like we were attacking my words, not the mathematics here. If you can understand that. But I am
Yeah,
ready to
no
move on if you are ready
worries.
to
So
move
do you want to talk about the mathematics then? Or did you still want to move on anyway?
on. The last thing that I just said was I am ready to move on if you are.
I know, but you said I wanted to talk about the mathematics, not have you, pick apart my words. So my response to you is, okay, so then did you want to talk about the mathematics? And is moving on talking about the mathematics?
Are my words I'm maybe I'm miswording it, but I just clearly said that I'm ready to move on if you are and talk about the mathematics.
Okay,
What
cool.
what point are you trying to make?
DJ,
What do you mean
okay,
by mathematical?
I'll send it back. No, you don't have to. We got to the conclusion. DJ, you can take it away.
I mean mathematics over long distances is what I'm figured in because it really
Yeah,
comes
gotcha,
down
bro.
to say that again?
Yeah, I said I got you, right? So I'm talking. Okay, so
Okay.
you just said that if you're a 6-foot observer, the horizon would be at 3 miles. Okay, so I'm talking
Yeah.
about a very large distance compared to 3 miles. Okay, so we're going to test a 20-mile distance, for example. Okay, and we're going to test for that horizon because that horizon must be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, that's a characteristic, a physical characteristic of a globe of the size that they're telling us. Okay, so that's what you've learnt now is that the horizon would be 3 miles away. Okay, and you wouldn't be able to see any water beyond that horizon line. Okay, that would be the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Right, and it would be caused by the curvature of the Earth if the Earth were a globe. Anything that goes beyond that, it's going to start to disappear behind the horizon. Ooh.
What was that? Yeah, what was that?
Some crazy troll.
Hey, do me and the Globe Earther guy's voice sound the exact same? Because I was taking a shower and I figured I wanted to help him, but I think you guys wouldn't be able to tell our voices apart.
You sound similar. Yeah, man. All globers sound the same. I'm joking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, let's test out that horizon. Okay, it has to be there. Do you agree? It has to be at 3 miles if the Earth's a globe physically.
I think we're making assumptions on the fact that it is a straight point-to-point view. Light bends based off the distance and based off the atmosphere, and that is why we are able to view things over long distances. It's not that water would be blocking that because it curves. A drop of
Well, you
216 feet,
just
yes.
said. Okay, so you just said earlier that things would start to disappear physically behind the curvature of the Earth beyond 3 miles from a 6-foot observation
Saying
height.
a very,
Are
very
you
large
sticking with
distance.
that?
No, what I'm saying is that over a very, very large distance, yes, things will start to drop off. But in this small scale of 10, 20 miles, the curvature of light allows us to see things that far. So yes, 216 feet is a large drop off in theory, but the standard refraction lets us see things in that distance. But like, I know a lot of globers, I guess as you call us, would bring up the boat example, but that is over a very, very large distance. That's way longer than 20 miles when you can't see the boat anymore.
Well, then
So I'm
that doesn't
saying
work on a
that
globe. That doesn't work on a globe then, does it? Okay, so now
I
you've
think
got
it
some
does.
issues. So now you've got a big surface area presenting itself as flat. Okay, and if you want to claim that that's flattening out due to refraction, then you would have to validate that. You would have to go out
No,
and
I'm
measure it
saying
and test it and prove to me that really that curvature is there. Okay, because when we go out, we're not finding the curvature. Okay, so do you have any
well,
evidence of the curvature or of the geometric horizon that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe?
yes, there is plenty of evidence.
Okay,
I
well,
don't
what
have
do you have?
necessarily.
What do you have? Because I've
So
been asking people for the last 8 years to present it. Okay, we've had physicists and whatnot come through here. They can't present it. What makes you think you can?
well, I will not make assumptions that I'm a physicist or I have all of the knowledge on a subject, but I do still think that I have enough knowledge that and not I hate to use the word common sense, but I can't think of a other word. But through all of the educational resources that I have, which I've heard you guys say are indoctrinated,
That doesn't
which
matter. Look, you
maybe
can have all of the explanations that you like. That's why I'm talking about actual tests and empirical evidence to back the claims up, to back the explanations up. Okay, so
so what I'm saying.
I have a ton of empirical evidence that I can present to you. But you say that you have some, okay? Because we can all agree that we experience the Earth as flat, right? We don't see any curvature when we go out to the beach or when we go out to a lake. We see flat water, we see a flat horizon. Okay, so that would be the baseline, the starting point, the axiom that we all experience. But you get told that, and I got told that we're so small and the Earth, the globe is so big, so you don't see any curvature. You experience it as flat, but really it's curving. Okay, so now I'm asking you to back up your claim that it's actually curving, even though you experience it as flat.
The issue is perspective. The issue is perspective in the fact that we, in comparison to the size of a globe,
That's what I just
is
said. Don't repeat what I
infinitely
just
small.
said. No, what I'm
Well, I'm.
asking you. Okay, this is what I'm asking you. Do you have any
I understand what
empirical
you're asking me.
evidence? Do you have any? Okay, I don't need you to. Okay, so you agree with what I just said, right? We're small, Earth big. We don't see curvature. Okay, so how do you know that it's curving?
Disagree.
And what empirical evidence do you have to back that up?
I will bring up a very, very prevalent. It happens. I mean, we have so much evidence to prove lunar eclipses work the way that they do. Now,
Well, you're going to
I
need.
know.
Hold on a second. I'm going to stop you before you get. Okay, so I was talking about prerequisites when you first came in here. Okay, to make the
Yes.
claim, right, of something that you see in the sky, right, being the curvature of the globe Earth, you're going to need curvature for that, right? So you're going to have to validate the prerequisite of the claim. Okay, so if we go out and we test over these large distances and there's zero curvature, obviously what you're talking about with the eclipse can't be possible. Okay, so you need to be able to find that curvature, right? This discussion is about Earth curvature. It's the primary factor that you need to have a globe. So we're going to have to try to validate that there's such a thing exists, because
I think
we've already tested the Earth thousands of times and there's zero curvature is detected.
the horizon you see at sea level and sailing in the Caribbean
Hold on
in
a
the mountains,
second. If
seeing the tips of a
he
mountain
does.
appear first.
Yeah, hold on a second, dude. Right, you're a different person. I'm talking to the other guy. You can
So
That's
he probably doesn't
self-evidently
want you to
globe.
jump in and take over his conversation.
That's not we observe the Earth flat. That's us observing the Earth self-evidently round.
So that's what you're claiming, that the horizon's geometric physical location. Okay, so what evidence do you have of that? Because when we go out and test for it, it's not there. Okay, this is a diagram in the side chat. If the Earth were a globe, okay, so I'm going to read it out quickly. A man standing
Thank
on a
you.
sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, and then there's a picture of what it looks like on the right. Okay, that distance to the horizon would be at a certain distance away from the observer, depending on the height. Okay, so you said earlier 6 foot height, 3 mile horizon. When we go out and test, that's never the case, right? And we can't find any evidence that such a thing exists.
I didn't get to finish my point on lunar eclipses, which we can honestly talk about lunar eclipses without knowledge of the Earth being circular. If we just imagine, even in the model that flat earthers use to show the movement of the sun and the moon, you can see that in that model, both are spheres. Now, my point is, the way that a lunar eclipse works, even if you
I know how lunar
didn't have
eclipses work. I don't need...
May I
Look,
please
nobody
finish?
here... Well, nobody needs you to explain how lunar eclipses work. Everyone in the room knows how a lunar eclipse works. So you
I
explaining
think
that
it's
to everyone that
perfectly.
already knows how it works is irrelevant. Does it require the Earth to be a globe? Does your argument require Earth curvature?
I think you're taking apart my argument, and I feel like it's the
I'm
way
cutting
that
it
you
off.
debate
I'm
and the
cutting
way
the
that
feet off your argument, basically. Okay, so you need to have
Well,
the feet
may
to
I
have the
please
rest of
finish,
the
sir?
argument.
May I please finish?
Well, no, because what you're trying to do is change the topic. Right? I'm trying to talk about the
No,
Earth,
I'm
and
not.
you're trying to
I
talk
was
about
in the.
things that you can't validate in the sky.
That diagram
I can
ignores your
perfectly
fractals.
validate it. Look, I'm not trying to argue with me, but can I please finish my point? I'm defining terms, which is how you debate effectively.
No,
Thank
no.
you. So
Okay,
my
no, you're not defining terms, right? There's no terms being
yes, I
defined.
am. I'm
You're
defining.
trying to talk about something that requires the Earth to be a globe in the first place, which you haven't been able to validate at all. And I have empirical evidence that completely destroys that notion. Right?
Now, can I please finish?
You're saying that you're looking at a shadow, an alleged shadow on the moon, right? And that proves that the Earth's a globe. Whereas you can't prove that there's any curvature on the actual Earth to begin with. That would be the prerequisite of the secondary claim that you're making.
If you were listening to what I was saying, I started off by saying you can make this argument without the assumption of it being a sphere or not. My point is the fact that in both models of a globe and of a flat Earth, the
We
moon
don't
and
have
the
a
sun are
model.
both spheres.
There's no flat Earth model. There's no flat Earth model, and your model falls apart when
Well,
we test the curvature.
What do you mean there's no model? How do you
Can I,
describe
can I,
things?
can I, wait, can I say this? Can I say this?
Yeah.
You said shape. We don't need to deal with shape when talking about your argument. So, I mean, either A, I would have expected you to say, well, the lunar eclipse proves that the Earth is a sphere with certain dimensions, the ones that they accept today. And if you're not going to do that, the other alternative, which you just said, we don't have to talk about shape. We don't have to talk about whether it's a sphere or whether it's flat. So then why is the very next thing that you said, we can look at it with a flat Earth and we can look at it with a round Earth?
I'm
Don't
not
do
making
that.
any assumption on shape, size, or dimensions. I'm making assumptions based off of both models of. Can you agree with me that the sun is a sphere and the moon is a
He's right
sphere?
then. A flat is how do you model flat? First of all, what would
Can
we
you
do?
agree with me that the sun is a sphere and the moon is a sphere? Because
It's a circle.
okay, let's build on that. My point is that the my point is that you have a sphere, which is a circle. A circle. We don't have to say sphere. A circle, which is the sun. A circle, which is the moon. Now, even in a model where there is a flat Earth, possibly a horizontal plane of axis, and in a model where there is a sphere, the way that a lunar eclipse works, which I'm making this definition because it helps my argument, and because I think, although maybe you understand how a lunar eclipse works, it's important to understand that, where the way it works is the Earth goes in between the sun and the moon and casts a shadow, which is shadow doesn't have anything to do with whether it's flat or whether it's a sphere. Shadow is shadow. That it casts a shadow on the moon, which causes it to be blacked out. Now, if it was a horizontal axis, how do you describe a lunar eclipse as fully covering the moon in a shadow of the Earth? In a spherical model or even a circular model, the point is
You gave a lot already. You already made your statement to claim, and then after you finish that statement, which I could have or DJ could have responded to, quite handily. You also wanted to attach the if we agree, the if statement on the back of that. If what I said is the case, then how would you explain yada yada? Let's back that on up. First and
Okay,
foremost.
well, I
Hold
think
on. Hold
um
on. What's the problem?
well, you also interrupted me in the middle of my speaking, so I feel like I
Bro,
need to
they're
finish
gonna
what
do
I'm
this to you
saying
every
if we're having
time.
an effective argument.
They're gonna refuse
Well,
to answer questions, bro. You're gonna have
no,
to do this over and over and over and over. They're
his
gonna keep
question
backing it
is,
up and trying to break everything down, bro. It's gonna
but his
happen every
question
time.
is, if the Earth
My
is getting
point,
in
can I
between
finish
the
my
sun and
point?
the moon, then how do you explain that on a flat Earth? Or was it more complex than that?
Thank you for
If you
dumbing
have a
down my argument,
plane, if you have
making
a
it sound
plane
like I
that's
was
not
making.
getting in the way of something, therefore not causing an obstruction, therefore not blocking any light, therefore not causing a shadow, how would we explain a lunar eclipse then? Is it more complex than that?
The shadow that the shadow the Earth casts on the moon is circular, regardless of Earth's orientation. The
Okay,
only
is
shape
it
that
more
consistently
complex
casts a
than that?
circular shadow from any angle is a sphere.
Okay.
What do you have to say
So
about
your
that?
statement, your statement to claim before the if was an if that turned back into a statement of claim.
Once
That's what I
again,
have
it
to
was a
say about that.
miswording by me.
Okay, so that's fine. But and I did interrupt you, so that might be a little bit of my fault. But
How
again,
would you
I
explain the
understand
circle?
I understand what you know. Before we go to the if, then how would you explain? Let's back it on up and go back to the part where you said we
Nah,
know
see
that
ya.
the earth is yeah, what a little bitch. Because
I think that's
they'll
fine.
never
I think that's perfectly fine. You can. I would like to back it up and say my point is that the system that we have to show uh, how a lunar eclipse works, with the moon going in between the orbits of the sun and the moon, casting a circular shadow on the moon that completely blocks it out. And I want to make the statement that no matter what the orientation of Earth is, it is always the exact same shadow that it casts on the moon, which the only shape geometrically that casts the exact same shadow despite orientation is a sphere. Now,
Okay,
how
good.
would you just
Okay, no,
how would you describe
it's not
the
say that and then tell me how describe. I still want to go
well,
back
no, I'm
to a
asking
point
a
you made.
question.
Yeah, because listen, I have to first accept certain premises that you've laid out in your statement before I answer your question. So I would have to accept
Well,
them and then go, okay, well, here's how I would explain that. First, after having accepted them, and I'm telling you now, I don't. You would find that out if you allow me to back it on up and ask this question before we move forward. But you don't want me to do that. I don't know why.
okay. You're assuming that I don't want you to do that when I've made it clear that I do want to have a good conversation about this.
So can I back it on up and ask my question, not answer the question you want me to answer?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That bit about knowing that the earth is, you know, obstructing the light from the sun to the moon because the earth is in the path of light. How do you know that?
There's 8 billion people on Earth. You look at one side of Earth, you see the sun. You look on the other side of Earth, you see the moon. There's internet to communicate that fact. Now, it's just fact that that is how a lunar eclipse works. There's no other model that explains it the same way that our model does, and there's scientific evidence to prove that. It's even if you start with that assumption, which is a logical
All
fact,
right. All right.
that is
You're
how
saying
your
a lot
argument
of
is made.
things that you think I may not look. I based on your rhetoric, I already know that you're gonna say that. So if I pull out a
Well, then
video,
why?
so here's my point, because you don't know what I know. But you know what you know, but you don't know what I know. So because you know what you know, you think that's it
I know
because
the
8 billion
scientific evidence
people,
out there.
yada yada yada. Yeah, but my question still remains. How does anyone know that the earth is blocking the light from the sun during a lunar eclipse? That question is still the same. Now, why would I be asking that question? Seems pretty straightforward. Seems like the answer you gave made sense and should be enough. Well, no, it's not, because as you said, they've described a lunar eclipse being a syzygy, which is an alignment of the sun, the earth, and the moon. Well, you want to know what they call a selenilian eclipse? The geometrically impossible eclipse. Why? Because it's not an observed alignment. What you're observing is the opposite of that.
Well, let me.
And so, I'm not done.
Well,
And so, I'm not done.
okay. Thank you for letting me know.
Okay. And so, there are 2 points of contention here. One, well, as an observer, watching this happen, you can actually see both the sun and the moon above the earth, above the horizon. So you could be looking east and then you can look west. You'll see both the moon and the sun above the horizon. So the earth is not blocking any sun. Can't be in the path of light if you're looking up at the light and you're looking up at the thing that's supposed to be having the shadow from the earth that you're standing on below. Second point, the shadow isn't even oriented correctly to make that claim, even if that wasn't the case. The problem with eclipses is that the shadow doesn't match what you would expect it to be for an object getting in the way of the path of light from another object. We don't even see that. But I don't
Well,
think you
let
know
me
that.
give you an example. Well, let me give you an example that I can put this into very simple terms to describe, because I know your original question was, how do you know that the Earth is casting a shadow? I wasn't able to explain that fully, but I do think it applies to what you just said. If you're standing in the middle of an open field and you take your arm out, set it out straight. Now, the sun is, maybe it's midday where I am. It's casting a perfect light over your arm that's sitting there. It's glowed up. Now you move your hand over your forearm, maybe like a foot above, and you'll see that a shadow starts to go under where your hand is casting a shadow. That's how shadows work. Now, in this case, my hand that is going over my forearm is the earth, the sun is the sun, and the bottom celestial body is the moon. I think it's perfectly reasonable to look at the scientific evidence
I
that proves that it's a
literally
lunar
just
eclipse
explained to you that
and
the
work around
observation,
that instead of
but I
traditionally would.
literally I just explained to you that the so-called orientation of the shadow, like you just oriented your hand to cause the shadow. Yes or no? So you knew what to expect because of the
It's a small
orientation
model.
of your, the point is you use that model to describe the same thing you described from the beginning, but you didn't actually. I don't know why you're not responding to my rebuttal to that. The rebuttal being
Well, I am
that
responding to the rebuttal. I'm
the so-called shadow
saying that there
doesn't
is
match
scientific
the
evidence to
orientation.
prove
The
that the
so-called shadow,
ratio of distance.
the so-called shadow doesn't match the orientation of obstruction. No, it doesn't.
Can you describe that in simpler terms? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
So if there was a light directly in front of your face, right? And you were to take your hand from
Sure.
the from in front of your face, and you start lowering it down in front of your face, where does the shadow begin?
The shadow
If
lands
you
on your
have,
face.
if you have a light directly in front of you, your hand is in front of your face and above your face, and you begin to lower your hand. Where does the shadow begin?
There is, okay, if we're imagining that there's like
Where does the
nothing
shadow
behind me, that
begin?
it's
If
literally
there is
just
no
me and there's
shadow,
nothing
if
behind
there's
me,
a
no
light in
shadow
front
is
of you,
cast until it lands on my face.
listen to what I'm saying, bro. If the light
I am listening
is
to what
in
you're saying
front
and
of
I
you,
understand.
okay, so then respond in a way that makes me feel like you actually do understand. So you have the light in front of your
So
face, and then you're gonna put your hand in front of your face to cast the shadow. So if you're doing it from the top and you're lowering your hand, where does the shadow begin? Hmm?
Can you please lower your voice?
Okay, so where does the
I
shadow
feel like
begin?
you're getting a little heated when this is supposed to be a very nice conversation where we're
Well, that's fine.
respectfully
I'm calm again. I'm calm again so long as you answer the question. Where does the shadow begin in that scenario?
So, the way that I want to think about this is if we look at this the same way that we view space in general, that the
Just
shadow,
hold on.
there's no celestial body.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We're not talking about space. I just muted you. I'm gonna ask the room one more time. I'm not. Matter of fact, because you can't answer, and the fact that you aren't answering is causing me to respond in a way that you have to tell me to calm down. I'll just ask someone else, and then we'll see if we can get on with my example. So, DJ, if I'm standing in a field and there's a flashlight or any kind of light that's projecting light onto me, and I put my hand up in between the light and my face, and I lower my hand, where is the shadow on my face going to begin?
It's gonna probably shade your whole face, isn't it? Shadow's gonna get much larger.
No, there's no shadow, and there's light being shown on my face. Now, I take my hand in front of my face to obstruct the light, and I begin from the top of my face as I lower my hand. Where does the
Oh yeah,
shadow
yeah.
begin?
You're beginning from the top of your face
Very
and
simple.
moving your
That's
hand
all.
downward. Yeah, it's
Very
gonna start on the top of your face and it's gonna move downward as you move your hand down.
Very simple. So, because of the way you responded, maybe I wasn't clear. But now that you have responded, I'm going to assume it's that much clearer because you've already given the answer I'm looking for. Now, I'm going to unmute you. Do you understand what I just said? What I asked DJ and how he just responded?
Yes, I understand human language. And if you would have let
Okay.
me finish what I was saying, I would have.
So I'm going to ask you again. Where would the shadow in that scenario begin?
Let me guess. Let me just repeat exactly what DJ said because that is exactly the truth. Starts from the top of your head to the bottom of your head. That is how shadows work, and that's how celestial bodies work.
Excellent. So why isn't the shadow oriented that
Thank
way
you.
to a lunar eclipse?
Now, have you ever seen a lunar eclipse?
All right. I'm going to hand it back to you, DJ, because he's being non responsive. And I don't want to turn this into a conversation that's unlistenable. So y'all can have it. Okay.
Why do they?
Well, I would like to take it back to Earth curvature, but just quickly with the eclipses, right? You have a particular model trying to explain the eclipse. Elijah's trying to explain to you that it doesn't align with that model, right? There is something called a selenian eclipse, where not only do we sometimes see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse, but the shadow on the moon, like Elijah was just trying to explain to you, is upside down, right? And comes in the wrong way. Okay, that's why they call it the impossible eclipse, because it doesn't align with the model. It's called the selenian eclipse, and you could have a look into it. So
I
my
think
whole
yes.
point,
I will make sure to research that.
yeah, look into it, man. But look, my whole point is I was saying that it would require the Earth to be a globe for your scenario to work anyway. Okay, so if we can debunk the curvature, which would have to be there in the first place, then you can't have the globe to make the eclipse argument, right? Regardless of all the additional information about the selenian not aligning with the globe model. Now, we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk floating in space. Okay, we're not claiming a flat planet. That's like a misconception people have about what flat Earth is. You're trying to insert flat Earth inside the globe model, inside the heliocentric model, as a flat planet. If that was what we were claiming, that would be ridiculous. And that's not what anyone's claiming.
Well, so my point about making the lunar eclipse argument was that, say you had no prior knowledge of how the Earth is shaped, all of this stuff. If you just had basic knowledge of geometry, you could see that you have the sun, you have the moon. Now, I don't know much about this impossible eclipse, but I think the lunar eclipse that we see and how it works is very logical in concept. And my thought process
if you
is,
make a whole
even
bunch
if
of assumptions, my friend, if you make a whole bunch of assumptions about this whole system, right, and you assume a heliocentric model, then sure, it can make sense in your head. But our senses, right, our basic reality is that water requires a container. Okay, to have a large body of water, you need a container, and then the surface of the water in that container is flat. Okay, that's what we all experience. That's common sense, right? That's Occam's razor. Okay, water doesn't stick to the outside of a ball, right? According to common sense, right? You need to have magical forces and whatnot, like gravity, for that to work. Okay, I'm saying that water fills the low spot in the land. Okay, if you have a bucket of water and I magically make the bucket disappear, the water goes everywhere, right? It's going to seek the low spot in the land. It's going to form a puddle. The water on the surface of the puddle is going to be flat and the water is going to be contained by the earth. Okay, and then a bigger puddle would be a pond and then a lake and whatnot. Okay, and we can go out and test these distances for curvature. And when we go out and do that, there's no curvature. It's very simple and it's been done.
I apologize for maybe making an assumption, but how does this relate to my argument about lunar eclipses? It feels from a subject that I wasn't able to explain.
So you're assuming a whole bunch of things for your argument, okay? And there's inconsistencies with the model, with the globe model when it comes to eclipses anyway, which you need to look into. But it requires the Earth to be a globe, which requires curvature. So would you agree that if there's no curvature, your eclipse argument is toast?
Well, I'm making the eclipse argument with the fact that maybe we don't know if it's a sphere or not. My point is that just based off of common knowledge, if there is a body in front of the light source which is hitting the moon, depending on the shape of that, it would cast a different shadow. Now we see that it casts a circular shadow,
You haven't proven
and
that.
no matter the
Master Uguay, you haven't proven
well,
them. That's what he's asking for. It not only does it not relate to what you're talking about, but the Earth being a globe, but that you can't prove that it's an actual Earth as a globe that's blocking the light. Like you can't prove that. Like that's what we're asking for. You gotta some way make it real to everybody that you know that it's an actual giant sphere getting in the way of that light.
Well, I'm trying to explain that. Am I not coming across very well because I'm trying to explain that?
Well, you
Go
are.
ahead.
You're just not listening because again, AV, you added a caveat. You added extra detail in there. AV, you said prove that it's a sphere getting in front of the Earth. No, prove that it's the Earth at all, regardless of what shape it is, getting in front of the in between this light. Like that's the whole thing. Like you don't know that that's the case, and we have observations of, like you said, if you were a caveman and you didn't know anything, you didn't know the shape of the Earth. Okay, so if I looked at a lunar eclipse, it wouldn't be in a, like I can't see the sun other than when it's a selenilian in which I can see both the sun and moon above the Earth, which so that can't be the thing I'm standing on causing the shadow at that time. So when it's not a selenilian eclipse, when it's not a selenilian eclipse, it's just a lunar eclipse in which you just see the moon, you don't see the sun. But that doesn't mean that the Earth is blocking the light, causing the lunar eclipse. You don't know that.
So I feel like my argument is very, very crystal clear, and I don't understand where it's getting lost in translation. I'm saying that
It's
we
not.
can
You're
all
just
agree
assuming,
that.
Master Uguay, you're just assuming this. That's the whole point.
No, I'm
You're
not assuming
you're
anything.
Yes, you are.
Well,
Yeah, you're assuming it's an object. You are assuming that there's an object, and the object is the Earth getting in the way, causing the eclipse. You are assuming that, and we're saying, well, before you assume that, how do you know that? That's what's wrong. If you don't want to deal with that, again, it would be much lighter on the heart of the conversation if you would just admit that. Because saying that we don't understand your point, no, there's an assumption there that we're trying to point your attention to, and you're saying you don't understand why we don't get it because you're making an assumption.
Well, am I allowed to ask you guys questions? Because it seems whenever I do, I get muted.
Yeah, but are you going to
Even though I'm
answer how
asking
you
very
are?
clear questions.
Yeah, brother, you have to affirm that you are making an assumption, though. Because otherwise, you're not going to get what we're saying. We're pointing out the fact that you're thinking that we don't understand what you're saying. We do, but you're making an assumption. You're assuming what's happening, right?
The way that the back and forth conversation has gone is I brought up a point, and then I brought up a. May I please finish, sir?
No, you need to answer what I'm asking you. Are you making an
May I
assumption?
please
Yes or
finish?
no? And just why
May
is
I
it so
please
difficult,
finish?
bro? Why is it so difficult for you to just answer the question? Are you making an assumption? Yes or no?
You can't beat me down like this, bro.
What?
Are you getting angry? Are you getting upset? What's that language for? He's beating you down by asking you to admit that there's an assumption in what you're saying. Like what?
Dude, he
Didn't you
rage
just tell
quit,
me to
bro.
calm down?
He
Like,
just rage quit out of the channel. Oh my god.
because look, that's the thing. They'll play the game and they'll play just nice enough where you will allow them to jump from point to point. But if you don't, they'll try to act like you're the one being a dickhead. And sometimes we will become dickheads because it's like, yo, what are you doing? Right? But
But
at the point that you don't actually respond to that behavior, that's what they do. They curse you out or they just leave or, yo, bro, we were just asking you to you saying we don't understand. And what you're telling us to understand is that the earth is causing the shadow. So now let's talk about the shadow and what shapes that could be the only cause of what we're seeing. So we're go ahead, Nikki.
No, he dipped out of here after I finished saying that. He rage
Mm-hmm.
quit. So I mean, he's not even in here.
That's ridiculous inside.
Yeah.
There'll be another one of his buddies that are just like him come in next and repeat the same agenda. And if we don't allow them to meander all over the place, they're going to act like we're being unreasonable and uncharitable. But if anybody else has any questions, go ahead.
I mean, it's Taco Tuesday for crying out loud. Why would it not be chill? I think the conversation with the other guy was pretty good. Did he ever come back, DJ? That other guy? Lars or whatever his name was?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you mean.
Oh, maybe you weren't here. Yeah, it's just because Eli, man, he's just rough around the edges, man. That it's people can't. They have you're being too mean. They gotta.
Yeah, but in that case, I feel like I mean, yes, I did push a little. I gave him a little pressure, but was I not super?
You were fine, man. Look, these people, they think they're gonna have an easy debate win against some stupid flat earthers, and they think they got all of this ammunition, and then they come in here and they enter the battle, and then they realize they don't know anything about our argument or anything about the globe, and then they got to try to work out how they're gonna deal with the situation they've just put themselves in on a battlefield with no ammo. And that's his little coping mechanisms to like play victim, or sometimes they'll start lying, or sometimes they'll start chat GPTing, or sometimes they'll run away.
It's like a boomerang. They usually wind up coming back, though.
Yeah,
He'll be back.
go start looking into it now and come back with some bullet points or something.
I'm surprised he didn't talk about how the light was refracting off of the earth. Like, I was waiting for that. Right? He wasn't too into it, so he didn't know that information.
He didn't even know that you know, like he had said, he made the statement that, you know, things will. He specifically wanted to get out of the perspective thing and say, we're not talking about, you know, the size of something or how much something higher or lower, which I took issue with. But he went on to expand that it really is the cutoff point. He didn't say these words, but what he did say was, based off of a distance, that's where things will begin to disappear. So DJ is like, oh, okay, where? And he's like, well, you know, then he starts wiggling with maybe there's like, you know, like light doesn't always take a straight path. And it's like, okay. So is there a distance or is there not a distance? Like, they like make a claim and stay on it. Just stay on one point.
You guys have Taco Tuesday over there in Poland, DJ?
No, maybe Pierogi Tuesday or something.
You're missing out, bro.
Tacos, yeah, man, definitely missing out.
Hello?
Welcome.
Hello, guys.
Welcome.
Welcome. Who's in here?
Timmy the Pod. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. What about you?
Wonderful. Taco Tuesday.
It's Taco Tuesday?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right. So, what brings you to the channel? You interested in the topic?
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Okay. What makes it funny?
Because the Earth is flat.
Why? It's funny because it's flat?
Yeah.
Not seeing the humor here.
It's because like all the noobs think it's round, but it's clearly not.
Obviously.
Yeah. They're just silly people.
So, I mean, you've been knowing this for a while now, or like, what's the deal there? Or are you just LARPing because you're bored?
Nah, I've known it for a long time.
And since when? Like, how many years? Couple years? Months?
Maybe,
Days?
maybe 5 years.
Okay. What was your
Because why would it
interest
be
in?
round?
Well, I mean, what was your interest? Your interest in it, and like, what got you involved in the whole flat Earth globe Earth discussion?
I saw someone trying to launch a rocket into the atmosphere, like some flat earther, to see if it was round or not.
What? Who did that?
I don't remember his name, to be honest. I just remember someone doing it, but they didn't manage to get the rocket high enough.
Well, I know what you're talking about,
Oh yeah.
but I don't think that was a flat earther, and nor did I think he was launching a rocket to go and look down and look at the Earth.
What was he doing?
He was doing a daredevil stunt, basically.
Oh.
I know what the guy you're talking about. Yeah, it was just a daredevil stunt. Kind of like
Alright.
Evil Knievel or those guys, you know, to do stunt.
Mad
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, Mad Mike. Yep. Yeah, nothing really serious there. But if that's what you were watching and became a flat earther with that, then I'm really interested in how you're a flat earther. If that was your entry.
Wait, is everyone here a flat earther?
Most people.
Alright, good. Is there any non-flat earthers in here?
I don't know.
I need to
Maybe.
debate them easily. I can easily
Well,
debate one of them.
no, I mean, we usually do that. We don't let new people come in here that are newly flat earthers because we don't know how you argue. So giving you the keys to the argument, like control, I don't know about that. That's why I'm asking you questions now. Prove to me that you can handle yourself in a discussion. What was the reason or the evidence as to what led you to be a flat earther?
The evidence I have of the flat earth is there's a picture in the Bible which depicts the earth as flat.
Yeah, but how do you know that the earth outside is that way?
What do you mean from outside?
Well, you look at a picture, but we would never say that. That's the other thing.
Jesus drew the picture himself, I think.
No, we wouldn't use that like an argument, Tommy. That's the part where
Why
you're
not?
getting it wrong. Yeah, that's silly. Nobody would say that. What you just said.
Really?
Yeah, really. See, that's why we don't give people the control of arguments whenever other people come in here. We don't do that.
How
That's
long have
this
you been a flat earther for?
2015.
2015. What got you into it?
I was
clicking on some videos online for the Mandela effect, and then I stumbled upon a video that said Bruce Lee proves the Earth is flat. And when I clicked it, I think it was like Eric Dubay's 200 proofs or something. Then I started getting involved with that, and it was like basically the rest was history because I debunked the globe in the process.
Fair enough.
I mean, I don't want to. The story's quite long, but I don't want to tell you the whole thing.
Why do you think they want you to believe Earth is round?
Well, I mean, it's like a tradition at this point. If somebody tells you something, it's not because they want you to believe it. It's just what they always grew up knowing. They knew that they were told a story, so they're telling you that story. So it's not like a straightforward deception per se. I mean, I guess you could say back to the origin of it could be like nefarious, but as far as like what it is today, it's just like your neighbors and people from school. They all believe that because it's like a tradition, like Santa Claus. They think it's real because it's a story that everybody believes in. So it's not as nefarious today as it was back then. However, I will say that if you go to the higher echelon when it comes to like NASA and all that, the lower like the underlings, the people that work at the lower parts of the corporation, they probably don't know what's going on, but the ones that are at the very top probably do. But the ones at the bottom, everybody just believes it, like you. You get you see the picture?
Sorry?
Yeah, that's all it is, man. Just a belief system. And like I said, it's people just passing the tradition along. That's all they're doing. They're not like outwardly trying to deceive others. They're just saying, "Hey, I think the Earth is a globe because that's all I've been told."
Are the people you know in real life, are they flat earthers?
Yes, one of my good friends. I told him about it like immediately right after I found out about it, and ever since then, I know him personally. Yeah, he's been a flat earther for as long as I have. I mean, it feels good to talk about reality just like the way it is, and then discuss how it actually proves itself to be that way too. So it's pretty refreshing to get away from this whole imaginary globe system that's been portrayed to you and me and everybody. I mean, you think about it, like they're giving you an imaginary story about a spinning water ball in a vacuum of space in an ever expanding galaxy, and there could be other Earth-like planets like ours. And it's just a fantasy, dude. All of it. None of it can be proven. And those planets, they're made of like gas, and the sun's like molten iron. Like it's got plasma on it. So there's a bunch of things that they like to say with their ideas of what things could be, but they can't verify any of this stuff.
Do you think they landed on the moon?
If they if they're not giving us information correctly about the Earth that we're standing on, how much more do you think I'm going to trust those guys to tell me they actually been somewhere where it would be impossible for them to actually get to? I mean, the question should be answered easily by what I just said there. But the short answer, yeah, of course not. Yeah, at first it sounds like a meme, an internet troll, but when you dig into it, you're like, shit. I don't really know if the Earth is a globe. we'd have probably a way better conversation if people were just honest when they come in here instead of trying to hide behind a mask of like that they're a flat earther too, or they're agnostic about the shape of the earth, that kind of stuff. Just be real. Say, I believe that the earth is a globe because that's what I've been told. That
You're a
really
real
clear up,
believer.
that really clear up a lot of like confusion.
Yeah. How's there so many people in here? No one else is talking.
Would you like everybody to be speaking at once?
Yeah, it'd be kind of fun.
Well, we're not here for that, man. We're here for good exposition. And that takes for one speaker and one other person to be interacting with that speaker. Otherwise, it'd be audio chaos. Nobody can hear anything.
Yeah. Do you want to talk to me? Jedi, weatherologist, either one of us would unmute to talk, but we're not going to all talk at the same time. That's retarded.
Choose your adventure, Tommy.
Sorry, what was that?
Did you hear the other guy just now, Eli?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You talk to anybody you want. We're not all going to talk at the same time.
I'm gonna go walk my dogs now. I need to go let them out.
Have a
I
nice
might
day.
come back to you later. How long are you
Yeah,
guys gonna
sure.
be in here for?
We're here 24/7.
Damn. All right, I respect that.
All right.
All right, see you guys. Ciao.
Later, bud.
Bye.
Sky is flat too. I don't care what they say.
What was that?
Huh?
What'd you say?
What'd you say? I didn't say it. You said something? I didn't.
Sky's flat.
Someone said something.
What'd you say, Jedi?
All I know is it's Taco Tuesday, bro. So. Oh, by the way, Jedi, I posted a video on Frontline. You should check it out if you haven't already.
All right, will do, buddy. Yep. To be fair, I should probably post some videos on there. There's gang warfare on the streets in this country now.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Okay, cool.
Waving around signs that say no digital ID for me. Yeah, you know? It sounds like Donkey Kong.
Are you talking about the mealworms for dinner? It's the last thing you posted.
No. That's another good little piece there. You gotta watch that, dude.
Oh yeah.
You gotta,
That's Agenda 23. That is.
yeah. But the one before that.
All right, yeah. British man arrested for posting the flag on social media. Yeah. We've had people arrested a couple of weeks ago at Wembley Stadium for wearing England shirts and England flags at a football game. We had 2 men arrested over the weekend for running onto a pitch and planting England flags in a centre circle. Yes, we've been finding caches of weapons apparently on the coast of France and in south coast of England. It's like they're trying to ship them over or something. It's really weird.
Did I remember what I told you, bro? Remember what the fuck? Dude, I fucking told you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I swear, if I had a crystal ball, bro, man, dude.
Yeah, we've got government. government
Yeah, go ahead.
officials being told that they've got to resign because they're covering up this, that, and the other. We've had pro-Palestinian riots throughout the UK and literally pitched battles between Islamists and British people. It's ramping up fast, man. It really, really is. I've just had to take a bit of a step back because it's going so fast. Every day, something new's happening at the moment. So, but yeah, there's lots of stuff to talk about for sure.
Bro, what blew my wig back was when I saw the interaction between that guy and those two policemen. What they were saying, I was just like, my jaw hit the floor, bro. I'm like, dude, I don't even know how you guys are even. He was saying something akin to like, well, if you post anything, it could hurt someone's feelings based on like you being like patriotic or whatever. But I mean, dude, it's I don't even know how to.
Yeah, it's hard to describe because it's so fucking stupid. Yeah,
Exactly that. But they were speaking like the two cops were talking to those guys, and they're older gentlemen, mind you. And I was like, wow, bro.
Yeah, I'll have to go and watch this video then. It's just a reading of the thumbnail says it all, though, right? Section 127 of the Communications Act, posting something of grave offence that can cause a person anxiety. That makes me anxious.
Yeah, that's so general and broad. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, this is the thing. It's one of those things that's open to interpretation because we've got other laws with regards to freedom of speech. Islamophobia laws and discrimination acts and all of these different types of things. When you add them all together, we can't say shit. It's crazy. They've taken all of the flags down around the town and whatnot recently as well. So all of the St George's crosses that were going up and Union Jacks and whatnot, they've all pretty much been pulled down. But they keep going back up in their numbers. I'm just waiting for I think it'll be the third wave this time. So I put them up, took them down, put them up, took them down. So I'm waiting for them to come back up again at the moment. That's just in my local area. It's this weird war that's going on between local councils, the ones responsible for taking them down, because I think the law is something about street furnishings, which is just road or street, and the furnishings which can be any pole or sign or light or anything like that. So if anything's attached to those that can cause hindrance to a driver or something like that, they have to take them down. But yeah, there's people and ladders, and it's ramped up as well. It used to be a couple of guys climbing up there, and then they got to a few ladders. Now we've got lorries going out with cranes on them and stuff, or like rotating stairs and stuff like that. So it's ramped up, man. It's really funny when you step back. It could only happen in England. I think it's something to do with our humour as
only
well.
happen on a globe.
Yeah.
But I have an idea. Because we're all focused on the fact that we can't say anything. Of course we can. But
I do.
But what I'm saying is people's emphasis is on freedom of speech being attacked. When in actuality, people's focus should be on the fact that they just don't agree. So it's like, I don't have to say anything to not be a part. That's the part that people, that like, they actually still are a part of the thing that they want to talk down about. Like, just stop eating it up. If If we didn't eat up the government's BS, could they, well, first and foremost, use the poorest of us to go and insert ourselves in anyway?
Yeah, it's almost like a catch-22, Eli. Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if you speak out, then it's that kind of thing, right? But if you don't say nothing, then it's a silent takeover.
But a silent takeover with people who don't agree. That's where I don't think it makes sense. I think it doesn't make sense at that point. Like, look, you got to take over stuff with somebody, right? Is it the bureaucrats going and taking over stuff?
I'd say that's probably akin to like what we're dealing with here. It's on the political level, so laws are being formed around like a person not being able to display patriotism and so things like this. Whereas before it used to be kind of a national thing where people were proud where they came from and their heritage, and now it's almost like they're erasing that, and so
Do you
people
want to know
feel like
something?
they go ahead.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to say this maybe, I don't know. When maybe 5, 10 years ago, when you were a tourist and you came to London, you used to be able to buy British paraphernalia, like a top hat or a bowler hat, like as a Union Jack. Flags and stuff on stands and this, that, and the other. Welcome to London doesn't exist anymore. Can't come to London, right, and walk around with a Union Jack hat on. You get arrested, dude. That's how much things have changed in the UK. 5, 10 years ago, you could come to the UK and welcome to London. We're British. Now, don't you dare come to London. No. What are you going to do? You'll get arrested. You can't display being British, right? So you can't dress as a tourist. I love London with a Union Jack t-shirt on. You're going to get in trouble. You understand the change that's happened, right?
I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just don't know how we let it get this far.
Complacency a lot of the time, being distracted by other things a lot of the time, being very insular and family first, and you've got to take care of the bills and your own struggles with life and stuff. Especially over the last 5, 6 years or so, everything's changed around us. Social media's changed, technology's changed, the type of work that we do has changed. It's changing around us, so it's like there's a lot keeping us distracted that we've got to keep up with. And then all of a sudden, everybody realised, or beginning to realise, that the water, to use the frog analogy, is actually getting quite hot around us. You start paying a little bit more attention, and the things that are going on, say, at an international level, at a local, all of these things are obviously intertwined, especially in the problems that we've got throughout Europe and the UK, right, where we've now woke up and seen this migrant crisis. It's been going on for years, though. People have just been divided on the topic. We got people supporting them, welcome refugees, they're escaping, war-torn countries and stuff. So there's the plausible idea that having opening, welcoming arms is a very British thing to do, and it is. But that gets taken advantage of. So it takes time for people to realise that they've been taken advantage of. It's hard to realise that you've been lied to, right? Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes you don't want to admit the bloody truth. But one way or another, this is kind of the awakening that's been happening around.
Yeah, we get a lot of most of the other perspective. It's like, man, that's a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of politic nonsense. Like it'll blow over. Like, and thinking of that, that's not gonna change, bro. Like shit's on a rapid decline. Anyway, yeah.
Really, in 5 years' time, do you all think we're going to be eating mealworm burgers and protein mashed out of houseflies and going to be bought in restaurants and supermarkets and stuff because of some kind of farming crisis or agricultural event or something like that? Because that's what the direction that we're going. We're going to accept that. A lot of people have seen these things, biometric IDs and stuff, the way that potentially our diet could be changed. And really, we don't want that. So a lot of people are starting to realise it, I think. Maybe they're pushing a little bit too hard.
Yeah, they wanted to go like from 0 to 100 really quickly, and people are rebelling against that. If they were to just do it in waves, maybe it would have been different. But they're trying to like hurry up and get it all just all pushed out there as fast as they can.
Yeah.
That mealworm video, that also like I had to put it up there on Frontline, dude. I was like, you have to see that video, bro.
Yeah, man, I will. I don't know, man. It'd be interesting to have this conversation in a year's time. See what's actually changed, right?
Right.
Because something's gonna.
That's right. Make no bones about that.
Mm-hmm. Saw an interview online the other day with what looked like on the face like a 16, 17-year-old British black lad, and he was talking about how the world, how Britain had changed in like his lifetime, especially like in the last 10 years or so. And he was saying about the influx of different cultures, to use that term, into the country, and how those different cultures were isolating themselves. It appeared to be intently taking over areas of commerce like local shops, local businesses. And he's like 16, 17 years old, and he's pointing at them saying that, they're using them for money laundering. Right? They keep their money much within themselves, whether it's legally earned or illegally earned. It all gets pushed through the businesses that they earn and then gets sent back to whatever country, this, that, and the other. And this is something that's been kind of pointed out on the quiet, let's say. Not many people have known this for, again, maybe 10, 15 years, that this is the reason why these things are happening. I was just like really stunned about the intelligence of the lad. He spoke really well, and he was just pointing out the obvious things that he'd seen changed around him. Even like spending his time at school, there was a huge divide between the British population and the new cultural population. And I noticed this back when I was at school in the 80s and the 90s and stuff, but it wasn't as massive then. It was maybe 1, 2, 3 in a class, maybe even within a year. Within a year group. But throughout this lad's lifetime, since like the 2000s and leading up to, through the teens and whatnot, the 20 teens when he was at school, he's saying that he's outnumbered in his own country. To paraphrase what he's saying, he felt like over the last 10 years that he was becoming to be outnumbered within his peer group. So I should probably post a video on Frontline, man. It was really good. Point being that you don't have to be stupid, right? You can see these things obviously changing around you, and the fact that he was just a young 16, 17-year-old lad just explaining his experiences in he was living, I think it was South London or whatnot, so he was speaking about that particular area and how it had culturally changed in his lifetime and how he was worried about it and how he didn't feel safe about it. So yeah, it's really good. I'll post it.
Not even going to recognize London anymore.
Don't. It's already changed, man. So it's not a safe city anymore. Used to be. All right, it always had inner city crimes and stuff, right? There's always poverty in large cities, and London was no different. We always had crime, but it's through the fucking roof. That's the point at the moment. We've literally got street signs like painted onto the floor, reminding people not to use their mobile phones, like have them out in their hands, because someone's going to come up on a scooter or an e-bike and come and snatch it out of your hands. And that's like hundreds a day. That's happening around London at the moment. The knife crime is through the roof. The attacks, the violence, it's through the roof, dude. London's not the type of place that you should bring your family. No way. I hear some pings in the background. That means that people are joining us. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 channel here on the politics server. We're on politics, right? We're not on English. That's good. So we talk about the Earth being flat. If anyone's got any questions about that, you can unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and say hi and ask your question. It looks like, though, we've just got a load of flat earthers in the chat, which, I mean, I love you all. That's generally boring. Yep, everyone's a flat earther. Alfie, you still there? Oh, 20 Cups has joined us. What's up, 20?
What's up, 20 Cups?
Roots, you've come off mute, mate. I don't know if you wanted to, but you haven't spoken since you have. Just made a load of noise in the background. But it's good to see you anyway, buddy.
I don't think he knows he's unmuted.
I
Yes,
think
mate.
he's. Hello, mate. You're
Yeah,
right. I was wondering if you're walking off into the bathroom. You're going to be piss or something. Yeah, I'm
not
muting.
nervous, but I just know I'm going to feel something.
There we go.
How's it going? Hello? It comes to a concern that multiple people in this room has the same tag. Okay, nobody's speaking.
Yeah, what's up, Lucas?
Wait a minute.
Welcome back. Did you hear me? Lucas, are you there?
Discord crashed.
Yo, Lucas, are you there?
I'm here.
So what were you saying?
Wasn't really saying anything much.
Yeah, welcome back. I seen you were talking about how you're proving that the Earth is a globe the last time. Let's see if I remember correctly. You were into a conversation about radar happening over the water, satellites, I do believe, and the reasons why we know the Earth is a globe because you could measure the way that you get a signal from that satellite, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of like echolocation. You were trying to use echolocation as
Doppler effect.
Doppler effect. That's right.
Exactly.
Are you still with that argument? You think it still holds merit?
I'm not really in here to do any argument. I'm bum tired from working all day.
Oh, you're just here to listen?
No. I'm here to talk, but I'm not here to argue, really. It's just.
You're
I'll
waving the white
gladly have
flag,
a
huh?
conversation about stuff, but I won't argue stuff. Arguing won't get us anywhere because I won't change my view. You won't change your view if you get what I mean. Like it's it's not constructive talking. If you
Yeah, it
get what
is.
I mean.
People,
Well, no,
people have a discernment for what the truth is based on you and me having a back and forth. So if we argue about something and somebody was
I
thinking
don't
like
want to
you or
argue.
me,
We can have a discussion. We can definitely disagree on things, but we don't have to argue it. Arguing is not necessarily positive in any way for anybody.
yeah, it
It
is.
can
I'm just
always
trying. I'm
challenge.
highlighting what's positive about it. Is that if I have a viewpoint that other people have, and you have a viewpoint that other people have, when you and I argue about something, someone that had a misconception, or perhaps you're right about something, and maybe I'm incorrect, in the discussion and the argument, it's going to come out that one of us is right and wrong, or perhaps we agree to disagree. Either way, it's beneficial for the listener.
Okay.
And that's why we have that. We want to make sure people come in here with their points to bring up and be able to defend anything they think is true. Why wouldn't we want that?
I would more call it argument, but not argue. But that's just being specific. Don't need to go.
At any rate, there's still, since the last time you were here, is no evidence that the Earth is a globe from any other person that's saying that the Earth is a globe. So you didn't miss much.
Oh, did I not?
Nope.
Well, I'll just keep bombing out here at the sea. One to fuck it up.
Are you on the sea right now?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of the North Sea. I'm at work. I'm in my cabin now because I'm off work for the
Oh,
day. But I'm at actual I'm right beside a big ass oil rig. I can see oil rigs in the distance, and I can see more oil rigs in the far distance and further. Then I can't see it
oh, you can't see anymore because of curvature.
anymore.
Yeah, you know you want to say it, dude. Come on.
Oh, I don't want to actually get
It's
into the
welling up
argument.
inside you. Because, like, especially if you're out on the water, man, that does.
You want
Well,
to
how
know?
the
You want to know the answer? There's a lot of factors why I can't see any further.
really? Go ahead.
Yeah, weather. Oh,
Okay.
don't get started on weather, waves, you name it.
Okay.
And it's prevalent, and it's really prevalent when you're on the deep ocean, because when you're on the deep ocean, waves can be very big. The other day, I was on waves when they were like 4 meters high, and I was actually having to micromanage the boat I was steering. You know, it's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, but another thing, if you really want me to go into what my argument was,
Yeah.
then so radios, right? There's different types of radio and different types of radio waves, right? And radio waves is a different form of light or wavelength. You know, it's just a wavelength, just like lighting is a wavelength that we can see. Now, let's say I'm sitting in the FRB, which is basically a fast rescue boat. And we have a VHF on there and a UF, which is basically ultra high frequency. Um, and they work like this, that as long as they're within sight, and I mean literally within sight, they can go 60 kilometers in one direction, but they don't because they're out of sight. Now, why can I speak with a vessel that is 24 nautical miles out, but I can't speak with one that's 60 nautical miles out? But if it's on the top mountain, which I can just about see over the horizon, I can speak with it. Because normally they don't care about any refractions or anything. Radio does also change depending on the weather, but usually they don't care. They just go through. Zoom. Why is that?
What do you mean asking
That's
the
my
question? Why you're asking a question? Why certain radio frequencies reach to a certain distance and others don't?
no, I'm
Like
not saying that. They
depending on
all
the
do.
distance,
They
or
all reach. These are direct. These radio frequencies are direct. The indirect and the direct radio frequencies, meaning like one will reflect, the other will just keep on going till it stops. And the one I'm saying that keeps on going is VHF and UF, which is what it's called.
okay.
They just keep going. They like beam out in all directions till they're stopped.
Yeah,
That's
I
also
mean,
why you
are
don't
you
usually
discussing?
use VHF, or UF in mountain ranges because they just don't work there. Now,
Are you discussing signal strength? Is that what you're saying? How strong the
no, not signal strength, because like you can still, like what I said, you can reach a guy who's on the top of a mountain 60 nautical miles out. You can just see the peak of the mountain. Trust me, I've seen it when I sailed to Iceland last time. You could just about edge the top of the mountain. If a guy was standing there with a handheld VHF radio, he could receive your signal on a VHF 60 nautical miles out. Even though a guy 20, 30 nautical miles out in the same direction, but still underwater with the same device, he would not be able to receive that signal because you're out of sight. But the mountaintop is in sight. Do you get what I'm going with?
Yeah, but you're right now. You're thinking like just raising up means that you're okay. You're not saying it, but you're thinking it. That can only work with the curving surface because you're working with line of sight. They would be behind that curve. That would be obstructing that the transmission.
Yeah, because the radio
Yeah,
transmission goes straight,
I know
like
signal
completely
propagation.
straight.
Yeah, but what we're looking at here though is horizontal transmission. That's more of at an angle. Yeah, because even if it's on a mountain, he's at a higher elevation than the guy that's on a boat. Do you agree?
He's on a very high elevation, yes, because you can
Okay,
see it
so
60 nautical miles out. Yeah.
yeah, so we're talking about like the elevation that the gentleman is. So if
Mhm.
you want to make it something that's equal, then you would take two instances of one short and one long from the same horizontal, uh, height as it was from the guy on the boat. So you'd have to have to make the example true. It'd have to be from a boat from a certain distance away from you, and then another one that's farther away. You get me?
What do you mean? Like, I don't think I
So
get you right.
yeah. So
It's
okay.
not that I'm not
On the
understanding,
on
but
the,
just
on the
I'm very
other
tired and
on the first instance that you were talking about your example, you have one guy on a boat shooting a signal straight across to you, and you're saying he can't transmit to you at a short distance. Like, but then the guy that was on the mountain, he could reach you at a longer distance because he was on a mountain, right?
no, not reach me, but receive me because of course he has a handheld. Like they're
Yeah.
both receiving. I'm the sending because I
Oh,
have the
you're
ship.
transmitting. You're the one
I'm the
transmitting.
radio station. I have the ship. I'm the one transmitting. Now the ship can transmit very far, but only as far as it's in sight. If you get
Okay.
what I mean.
Yeah, but like on the one case that we need to figure out whether or not signal propagation horizontally is going to obstruct due to the curvature, I think we need to do it where it's at the same height. So you need to get
I don't.
like you need to remove the mountain example and put the other person that's receiving the signal on a boat at a distance away from you.
That's what I did. I have two examples. One on the boat 30 nautical miles out, and one on the mountain 60 nautical miles out.
What is that?
I don't know, roots.
Oh yeah,
Sounds like a predator. Do you remember that film Predator?
yeah, it does sound
Sounds
like
one
that,
of them.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
That's
think
what I
so. It's
did give you.
ironic.
Like, I have one
He's
sitting on a
been on here.
boat
Give me a minute.
30,
Oh,
30
hold on,
nautical miles
Lucas.
out, and that's exactly
All right.
5 nautical miles out of the VHF reach, usually.
Yeah, I agree, but no, the example is what I'm telling you, Lucas. It has to be from somebody who's away from your position, your location, horizontally away from your location. So it has to be on a ship that's close to you and far away from you, but at the same height. So you have to use an example like that, and then tell me if the Earth would get in the way. Do you understand?
Then none
Like,
of
I don't
them
know if you
reach it.
did.
Like,
Did you?
none. But that's very simple. None of the ships would receive the signal then.
I know, but like, have you tested that that hypothesis out? Have you went ahead and said, okay, let me do one close and one far away? Let me do like be honest and don't just say that you've done it because I know you'd want to save face, so you'd say you've done it and conjure up some kind of like hypothetical that you've done it. Like, be honest, have you
I
done
can
that?
give you multiple examples of where we were using radio, and we didn't like really. We had to switch to another form of radio because we couldn't reach them, such as MF radio. But VHF, yeah, we were using VHF. We were circa, I think we were circa 60 kilometers out, or 60. Fuck, I can't remember. It was something about 60 or 65. That's why I'm using this example as well. Something about that outside of Iceland, and we have an Icelandic fishing vessel. We see him on the radar appearing.
Mm-hmm.
We try calling him out, but he doesn't receive our signal because he's too far out.
Okay, what is
So we
the?
had to switch.
How far is that?
Yeah, I was gonna say
How
how
far it
far.
was? It was about 27, I believe. It's a long while ago, but it was an Icelandic fishing vessel, and we were just correcting to ask, okay, what
What's
is
the
your
wavelength?
course and where are you going to be going?
So
What's
you
the
picked them
wavelength?
up. You picked them up on radar. Is that what you said?
Oh, radar.
Radar, yeah, and also
What was it?
we also
What was the
saw him on
distance?
our IAS,
What was it?
sorry.
What was the distance away from the ship using radar, like that you could tell before you started using your other communications device?
What was the distance?
Yeah, like on radar, like what did it show that the distance away that vessel was from your position when you saw him on radar before you were trying to make contact with your
Sorry,
communication
I'm gonna correct myself because I did say something wrong. I meant AIS. It is our navigational charts. The
device?
radar only
Okay.
came in later. Sorry. That's me making a mistake.
Range of the
I'll be
radar?
clear on that.
Whoa, Jedi,
Yes.
did you want to ask? I'm not clear on what's
Yeah, go
going on
ahead.
yet. So
Yeah, I want to know the range of the radar.
That's why I'm saying I'm correcting myself. It was only later that the radar came in, but
Okay, what's the
when we
radius
do
of the
have
radar?
radius of the radar, fuck me.
you
It
know
can
these
switch
details are.
between. It depends on the wavelength. If we usually have two different
Depends on the
radars.
wavelength. Okay, what's the
Yeah,
furthest?
25 nautical miles, I believe.
25 nautical miles.
Yeah, but that is really we only really use that one for weather because wavelengths are not good enough to pick up a vessel. Really, it mostly just picks up the clouds and all that.
Okay, so it's basically scouting for weather, right? That's all it's
You can
really doing.
basically see cloud phenomenons ahead of you, yeah. And if there's a lot of rain, you can definitely see it on the radar.
Oh, okay.
You can like see a blob moving towards you or away from you mostly.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
Then
what
we
yeah,
did?
have
yeah.
another one that's higher frequency, and that one's mostly when we use harbor
Let me
maneuvers. What
let
we
me just
do
ask this
always have
question
it on.
because Lucas, you did say there was a different device that you were using right prior to radar, but before that, right? What was?
AIS, yes.
And what does that do? Like, can you? I'm not really familiar with that, so can you tell
That
me?
is the identification system, automated identification, AIS, automated identification system.
Okay, what does that? What does that do? Like for another vessel, like how far away? Like, are we talking about here with this thing?
We have our navigational charts where we do. Now I'm going to be prodding at something you don't like, but because of satellite communications between all the vessels, we can see where each other are on navigational charts. Now, we don't need to go further into that part because fucking hell, that's an endless stream because we're talking about the other thing now. But
Yeah,
that's
no,
basically how it
but
works. I'm just saying
you're
that's how
saying
it
that
works.
system is just like a GPS system, right?
GPS? No, not really GPS. It's a NAVSAT. It's called NAVSAT. It's kind of like GPS, but not really because you can
It
see
gives
other
you the
vessels.
identifications of ships at distance, right?
Distance, name, IMS number,
There you go.
everything.
Yeah, distance
Okay.
of this ship.
Speed as well. Also the
Okay,
speed
awesome,
because the ship is letting that know for the
awesome. That's great.
communication. Yeah.
I just wanted you to
So
clarify what that was. I've never heard of that acronym. So okay.
no, it's completely fine. That's completely fine. But like, it also tells you which direction they're sailing in usually. We saw they were like that. The distance out, as I said, 27 nautical miles. We tried to contact them because it might happen that we could reach them, but we didn't. And then it would still be very, very, very weak. Um, so what we did was we used another form of radio, which is the MF radio, which is medium range radios, and they use a different form of wavelength.
You're talking about contacting vessels, though, right? Not somebody on land.
No, we did also have the Icelandic Coast Guard contact us, but that was over again MF radio.
Well, what's the
They were actually really pissed at us because we were not allowed in their waters because apparently we were a state ship. That's
right?
a whole nother story, though.
So what you're saying is you can't travel over the oceans wherever you want to if you wanted to, right?
What do you mean?
Like, could you just take your ship and go anywhere in whatever water you wanted to?
Hell no.
No, that's not allowed for any ship.
No.
You have to get permission.
Thank you. No, I only wanted you to say that because you dispensed another idea that some of the globalists have when they come in here that you could travel anywhere you want to on a boat. There's been a couple of arguments that we've gotten into where they really were adamant about the position that you can go anywhere on a boat. You just need to have a ship and you can just travel anywhere. So I just wanted you to clarify the
Well,
reason.
in like practical means you can, but like in like
Really?
legal terms you can't. Not at all.
No. So let's just say you took that boat and you wanted to go wherever you wanted to. Did you have to adhere to them hailing you?
What do you mean?
Like if they were hailing you and you just said, "Oh, well, I'm not gonna answer that." What do you think would happen?
Hailing us? Well, then you if it's a good seamanship. Yeah, you definitely need to answer. If they call you, you reply with their name. So let's
No,
say I'm
no, no. I'm saying,
contacting.
yeah, I
No, no, no,
understand
no.
that. Lucas, I'm saying, what if you didn't? If you disregard what they try to contact you and you don't answer them, you just don't answer.
They will continue trying to contact you for a while, and then if that doesn't work, they will try a different means of contact. If you still don't answer them, then at some point they will you will receive a warning, like a verbal warning over the radio, from the like let's say the Coast Guard or some shit. Like, why the fuck are you not responding? I've actually once heard a pan over the radio because the radio like was legit constantly fucking making noise over the radio, and he received a warning, and you will actually get you can get a very big fine for that. And if you still don't listen, and you will also that the fine is in the future, but you will still get that. Now, if you continue and you don't answer, then maybe they'll send out the Coast Guard and like make you piss off out of their waters.
Okay.
Yeah, that's most likely what will happen. If you don't respond, you're basically they don't know who you are, and they can most likely figure it out through your AIS system. But if you have your AIS turned off, like most Russian Shadow Fleet do, then they don't even know who you are there. Like, they might sail up to you, see your name. Okay, well, we don't have any information on that fucking ship. It's a Shadow Fleet ship.
Thank you for that clarification. Sorry I was persistent, but
no problem.
You're somebody that's on the ocean, and like people seem to have this misconception that you can just travel anywhere you want and it'll be fine. And I do want to point out that it's not just without consequence, right? So that's the reason why I pushed you to answer that.
But again, now for most vessels, it's not a problem at all to enter any waters. There's economic zones, and then there's also the the territorial waters. There's like a fine line between them. The economic zone, everybody can sail there, and it's actually international waters. But territorial waters, it is that nation's laws you go under all of a sudden. And then you have to adhere to those naval regulations, and also anything that they might have. You actually there's a whole book for every fucking naval waters you sail through, and you most likely have to read about them all because there's different types of buoys and different types of all these, that, and there. There's also the international ones, and you should know those as well. If you've ever done navigation, you should know those. Now, if you're just a guy going out to sail, like in your yacht or in your free time sailboat or a little speedboat or whatever the fuck you may have, then nobody really gives a fuck. You'll get registered once you're in harbor with the harbor master or whatever the fuck, or that they don't really give a fuck. But it's mostly state ships, military vessels. They definitely get told to fuck off instantly if they enter any waters or if they try to without permission. That's what I'm saying. Why we almost got told to fuck off from Iceland, because we were apparently considered a state ship, even though we were doing civilian sailing as a training ship. Now, for civilian vessels, usually also commercial, that is not really a problem. You'll come into harbor, you get you contact the harbor, not actually any Coast Guard or anything. You contact the harbor, and you pay them, and they pay you, and a lot of stuff goes on, if you get what I mean. Communication is key. But in terms of navigation, communication is always second. Navigation comes first. There's always the rules of navigation. What the fuck are they called again? I can't remember exactly. But there's always a set of rules you should always follow when you're navigating, especially when you're entering other nations' waters, if that answers the question.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I think still people can be pulled over from a ship that is even a smaller one. If somebody has any reason to ask, I mean, they're not just going to get a free pass just because you're in a smaller vessel. I don't think that's true. Like, if you think that, if you're saying that, if you're on the ocean,
you can sail in.
You're on a bigger ship. I mean, I get it, but even if you're on a smaller ship and you're in somewhere you're not supposed to be, there will be consequences to that. It's not just going to be you get a free pass just because you have a smaller ship. That doesn't make any sense.
No. Of course not. Like there, like right out where I am right now, there's actually a 500-meter restricted zone where you are absolutely fucking not allowed to go into because it is off limits. Like you do not go in there. If you go in that 500-meter zone, you will first get warned. You'll get warned again, then you get warned a third time. If you don't fucking leave, then my ship, the ship I'm on right now, will come barreling towards you, and we will ram you.
Why? What are you protecting?
An oil rig. Or no, sorry, a platform, oil platform.
Oh, so anywhere like there's a radius around that platform that no one can get near because
500 meters, yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
like a security guard?
Security / rescue / fucking, yeah, standby vessel.
Ah, right. Okay.
Our
All right.
bow is protected so we can ram other vessels. We used to also have a massive harpoon, but we removed that
Yeah.
now.
So
Doesn't
you
really
okay?
work.
Well, that's kind of cool. It is really
Yeah.
off topic. You don't have to answer. I'm kind of really morbidly curious about this. But what are you getting paid well? Just yes or no. You don't have to tell me how much or whatever.
Yeah,
Or
I'm paid
is it a
quite well,
good
and
gig?
I don't actually have to pay taxes because there's a law in my country that makes me not need to pay taxes as a sailor sailing
Oh,
out in international waters.
I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
paid well.
all right. So you're running security for the oil rig and making sure nobody's getting near it.
Security and also mainly rescue and like man overboard. If the alarm goes now, I will be in the water within 2 minutes of the alarm going. Even if I'm in my bed, I will go down. I will get in my suit and I will get in the FRB and we will get it on the side and we will get it in the water and within 4 minutes we will be out by the person who's in the water. That's my job.
Yeah, because every second counts, doesn't it, dude?
Exactly.
That's a very very like strict kind of like thing that you have to adhere to. Anyways, it's
Yeah,
props to you for doing that, man. I mean, if you're, yeah, dude, shit. All
it's
right, I
just my
mean,
job.
so you have a 500 nautical mile radius. Is that what you were saying?
No, 500 meter.
500-meter
Yeah,
distance
it's
to the.
not half a kilometer.
So it's not too far away, but I mean, if
No,
somebody comes,
not at all.
your ship
But
is.
that's an example of restricted areas. And usually those restricted areas also pop up on the navigational charts. If you have that from NavSat, they show like very clearly like marked off. Don't go in here. And there's also lights usually blaring from the platform, like actual like they have warning lights, like blinking in Morse code constantly. Some of them even have what you call them. Uh, lighthouses on top and just constantly swirling with different light patterns and different all those things. Um, and yeah, it's basically telling
Interesting.
you fuck off, stay away, fuck off, because like it's dangerous to sail here. Also on the nav charts, you can actually also see on the seabed where you're not allowed to drop your anchor. So again, Shadow Fleet by accident, my fucking ass, they did that on purpose. Like because it's marked so clearly on navigational charts that you can see where these cables are and where all these things are on the seabed. So you don't drop any anchors near that shit. And there's a lot of fucking pipelines out here. Trust me, we don't drop anchors anywhere near here. Not because we can either. It's too deep. But like,
Interesting.
just yeah.
So I mean, just a little insight on what you're dealing with out there, and like other people that might have been just like cruise by there or something. Pretty sure you see like civilian vessels go through there. I mean, not where you're at, but I mean like around the area.
Civilian vessels. Well, I am on a civilian vessel. No military vessels around here.
Okay.
You mean commercial, right?
Well, I mean somebody
Non-commercial.
in their a small dinghy, like just I don't know what you call them. Like they're maybe not too big of a ship, but
Sailboat.
big enough. It's just a regular sailboat. Is that all it's called?
Yeah, that's like they can get out here, but we rarely see them at all, like at all.
Okay.
They don't really have anything to do out here. They usually follow the sail patterns and of other ships. Really, it's like quite common.
So on a clear day, I mean, you have a very, very good view of the horizon. I mean, obviously, like a spectacular view of a night sky too.
Yeah.
Um, how far are you to the south or to the north? Like, do you see
I
polarities?
am. If you search Ecofisk, we actually have the exact coordinates on the Wikipedia. That's the platform I'm outside right now. Ecofisk, Ekofisk.
Nice.
Then you can see. Then you will exactly know how far north I am. I think it's either 59 or 50 or 60 degrees north. I don't know. I can't remember exactly.
That's interesting. All right, so I mean, just viewing the Earth
Yeah.
just the way it is. I mean, you see it like everybody else does. You see it pretty much, flat horizon, right? I mean, this is just
Depends on where I
observation.
am.
We're only talking about observation. We're not telling you that you have to believe that, but just based
No,
on
but
an observation.
everybody knows from sea level you cannot see any curvature.
Yeah, but well,
It'd
you're
be
not allergic.
ridiculous.
You're not allergic to saying that you see the horizon flat, are you? Like if you will give a confirmation that you do see the horizon flat. I'm not saying for you to admit the Earth is flat, dude. I'm just saying it's what
He's on
everybody sees, right?
he's on a boat. He can
What?
turn around. It's obvious, right? Come on.
What?
The horizon, when you turn around, is a circle of vision around you. No part being higher or lower than it's flat, right?
Well, actually, my horizon is very much here. The other morning, I was looking at the horizon, and it was very much alive. I'm not joking.
The
It was
hell?
very much alive because we had perfect sunlight. It was sunrise, and what we could see was the waves actually moving right behind it, like literally moving, like the horizon was actually like wobbly. So yeah, no.
That answer my question.
That answered your question.
Yeah, the horizon being a
It's wobbly. There you go.
360-degree circle around you. The fascinating.
360. Well,
It's because you have the fascinating position of being on a boat out to sea with no land distortion, hills, or anything in the way of you
yeah,
seeing the horizon around you. So I'm just pointing out that you must be able to turn around and see it 360 degrees around you from sea level, being flat.
yeah. But as again, I can't really see because out here the ocean is moving a lot, and like
I mean,
the North Sea. It's
uh,
It's never.
rare. I
Have
have
you ever
not
had
been out
calm
here.
waters, like
No, I
mean
have.
flat
That's what
water?
I'm
You know what
coming
mean
to.
flat water?
I know. I haven't had I haven't had glass blank water yet. What's up, say loud here? Sorry.
Okay, it's
It's
fine.
very rare, and especially this time of year, like it's usually very shit. Right now, if I look outside, let me look. Oh wait, no, it's pitch black out there. I can't see shit. But like right now, we have like maybe a meter and a half waves, and yesterday we had like 4 meters. So
Ah,
yeah,
okay.
you got choppy
North Sea.
seas, yeah.
yeah, not choppy. They're a little bit bad. Like the other day, I was out sailing in the FRBs. Like we had fucking 3.5 meter swells, and that was kind of intimidating when you're in a rubber boat, a rubber hot inflated, a rib with set drives. Still, it's very intimidating. It's just like having a wave barreling towards you, and you have to actually accelerate
Yeah,
over that.
I get it, dude. Waves are scary.
But no, I can't really see a flat horizon right there.
Okay.
It's too wobbly.
I mean, okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Not
I don't know
really.
about that,
I
man.
mean, I understand what it's like in the North Sea and waves and stuff. I mean, you can barely see as far as the next bloody wave that's barreling towards you. I understand that, but I've been on enough
Well,
boats to
depending on the
understand
weather,
that
yeah.
when you turn
Because,
around, you see a horizon 360 degrees around you. Thought that was kind of obvious.
but the horizon is moving up and down because the wave is obstructing it constantly with one
Yeah, I
turns. Right?
understand in the North Sea because, you've got extreme conditions and it's choppy up there. But I just understand in the simple premise of being able to see the horizon from a boat and turn around 360 degrees or for you might be imaginary calm days at this instance. I just thought it was a very
Well, I
simple
have been
point that any
underwater with
child could
calm days.
understand.
You can't see the horizon
I
360
know,
degrees
yes,
around.
yes, very
Is that what
choppy
you're
when you're
asking?
out. I've been in many boats and seen the horizon, however. So it's fortunate for me, but unfortunate for you, I guess.
No, I have seen. I'm saying I have also seen the horizon 360 degrees around me.
Oh, so you have.
I
So you
have
could
been
have
in
answered my
calm weather
question
before.
straight away without this fucking waffling. You should have
Will
just
you calm
led with
down,
that.
man? Like, I just didn't understand your question. Yeah, maybe call me stupid or whatever. Like, I'm
Because you
tired.
don't listen, you talk too much, you're not listening.
Oh well,
Well, I mean, I
it's not
think
the first time.
any any confirmation that we say that we see the Earth just the way everybody else does, it makes you feel like you're capitulating to the fact that you're agreeing that the Earth is a horizontal plane, like it is flat. Like so, you don't want
No,
to give up
not
any
really.
ground. You don't want to give up any ground in that regard. Like you just want to stay to the fact that the Earth is a globe no matter what. So you're not going to answer anything that's just blatantly obvious, which is what Jedi was making it to you. Like, dude, everybody knows this. Like, why are you being a bit obtuse about it? It's probably because you don't want to be
Just about what?
someone who the horizon's 360 degrees around you. It's a horizontal plane.
It's a horizontal plane. Yeah, for you, from my perspective, yes, it is,
Yeah,
but not
that's all.
necessarily. But again,
Well, I
oh
know, but
yeah,
that's what he was wanting you to agree
yeah,
with because he's been on the ocean too. Like, it's obvious.
okay.
But I mean, the part that we're gonna draw a distinction from is the one that you actually believe that it's not that. Like it's actually a curved surface. So
Go on.
yeah, so then you're gonna have to make a distinction of how you know that it's not that horizontal plane that you're looking at, but it's actually curving. So you're gonna have to be able to, in some way, detail to people that are listening to you that you've been someone who's out in the water right now can show that the Earth is an actual curving surface on that ocean. If you can. If not, then it goes to I can't tell if the Earth is a globe based on my observations or anything that I can do on this ship. That's fair. I mean, that's fair, right? Like if you can't do anything to determine, you can say that. But if you can, then
I'd
we'd love
really
to hear it.
wish. Seriously, I'm dead serious right now. I'd really wish I could show you like all the things that I could show you to prove you otherwise, because I am on a ship and I have that situation. But considering my circumstances of being in my cabin and also not having really the authority to go onto the bridge and show you and talk about all those things, and I would also be kind of weird from my colleagues. Or either use my radio on the boat, because again, you only use it when you have to use it. I would definitely do it, but considering those
Well, yeah,
circumstances, I can't.
don't jeopardize your job, man. Like we're not asking you to do that shit.
No,
Just
no,
uh
I would
we're only
not
going
even fucking consider it.
we're only going based on the knowledge that you have and what you can tell us from your vantage point.
Yeah,
So that's it. But if you're saying that you can do some extra things to give us that information, then that's a bit different, right? Then you can say then basically what you're saying is I can prove it. I just can't do it because I'd have to overstep my boundaries. And we don't want that to be the
yeah,
case.
exactly. And not to say anything, but my chief officer would absolutely berate me for like even talking to you guys.
Well, maybe you should tell him to talk to us. Man, no, he wouldn't do it. He's
No, no,
people
no, no.
like
I think he's
dudes
been
like
there.
that.
He's done that.
Really, I don't know about that. I
Yeah,
mean,
I think definitely
he
he has
probably
been
talked.
there. He's a very talkative guy.
He might have talked to some other guys, man. He hasn't talked to 24/7, dude. I think we would give him a different
No,
perspective.
no, 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 not happening.
Yeah, he's not
You
that
don't.
because he's not that kind of guy, right? He's not that kind of guy. He's not like you to have a conversation. He would be like, "Fuck this."
Well, he's been sailing for over 40 years, so
Okay, even more,
understandably,
even better. Like if we could, man, have a conversation with somebody that seasoned, I think that would answer a lot of questions, wouldn't it? Wouldn't you like to hear us talking to your superior and him being able to answer questions concisely in the manner that he'd be able to determine whether or not he could say
He
that
would
the Earth is a
argue.
definite globe?
He would argue you to death.
Has he
I
met
know
us?
him from that part.
Yeah,
He will
has he
argue.
met us,
No, but
dude? Like we've been
yeah, I know
arguing.
you will
Let me
also
just put
argue to death.
it, Lucas, we've been doing this for 10 freaking years, dude. Non freaking stop, bro. Constantly.
Hmm
Like on here
I,
almost every single freaking day. And Jedi and Yoder and like Crit, like most of us, we don't like we have our lives, right? But like we're on and off in here like all the time. So if you ever wanted a challenge, we've challenged people. I mean, you could, I don't know, you probably won't ever talk to them like this, but if you ever do, you just put it to them. Be like, look, these guys, they've talked to PhDs, they talked to astrophysicists, they talked to like, just you name it, every academic that you could think of that would be somebody a part of this conversation. We've talked to pilots, we've talked to mariners, we've talked to every single body. Nobody can confirm that they determined that the Earth is a globe based on any empirical evidence. I guarantee it. 100%. So whatever he has to offer, it's never going to come to the conclusive information that the Earth is determined to be a globe
you know,
based
the
on
reason
anything he knows.
why I wouldn't go up to it with him is because he would tell me to shut up.
Nah, that's fine. I mean, that's fine,
Instantly,
right? Like,
he would tell me to
listen,
shut up and stop talking about things you don't know about. And like,
no.
I don't know, that's just him being arrogant. I don't know.
Well, and on the other hand, too, like when it comes to somebody that season, I get it. Like we would allow him the ability to have the floor for a while. We'd listen to him, whatever he's got to say. But also the thing, the most important thing for the audience and you and whoever's listening is we want to draw out as much information about his knowledge of what he knows, and then of course how he determined that the Earth was a globe based on his knowledge. That would be spectacular content, spectacular, because everybody would be like, okay, now we're gonna hear from the guy who's a seasoned veteran at being on the ocean, not just some guy who's been on there for 2-3 years. This guy's had his experience.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's a wet dream. That's all I can
dude,
say.
Lucas, it would be prime content. Like number one, like everybody, his ears would be listening.
Yeah.
I know why you were going to
Roots, you gotta.
I don't.
Hey, Roots, are you there?
What? Roots.
No,
Wait, I have
I
him
muted.
muted. Per
So
sounds.
so that's important, right? I think anybody who we can get here that has some sort of knowledge like superior to others, he would be like a one that we really want to talk to. And we like we clear the dance floor. We get only the people that would be able to speak and articulate points well to him and be able to like, have a good back and forth. Otherwise, we're not just going to open up the room to everybody speaking and be like every other day. We wouldn't do that. We'd control the room, completely controlled. Anybody speaking would be instantly muted. So he would have the complete floor to be able to explain to us. Because a lot of people, or I guess from his vantage point, would want to know how he knows what he knows and then still thinks that the Earth is a globe. I'm
It's
just
not
saying,
gonna
Lucas.
happen.
Hey, man.
I know.
Hey,
I know you're
there,
very eager. I know you're very
dude,
eager
eager,
to
dude.
have fun,
Listen,
but
listen.
it's not gonna happen.
When it comes to PhDs, when it comes to academics, I think those are the more quality conversations because of the fact.
What the fuck?
I found him. He thought he was going to do it again. All right, so those are the kinds of conversations we actually like to have with people, especially the
Yeah, I
academic
hope you
guys,
get that.
because it's okay. Now, what I was going to say, sorry, when I get interrupted by that sound, but what I was going to say is that the reason being is because those are the people that people appeal to. You guys, not you, but the royal you, appeal to these individuals as the reasons why you think the Earth is a globe. Well, I don't know, but the expert knows. I don't know, but the PhD knows. I don't know, but the astrophysicist knows. And then when we get them in here with us and you hear us talking to them, then it actually shakes something loose in your mind. At least that's a little bit more. It's a different conversation versus us just talking to some guy who doesn't know Jack Diddley. You know.
But then it would also still have to stay on topic on with what he is known to
Yeah,
know. You
guaranteed.
know,
Yeah,
you
guaranteed.
can't fire off and start talking about
Yeah,
I don't know
I get it. Your
complex
agenda. Yeah. No, no,
like
no,
that
no.
would also fuck things up very quickly.
Yeah, I get it, dude. Like, listen, dude. The the reasons why we'd have people that are very well equipped to have these conversations do it, it's because we understand the game. I do. When I engage with somebody like that, I know exactly the rules and how to work it. It has to be exactly only what he's proposing, and only from that information how he can determine that the Earth is a globe based on what he's saying, not on what my agenda is. So I would go just purely based on what he's saying, guaranteed. And then that's the way it should
Of
be, right? Because you'd want to hear if he has anything to offer. Like, obviously, the argument has been back and forth, so you'd want to get the people who are very knowledgeable in their field to come forward and actually explain.
course.
Right, right. So anyway, I'm just throwing that out to you. If you ever have one of those like Christmas parties and you're just like, hey, dude, you know, I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there, not gonna push you into it, but if you ever wanted to, you know, bring some knowledge to the people, here's what you can do. You know, and anyway, maybe put a bug in his ear.
What? No.
but but I'm saying, dude, it's like we never the people that say they have all this knowledge and they're top of their field and everything, they say, I have no time to come in there. Oh, I don't have time to talk to those guys. Oh, they're just foolish. Yeah, but most of that is just their insecurity being masqueraded by, you know, they're being nonchalant about it because they're insecure because they don't under pressure. If you had to actually explain, if you know, determining that the Earth is a globe based on your knowledge, I don't think they can do it, Lucas. I don't think it's possible. I'm putting it out there, bro. I'm saying it.
You can put it out there and you can hope for it, but I'm just saying
It,
it's an argument not gonna happen because
one day, I think it will. I mean,
you
eventually.
can hope for another person who might come in here and know about it, but like, this guy, no.
Yeah, but aren't you
Again,
curious though, Lucas? Aren't you curious that people they sound like they don't have the time for it or they don't care about it, but you know deep down
oh, he would
inside,
definitely want to fucking argue. Trust me, he would. But like,
I don't know.
no,
I think, bro, I
it
think
would
deep
hurt
down
my soul
inside, what'd you say?
for both of us. I said it would hurt my soul if he came in here. Like genuinely, that's where we are at.
You
Like,
are,
would not
yeah.
be
Hey,
good.
you know, hey, like, all right. So let the Earth still be a globe, so you can sleep at night. Because if if it came to where he had to like yield to the flat Earth, you would just be like, you'd probably jump off that rubber boat that that you tow around everywhere. Now I'm just like, it's kind of curious. They're like, the way you said it though, man, it's like it would hurt your soul.
It's just that he will. He's very very adamant. Like he will stay on what he believes.
That's
Like
good.
it's
I
like
mean,
taking. It's like no. It's think of it like this: you're taking
yeah.
two indestructible surfaces and you're trying to smash them so hard together that the fucking space time between them breaks. If you get what I mean.
The fabric of
Like,
space
this is
time
where
just
we're
like
at. This is the point where we're at. That is like the
Lucas,
type of guy
Lucas,
he is.
bro, that is exactly what I'm going for, man. I want to cause
Okay.
the biggest explosion so that, you know what, at least it rocks the foundation of everyone's core beliefs. And they're like, oh shit, dude, like, are you serious? This guy does not have the answer. Wait a minute. We invested all of our energy and time to follow this man. And then after all this time, he failed to provide the sufficient evidence what I thought he had. Like, wow, that's exactly what we're going for, bro. That's why we want to speak to academics. I mean, versus like the regular guys that come in here. I mean,
Well, he
well,
can navigate. He can work. That's all he needs
I
to
tell you
do.
what. I tell you what, over the years, we have already accomplished that. We've already had those conversations. So it's not like we need, your supervisor to come in here. It's not really the case. But
My chief
if he,
officer, yeah,
your chief officer,
second
yeah, let
highest.
me put
He's
some,
the second highest on the ship. Like I'm a fucking OS in
yeah,
comparison.
put
That's like having an ant walking up to an actual human, and I'm like,
that's
hey yo,
freaking dope,
you
dude.
wanna tell me about this? And he'll be like, fuck, stop. Like what
He's
the
gonna
fuck?
stomp you out, bro. Who are you?
I'm a
Yeah,
nobody in comparison. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. That's the thing, bro. Like, people feel that way about these PhDs that we've spoken to, because I mean, like, you feel that way
He
towards
only
Dan.
has
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he only has a bachelor. Like he's a master mariner. That's all.
Bro, that's not all, dude. Like, he's got 40 years in the game. I mean, he's really got. When you
Yeah.
take that experience, it says a lot, bro. Because there's some things that you just can't learn from academia. There's things that you learn by being out there in the ocean. You know?
That's the thing about being a sailor. You don't really learn from books. You learn from doing. Yeah, the
Yeah,
rules
it's
and regulations you learn from books, but everything else is through hand and work.
yeah, yeah,
Maybe some simulations here and there, but the rest of it, you fucking go get it.
yeah. We sure would like to pick. We sure would like to pick at that brain. Anyway, we'll leave it up to that. Whenever, maybe,
Yeah,
maybe
I think
divine
that
appointment will.
conversation.
You would be like you'd be glued to the freaking, you know, to the stream.
Would I need to be glued to a stream? I would hear him from my room.
He'd be screaming his lungs out. Anyway, yeah, just back on point. I just want to talk about, like, the reasons why it's people. Well, when they come to this conversation, they're a bit upset about it because of the fact that they've just been told their whole lives, man. But he has been doing his job and performing it on a surface that's a horizontal plane. But yet, unbeknownst to him, in his mind, he thinks it's on a globe. And the only thing we would want is that determining factor, like where somebody like him would say, "This is how I
I can
actually know the Earth's a globe." Do you know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
can
that's
only I can only tell you the reason why he would think the world is round is because all the systems that we work with daily only function on a model where it would be round.
precisely.
That is what he would come up with, and I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
also use that. That
Well,
is the
it's
only thing. Even
uh,
navigational charts, like paper charts, where you can
yeah.
be pin accurate, even though as the chart, like as you move further up on the chart extends. 1 nautical mile becomes, instead of, let's say, 1 inch, it becomes 2 inches.
Mm.
Because to have because you cannot, if you know anything about a ball, if you've ever tried cutting up a ball, which if you most likely have, you can never make it a flat surface. So to compensate that, you have to
What we need,
stretch the
like I
ball
need
or
to weigh or
the
something,
surface.
like hello?
And even with the navigational chart, you have to do that. But even when you're using this stretch out navigational chart, you wouldn't believe it, but you can actually be pinpoint accurate with your charting when you do charting on that. Even up in the north, where it is stretched out like quite a lot in comparison to what it is further down, close to
Oh, that's
equator.
good information. I like that information. That's really cool, man. Thanks for that. Did you guys know that?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me just check the room real quick. Did you guys know that what he just said? I'm checking the room to see if anybody else is listening. Did anybody else in here hear what he just said?
Yeah, I heard it.
I heard it, but I'm not sure if I heard what you heard. Like what you think you heard,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Say it again, Lucas. About
Well, if you have a ball, you can't cut it open and stretch it out on a flat map. It's impossible. But we still need navigational charts. So what we have done to compensate that is that we stretch the map a bit. And with that, you have to compensate by changing how long a nautical mile is on that map. The further you go up, so basically on the sides, you have these different like measurements you can use. So you basically take this ruler almost, not ruler, but like a
It's a
fuck.
slide
What
rule.
the fuck? What?
Is it a slide rule?
Not slide rule, not a ruler at all. It's like these two chopsticks. I don't fucking remember what they're called in the English.
Compass.
No, something else. I know what he's
The
talking about. I
stick
just can't
in
name
Danish.
it.
A stick in Danish, but
Gliders.
like you use those, and then you can use those to like
calipers.
read the distance. But basically, you have to do it exactly out from where you want to go from, so you get the exact distance of what 1 nautical mile would be in that area of the map. So you go to the side of the map, okay, that's how far it is, and then you can see, okay, that's how far. And even with that method, it's pinpoint accurate, like
Okay.
down to the fucking.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if you go
I get that.
smaller
Can I ask,
scale,
can
it
I
will
ask a
be more.
question just for clarity? Just for
Yeah.
clarity. So if I had one of your navigational charts and I pulled out a ruler with a standard measure, I couldn't say that the distance between point A and point B was as the ruler measured. It's not an equal distribution of miles along that distance of that straight line.
No, it's not.
Oh shit, dude.
It changes
I
the
love
further
that.
north you go
That's
because they have to stretch the
oh
map.
oh shit. Someone's in trouble.
But again, even though you're using this map, it's pinpoint accurate.
No. I get
And
what
this
you're
is
saying.
just
No, there was another. Hold on, Lucas. There was another thing that you said that I know we're not covering right now. But you said the north is. I don't know. Let me
south
correct me
as
on this.
well.
But
South as well.
but the north is more elongated than the south. Is what you said.
No. Like the closer to. I'm talking about the northern hemisphere right now. Like how many degrees north. So the further north, the longer 1 degree will be, basically.
Did
And
you hear that, Jedi?
No. Can you repeat it for me? Sorry, I'm sorry.
okay,
Sorry.
I don't have it I control on, but basically, the further north you go on a navigational chart, the longer 1 nautical mile has to be, and that's 1 minute. And for 1 minute, you have 60 minutes in one. What's it called? 1 degree. Yeah, for 1 degree, you have 60 minutes. That's 60 nautical miles each. Now, every degree that you go further north, the further it will slowly be, and it will be more equivalent. It will be more like you can see it more and more the higher up you go. So like all the way up at Greenland, it will be like 3 times as long as it will be, maybe be down at the equator, or even more
I get you.
actually, 4 times actually.
I get you.
For
So to
the same distance.
crudely, yeah, sorry, really engage with what you're saying. So to really put a Mercator projection map in front of everybody, we understand that the distances, the further you get north, are elongated. So that's why some of the countries like Greenland seem to be longer in length.
Exactly.
That's loose enough? Okay, cool.
But
Yeah,
it's
but they
it's not
work
a.
down to pinpoint accuracy even with the navigational system that we use.
Yeah, you'll
But
get
it
where you're
was.
going because the navigational tool is designed to do that. It's just a difference in the demarcation of distances along that line of travel.
Yeah.
1 mile
Why aren't
isn't
you
1
using an
mile.
orthograph map?
So 1 nautical mile isn't one standard unit of distance the entire way. It changes
Right.
length.
Yes. So
Yeah,
why aren't you using
that's
an
why
orthograph map then? Why aren't you using an orthograph map?
because that doesn't work in naval
Yes, it
navigation.
does. Yes, it does. It allows you to be able to flatten out your
I
globe without losing
I have never used
scale,
such a
without
map.
losing distance. Yeah, does.
I've never used such a map, and
I
I
don't
don't
know why
actually.
all these naval vessels and the navies and all they are using it, because apparently that's the claim. It's the only map that you can do it with without getting distortion. It allows you to be able to flatten out your globe without losing distortion.
You can't have a square map that is without distortion at all. It's not
You look
possible.
it up, bro. The orthographic map is the only map that you can flatten out,
Yeah, but
and you don't
is
lose
it a square map
distortion.
that you can easily? Is it a square map that you can easily pack away and put
No, it's not
into
a
a
square
drawer?
map. It's not a square map, bro.
No, that's why we don't use it there.
What does a square have to do? Why would you need a square?
Because it's easier to pack away. It's easy to store.
Oh no,
That's
this is
simple one.
foldable. This is
Hold on.
multi-foldable.
Yeah, it's foldable, but these things have to
Sorry.
be durable for fucking years.
Sorry. You
They have
use
to
the
be able
map
to
that
be
you use
drawn on
because it's
100
convenient.
times, erased on 100 times. They'll have to work.
Sorry, dude.
They,
Didn't mean to
they,
interrupt you.
yeah, no, it's fine.
So you use your map because it's convenient to store.
No, not just convenience store, but also because like it's the most common thing that's used.
Okay.
Like the storing is one thing, but also like having a map that you have to basically it's an origami fucking folding that thing. It's not practical. Also, if you don't have the space, like if you ever see a navigations table or just in a navigation room, you will see that the table's not that big. Like it's just much more.
So you don't have computer navigation
more
systems. You're still working like it's the 1970s.
No. I have said that earlier. We do use NatSap. We do also use all these other systems like AIS and all
Right.
them.
So software could
But-
do that for you.
Yeah.
Software could
Yeah, we
figure
do
it all
also
out.
use
So
software,
but you guys are still using charts, like paper charts.
But mostly, but the ones we've been talking about now are overview charts. We still use those for navigation, but actual navigation charts are much more zoomed in.
Why?
They're much more zoomed in. But
Why?
you still have.
Isn't
Because
GPS
when you're entering
more accurate?
When you're entering harbor,
Systems failed.
when you're entering a harbor or a bay or anything like that, it's still very good to have because you can plot out.
It's a backup rather than primary use.
Yes, it's a backup, but we still use them, and I trained excessively on them when I was on the training ship.
Yeah.
So you still use them not just because you have GPS, because you utilize them and they're essential. Are they essential for navigating?
Well, depending on what you have, then maybe, but no, they're not.
They're not essential.
Not anymore. But if you lose power, they might be essential. Yes. If you lose power to your systems, they might be essential. Yes. And in the case where I was using them a lot, it was on a training ship. It was a three-masted, square-rigged.
Shut your bitch ass up.
No.
Square-rigged ship. And well, if the power went out, we could still sail, and we could still use those plots in the chart to see where exactly we were. And then we could use that reckoning to see where we would be in an hour, and so on and so forth. With our knowledge of our speed, we could actually even use a knot reel at the end of the ship to see how many knots we're going currently, and then we can see, okay, we'll be that much further ahead in an hour from now.
Should we tell them about the whole 69 mile per 1 degree that we've been hearing as an argument for the globe? Like, maybe he can see if that can apply.
No, it can't. It's going to be how you use the words, and if anybody catches you using them. 60 miles per degree for a minute and unit of nautical mile. Now that standard of measure, nautical mile, is a standard measure with distance using these charts, using that description of where we get the measurement from. 1 mile here isn't the same distance as over there. In actual fact, the mile increases with distance the further north we go. Whoa. What?
So that argument is not valid on that basis, you think, Jedi?
No.
Anybody else here listening to that when they bring up that argument? I guess that's what I wanted to highlight.
It's okay.
But it assume a perfect sphere for a start.
It's a trick of the language, isn't it? Because you can say it and you're right, but you need to know that the distance measure changes. So it's correct to say it's 1 nautical mile, because it is, but that distance changes. So it isn't.
Yeah.
So
isn't he essentially saying that it? Sorry.
Hold on. Sorry. So using the formula of 60 times, let's say 0, So you would be actually timesing the 60 by 90. Your position's on the equator, more or less, 0 elevation angle to Polaris. Not that you really see it, or you're going to use navigational star from this low horizon, but just saying that equation, right? That gives you a distance right, at the end of it. That distance is not a standard distance with travel. Those miles aren't statute.
But he's saying it is.
No, it's now increased with distance.
No, he's saying the scale changes. The distance does. The actual distance doesn't, isn't he?
Yeah. You have to use your you have to use your device. You have to get it out, remeasure, increase the distance because it was said earlier, right? 1 mile isn't 1 mile over there. The distance could have been increased by 3 times, so it could be 3 miles.
But isn't that what the
scale
Globers
changes?
aren't the Globers? Hold on,
what I'm
aren't the
saying
Globers?
is that
Hold on, Lucas. Aren't the Globers claiming that though? When they come in here and say that, they're saying it without giving the understanding of, like you said, the distance would not be the same when you're measuring it. Anybody?
Yeah,
Mr. Salaman, what do you say?
You still there, Lucas?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you not hear what I asked? The Glober argument is that it's 69 miles per 1 degree, but like Jedi said, they're half right. You know when they say that because it stands for 1 nautical mile. Yes.
Mile and nautical mile are different. If
Yeah,
that's
I
what you're
know.
asking.
Yeah, we're just going to use nautical miles from here on out.
Yeah, please,
Yeah.
because I know that measurement much better.
But would that be standard? Because they would say that it would be that's how they measure distance to, like, let's say the GP of a star, right? But if you're going to arrive at a location, like let's say at the GP of a star, the distance would be different as it's traveled, right?
Please rephrase that. Okay, I'm really trying to listen, but
Jedi, could you
my
rephrase it? I gotta do something.
Okay. So 1 nautical mile per degree of travel, right?
Per degree.
Yeah.
Per minute of travel.
Sorry,
yeah.
Yeah, that's the bit that I keep failing on as well. So per minute. So 1 nautical mile per minute.
If you're traveling 1 knot, you travel 1 minute per minute. If you get what I mean. No, sorry.
Definitely not 60 seconds.
Sorry. That's per hour. It's fucking with me now. But
Oh,
basically, if you're traveling 1 knot, you're traveling 1 minute per hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So using the formula of say 90 times 60, you're at the minimum Polaris, probably around the equator. Not that you're going to use it because you don't really use stars below 20 degrees to navigate with, but just by using that mathematical equation, it gives us a distance at the end, right? I think it's about 5,800 nautical miles, something like that, 5,400, 800. So that distance, that when you actually were to travel a standard unit of measure, actually it's further away from you or closer, because it will give you a distance of 5,800 nautical miles between the equator and the geographical position of the North Pole, but that's not a standard measure of distance. The distance changes the further north you go.
No, but on the chart itself, distorts. So you travel, like, let's just say, like, imagine yourself as that little boat on this chart, and you're moving along the plotted path. Now expect as you go further north, you increase your speed more as well. But you don't, in real life, you don't, because it's just what you call it is a correction, basically, to correct that the map is distorted.
Wait, what?
Yeah. It's a map. It's basically a distortion correction over there. So
but you wouldn't need to if
when
you
you're
just
traveling
use
further north,
scale.
that's why you have this. You remember the fork? Oh, not the fork. What the fuck? It's the Pesa. Fuck. I don't know. See these two chopsticks. The two chopsticks you have, right? Use those to measure the distance. Now, when you're
Dividers.
outside, let's say 59 degrees north, one distance will be double the length of what it would be if you took that same distance further down. So you can't use that measured distance at the side of your map down at the equator
You're basically
you
saying
can
the
on
scale
that
changes.
degree that you're at, because then it would be wrong.
Right, so
We're
the
correcting.
distance that 1 centimeter
The scale
stands for
changes
on one
exactly
chart.
at the
So, bro,
points of
let me
thing.
just
The further
clarify.
north, the scale
One
changes.
sec, bro. Can I just clarify with you for a sec? So, on one chart, 1 centimeter will equal a certain amount of distance, but on another chart, it won't be the same distance because the scale's changed, right? So let's say on your one chart,
Depending on what chart you use.
1 centimeter equals 10 nautical miles, right? Then
We
you go to
don't.
another chart, but it's not going to
We
apply on that
use
chart,
centimeters.
right? It's going to
I
change.
don't get, because you're using centimeters. You don't use centimeters.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying though that like that's basically the principle of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, 1 minute.
You've got your tweezers,
is
right? Your two
further
little
north you
fucking
go.
chopsticks or whatever. So they're a certain distance apart from each other.
Yeah.
And you've measured a distance on your chart, right?
Use those to
That's going right. So if you were to apply that to another chart, it's not going to equal the same distance, right?
No, because depending on where on the chart you actually put it down, like you have to look at the. You actually use fucking hell, I can't speak now. You do use rulers, but you use them to see, okay, exactly, like you have to have it like exactly flat to the map. Then you see on the route, like on the ruler on the side, the measurement, and so you see, okay, that's how much it is there. And you can take your pins, and then you can see, okay, that's how much it is out from this location. Because depending, like, and when you're using navigational charts on like zoomed in, you can't actually really see the difference, but it is there, and therefore you have to use it, because if not, you could actually end up running aground or some shit if you don't.
You can't really see it. What the fuck?
No, when
bro?
you zoom in enough. No, hear me out. When you zoom in enough, you can of course not see. Like, it's like you zoom in on a golf ball so much, like it. No, fuck. You zoom so much out on a ball or a golf ball, it's completely smooth. But the more you zoom in, the more rugged it becomes. If you get what I mean, like it's the same exact sample here. You can't really see it if you zoom so much in. Like the distance will become longer, because then all of a sudden one nautical, like fuck, what I'm saying, one minute becomes much more because you're also zoomed in. So, like the distance,
No, the distance shouldn't
if you zoom
change,
in on a
bro.
map, 1 kilometer becomes longer if you get what I mean.
No. 1 minute is a
That's
certain amount of distance, or it isn't. Which one?
It is.
It is, and it will always
Nobody knows
remain
about
that,
inertial
that
navigation.
distance, right? It's always going to be once. Yeah, right. So 60 nautical miles, 1 degree is always going to be 60 nautical miles, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They need to see that measurement.
It's just the ruler on the side, or what the fuck you call it, the measurement that you have on the side to measure how long that
scale.
In real life.
Scale. Sorry, I'm fucking up my words. The scale on the side of the map.
In real life, a real life measurement of that relationship. I don't think anybody's been able to measure that relationship.
But I can still use it to measure exactly how far off the coast I am.
No, you can calculate on a map how far it goes. That's not a measurement.
But the map is distorted to correct from a curve, like from a ball earth.
Yeah, you got a calculated map distance. Doesn't mean it's real.
Got to correct for the curve in the sky.
Bro, your map isn't distorted so that you have to, because it's correcting for something. It's distorted because you're claiming you're on a sphere, and when you flatten it out, it becomes distorted. Then you have to
You're
make the
robot, dude.
correction.
Sorry, T-Dub, someone's got to tell you.
That's what I've been saying
Sorry.
the whole time.
Yeah, you're
I don't
working
know.
off a projection. We understand it's projected.
Anyways,
Yeah, good stuff, man. So I was just going over the argument that the Globers have in here when they come in and declaring that. But as we know, it's just what they're saying, and they can't prove it. So I guess he's saying basically the same thing that we've always heard the Globers say. But he's somebody that's out there on the ocean, so he's on the ocean right now. By the way, guys.
Yeah, it now just becomes a question of what map are you using.
Yep, it's
what
preference.
map I'm using Royal Admiralty navigational charts map.
Yeah. Wasn't necessarily, that wasn't really a question to you. It was a rhetorical question I'm going to hold until later.
Okay,
for
sorry.
other people. Yeah, no, it's fine. No, it's been a really interesting chat with you, mate. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I do appreciate it. Yeah. It just bolsters arguments that we have so that we can refine our points.
Anyways, you guys have at it. I got work tomorrow at 7. Gotta go to bed.
Yeah, appreciate your time, Lucas. Have a good night, man.
Take care, buddy.
No problem.
Don't feel so sick.
Yeah, mate. I bet there's a flat earther amongst his crew.
Might have to tell a couple of people to go back and rewatch that aren't in the stream that listen to it long enough. I think AI and India will be interested in that. No, Yoda, and you were around, dude, but I don't think you caught all of it, and a couple of others as well. I think that might be recommended viewing over the next few days. Because if you listen to that, I think other people are going to come back with questions as well that maybe we've missed. So hopefully he'll come back another time as well, and there'll be other people who can have understanding about what he said and ask more poignant questions. That was a fascinating piece of information, dude.
Yeah, it was. I definitely learned something from that interaction. But I think
yeah, me too.
Well, what's interesting too is that because we have a man on the sea, he's there. So it's not like we're speaking to somebody that has an idea about this. Like what he does is his daily routine. So
it doesn't sound very primary. I mean, very, very secondary. These charts, like it sounds like he's used it often enough that he's saying that his crew's become familiar with how that's done. At least in the captain's, on the brig,
yeah.
What do they call it? At the helm.
Been on the bridge.
On the bridge. Thank you. The bridge. Yeah, I couldn't think of it. Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like the crew are familiar with that method. Bridge crew. I guess that I guess it must they have to, in case like Jedi said, the systems fail. Electronic computer.
Yeah, if your power fails, you're fucked, aren't you? You're relying on electronic equipment and stuff. Yeah, you might have auxiliary or emergency generators. Best practice is if you're a navigator and you're responsible for life, you better know how to navigate with as minimal things as you've got around you. and that's probably going to be what you've got. That's the stars, right? The direction of travel, where they rise and set. It all starts from what you can see around you. The basic practice that we've used for hundreds, if not thousands of years, just measuring a distance based on how far you've travelled in relation to the sky. Depending on the chart, though, obviously you're not going to be able to rely on those distances. If you just put a ruler across it and say the distance from here to here is this, no, it ain't. It depends on the chart you're using. And we've known this for a long time, especially with the AE map, right? There's rules and regulations. Sorry, there's. Go on.
No, I'm just affirming that you're correct. Even with the AE map, like what they were saying.
Yeah. Further south you go on that particular map, distances become way more. You have to adjust, and you don't measure from one location to another. As we've been pointed out, you measure to the North Pole to the location, and that you have to calculate a distance. But within the charts he's using, slightly different premise. The distortion's north, not south. That's interesting to point out as well, right? Because the AE map distortion south in the ones he's using distortion. Now, whether the chart that he uses, the further south you go beyond the equator, the distortion is like it is in the north, with distance towards the south travelled elongating the distance, or on the chart anyway. But yeah.
So it's just preference. So you could easily dispense of that AE nonsense.
Well, yeah, you can
What do you think about that?
You can dispel of most map nonsense, right?
Dude, that's not good for the AE boys, man.
Oh, hell no.
Fascinating.
Well, the claim is that the AE map is extremely accurate radially.
Yeah.
And from any point that you choose. Doesn't have to be North Pole. Be anywhere. But that's kind of like, it's kind of lending credence to the globe. I'll be honest.
Tell me how.
Because it's a distortion of the globe, right? So you'd pick any point on your globe, make that the center, then flatten the globe out from there.
It's not the globe.
Where do we get the point?
It's the sky map.
That's what I was saying. But the question
sorry,
was, where do we get it? Where do we derive these points to plot in the first place? Doing what? Globular things? I know you know that's not the case. I'm just being.
No, I don't know. Just choose any point on the globe, then flatten it out from there. And radially, it's accurate up to like 10,000 miles or something. That's the claim. I don't know if it's true.
Oh, man.
Pardon. You stupid.
That was quick timing, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I hate when people say the this projection or this thing or whatever this is, like, I mean, I guess it's in favor of the globe. What is the globe actually then? Just a celestial sphere that, when you take 60 nautical miles per degree and work out what circumference that would be, including, the radius to that. That's all the globe is. But initially, we derive nautical miles from angular measurements.
Should have got our little mate to give us a full rundown on how to use the sextant.
Could you imagine The most ancient civilization who's, used the stars to navigate could have just concluded that the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Why didn't they?
Because they knew that they were measuring off of a horizontal plane.
Of course.
And they knew it was a conceptual idea. So they knew what they were using. It's the only conclusion I can get. They wouldn't make the claim that the Earth was a sphere because they knew that they weren't using a terrestrial sphere. It's a sky sphere.
That's what I'm saying. Like if they were working with all of the same elements, um, yeah, I don't know why they didn't determine. Yeah, this means that the ground that I'm standing on is curved. So while you can indirectly, well, while you may come to the fallacious conclusion that you live on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles because of the calculations you do from, the 60 nautical miles per degree. That's literally, it's not useful. That's where you can say, okay, that's the radius of the sphere Earth. Okay, well, how do we use practically the radius of the Earth in any scenario then? We already have celestial navigation. We didn't use the radius of the Earth to help us with that. So what is it useful for then? The bottom line though is the Earth isn't a sphere, it measures flat, and they all knew that.
What do you guys think about the geological history of Earth?
Oh
We were
hell
just
no.
talking about it, how it was all derived from a flat plane.
Yeah, I'm not referencing like flat globe, that sort of thing. I'm just
What
talking
does that
like
got to do with my answer? I answered your question. What was that response?
no, as in I'm not trying to tie it to like flat or globe
I
or anything like
wasn't
that.
to a shape of any particular type. I was just telling you what it is. They took measurements. What's the problem?
No, I mean like what is your assessment of the geological history of Earth? Like, do you agree with the mainstream kind of view of it, or
Ask me a more specific question.
okay, how far back do you think the history of Earth goes?
He wants you to know.
Um,
He wants to know
the,
how old Earth
the,
is, dude.
really?
Yeah, that's what he's asking. The history of Earth.
Well,
Are you
according to the
asking?
sediment,
Are you asking me how old it is? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't fucking know. I don't know.
well, according to the sediment layers, we can actually get that in proportion to time. which is spent over many billions of years, we can calculate the nobody knows.
That sounded quite official.
According to documentation.
I'm there
Is
listening.
is your position nobody knows? Like it could be
Yes.
any range.
The position is
Any
more,
range.
you
It's
know,
more than a week.
Oof.
man.
More than a week. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Let's say it goes back to at least earliest recorded like human history. You know.
I don't know about anybody else, but I don't really.
Regardless of what
Okay.
number anybody comes up with, can they ever actually know for certain?
Well, it's just what because it was going to be my
The
like
answer is no.
springboard. Okay. But what do you guys think of like fossils that people find?
I don't.
Didn't they find a fossil that was only like 50 years old or something?
Yeah.
Rocks
I
they've
don't know.
found, Adamites and
Yeah,
stuff.
the kind of carbon dating and all that jazz.
Well, in fact, Jedi mentioned ammonites. Like, for
That's it.
example, this is a species or a family of organisms that no longer exist on Earth, and you can just find fossils of them on a beach. You don't even have to be like there's literally a beach in England where people can break rocks and find fossils. They're that common.
The Jurassic
Maybe
Coast.
they came from the planetoid that smashed into the Earth and made the moon. Maybe they came from there. Maybe they're aliens.
I
Well,
get it. I've dug fossils. I used to do this quite a time. Jurassic. I found a lot of these Adamites, these spiral-shaped things. That's predominantly what I found. Okay,
like
but
this,
we'll
your
agree that
booty.
we can dig things up and we see
On the
fossils.
orientation. You
Carry on.
don't like. Why you like your booty next to my face, huh? You like the booty next to my face.
Are you hot, Mark?
what?
Just the garlic parmesan? Oh, the garlic and the parmesan.
Really?
Hey, I'll take two.
No.
I'll take two. Make me a plate.
Mine with garlic, though.
Okay, he's
Is
got it
that?
all wrong, man. I told him it was Taco Tuesday. I don't know what he's doing.
I
Ordering
know.
pizza.
What? How's he ordering pizza
What
from
is going on?
Domino's? What the hell?
Look, I can confirm, Crit. Is it Taco Tuesday or
Oh,
not, bro?
It is. I went to the
doesn't
cafeteria this morning, and it was in fact Taco Tuesday.
Fucking told you guys, man. I don't know. I mean,
Well, I was
all
just
right.
trying to eat a different taco, man.
Oh shit.
the
Can you fossilize
Sometimes
tacos?
I be thinking, I
Jedi, you were going to say something about fossils.
Yeah, no, we agreed that you can dig things up and they're cool. Trying to figure out the geological Earth and agree with. I don't know whether I can agree with scale. That for me is up in the air. I don't think we really have any kind of absolute knowledge about the time scale of these things. I think even geological historians would maybe point to some ambiguity. Like recorded history as well, that's given like different time scales depending on your the direction that you're coming from, I guess. Always lots of arguments within these communities. But if you're talking about the mainstream narrative, the Earth being around for what, 8 billion years, part of a universe that is 14 billion years old or whatever it is, I don't know.
Well, the mainstream consensus is around 4.5 billion years.
Okay, 4.5, whatever it is.
Why is it a consensus? Is it because everybody looked at the data and agreed upon it?
Yeah, that's what a consensus is.
No.
We're talking about David Attenborough and
Consensus
Brian
is
Cox
people
consensus.
agree. Doesn't say why they agree.
I agree.
You agree? Did you look at the data?
Well,
yeah, that's what I
mean,
thought.
what specific data? You're just saying the data.
Did you look at any data that you?
The age
Are
of the
you
Earth,
even
dude.
saying you agreed with anyone specifically? He's asking you what you're saying. It's like how do you? Okay, let's start over. What do you agree with based on what you've said? Is there any information that you can share with us that we may be on the same page as you? Was that coherent?
What I seem to understand is fossils take quite a
They
while to form.
really do everything other than. It's like it doesn't matter what you say. The response is not going to be a direct answer.
Because you ask strange questions.
It wasn't a strange question. You said you agreed. When you said you agreed, did you mean agreed with some sort of information that you've seen, which you can give us to go look through?
No, I'm not
Thank
giving
you.
you
That's
anything.
the direct answer right there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I have a slice of your pizza?
He got chicken wings, dude. He got garlic, parmesan, and something else. Chicken wings.
I mean,
I
if you're
guess
gonna
the answer
trade
is
Taco
no. He
Tuesday,
didn't even say anything.
oh shit, I was just gonna add something stupid. Go ahead, Indio.
No, I was just saying that. I guess the answer is no. He didn't even respond to that.
What do
He's
you
like,
think I'm
no,
like in a formal debate about like just I don't know fossils and discussion
Dude,
on
honestly, Oliver, like you're ever since I've
Oh,
known you and Crit pointed out who you are, you're a hot mess, bro. Every time you come in here, you don't know what's going on, who's saying what. You don't even respond correctly back to the person who's talking to you. You're all
well, I'm
over the
trying.
place, bro.
I'm just,
Yep.
what I'm trying to. So you want to have a debate about fossils?
No,
Is
just a
that what you?
discussion. I'm not requesting some formal debate.
Okay, a discussion about. Well, you're already discussing it. You wanted something more other than our, I guess, agreement
Just
with you, even though we don't know what you're talking about.
what do you mean?
Oh my
Well,
god.
you said you just want to discuss it. You are discussing it. Is there something else you wanted to add that we're missing, or what do you mean?
No, just
Excuse me?
I don't know. Do you guys have just casual conversation where you're not necessarily
Oh
like
god, dude.
Is
Just
this not
Okay.
a casual? Is this not a casual conversation? I'm
yeah.
trying.
So
Like,
why are you interrogating?
dude.
what do you mean interrogate? How am I? Okay, so you came. You
Where
said,
were you in the night of
"What
the
do you think
27th?
about What do you think about fossils?" And I was like, "Well, do you have any information that I may read along with you and discuss it with you?" And somehow me talking like that to you has come to the point where you feel like I'm interrogating you. I don't
Do
even know what
you,
you're talking about, dog.
bro? Do you? If we're talking about pizza, do you need me to like bring you a sauce on like pepperoni or something?
Yeah, he knows what pizza is. He doesn't know what you're talking about with fossils, bro. He's trying to pick your brain, but like Slim Pickens. Just stick to the pizza, dude. There's nothing to eat inside there.
Right. So you know what pizza is. You know what fossils are. So it feels like
Yeah,
we're
well,
not
he
wrong.
doesn't know. Like he doesn't know it in any detail. He's asking you.
Yeah. I'm just saying the fossils
no,
appear to be.
Oliver. Oliver, no one knows what you mean when you say these words. It's like a blank slate. Your worldview is so unique. It's
He
so
could have just
internal.
he could have linked me, something, anything. Like we could have started there. But
Okay.
mm, I don't know. It sounds like you don't want to discuss it. I'm sorry. I'll back off. Maybe you don't want to talk to us. I thought you did. I don't know what's going on.
No,
Yeah.
he's being freaking passive aggressive. Just say what you really mean. You want to know if we're a bunch of young Earth creationists? Just say it, dude. Stop being a pussy.
No, not necessarily, because I'm not saying that you're a young Earth creationist. I can ask you if you're
You're trying
thinking
to
that.
fish it out.
Do you know who?
I can ask you. I can ask you right now. Are you a young Earth creationist?
Do you know who is a
Okay.
young Earth creationist? There's three
What?
astronauts. Yeah, there's three astronauts who just did. I forgot their names. One's that Butch guy who was stuck on the ISS for a while. They just did a whole speech about called Answers in Genesis. We like the guy who was in charge of that or part of it. He used to come around here, Danny Faulkner. That they went to this amusement park called the Ark Amusement Park and did a full like hour-long conversation about young Earth creationism. And on top of that, you've got McDuffie. He's a young Earth creationist. You've got Darth Dawkins, young Earth creationist. Mr. Batman, young Earth creationist. What you have, if you're looking to pick a bone with young Earth creationists, you don't need flat earthers. You don't even need globalists. You could use astronauts and anti-flat earthers to do that. Anti-flat earthers hate, or I'm sorry, young Earth creationists hate flat earthers more than you do. You don't need flat earthers for that conversation at all. Zero. You'd be hard pressed to find a young Earth creationist who is also a flat earther. Same thing with conspiracy theorists. You got a hate boner for conspiracy theorists? Go talk to Alex Jones. Alex Jones hates flat earthers as much as you do. He almost got his ass whooped by Eddie Bravo trying to pick a fight with a flat earther. Eddie Bravo, a prize fighter. So if you got a
Then
thing for
if you want Moonhoax haters, you got Gerald White, who freaking hates flat earthers. I mean, despises them. Worse than anyone you named. He literally made a whole video ranting about how flat earthers are dumb, stupid, yada yada yada, spazzing out, dude.
Yep, the
He
And I better
literally
not
has
find any of my
like a
content.
20-video series called
Here's my
Moonbait.
phone.
Yeah, so you're barking up the wrong tree. You're in the wrong channel. You're outside the scope of this channel, which is the surface of the earth. And yes, people do have conversations about other things. We used to do it a lot on Speculation Sunday, but we canceled Speculation Sunday because globalists are too retarded. And they still wouldn't understand that Speculation Sunday was, in fact, Speculation Sunday. So we had to stop it because they would hear something on Speculation Sunday, knowing it's Speculation Sunday, and then come back and say, I heard you guys say this. On Sunday? They're like, yeah. On Speculation Sunday. Yep. So it's a speculation. And they're like, no. So how about this, Oliver? Just tell us why. Anyone here, pick someone or just open question. Why does it matter one way or the other for your discussion today, your supposition, or whatever you're trying to do? What is the point you're trying to make about young Earth creationism and or fossils? And just make that point. Just shoot it out. So people know exactly what you're talking about without having to try it out of your grimy little, greasy little lips. Just say it.
That's it then.
Did he run off?
¿Qué?
The Oliver run off? Or did he go to the different channel, or what was up? He's been quiet. I'm just curious what he's up to.
If it doesn't get, if it's not quiet, just ban whoever speaks, so we can keep it quiet. I thought I was in here, but I guess I wasn't. I had to rejoin. I got disconnected.
I got disconnected once.
Me twice, so I win.
Hey, Crit, why do you think it is that the young Earth creationists and the conspiracy theorists absolutely despise this topic?
Because, well, my first guess, which I ended up kind of debunking that at one point, was that they thought this was harmful to their worldview. That somehow, if they hear a young Earth creationist hears a flat earther talk, they're like, I'm going to be lumped in with that group of people. And then so they wanted to try to distance themselves. But that didn't hold water, because I tried to ask them about other sort of groups of people who could harm their group. I go, what about someone like I don't know, another nasty, like a quote unquote nasty group of people. You can fill in the blank, whoever you think who would sort of discredit a movement because of being membership. And I'm like, so why do you care? At that point, yeah. So I'm like, so you don't care if you've got a fraudster or someone who's got in charge with financial crimes. That doesn't matter if that person's part of your group, but you do care if a flat earther is. And they're like, yeah. So then I kind of went into the same mind frame or same set, is like the same reason the atheist will punch down at the flat earther. They're trying to get a group of people who they can feel better about themselves by punching down, so they're not the bottom. So like in the society that kind of vehemently accepts sort of like fossils or fossil records and whatever, even though they're incomplete and whatnot, someone who would reject that would be at the bottom of society. So they punch down, they invent a new person to punch down that, to try to redirect what they think what they're doing is redirecting the hatred that they're getting at a different group of people. It's like, don't target me, target this group instead.
I don't think you're far off, because I think a lot of these groups that we come across, young Earth creationists, a lot of conspiracy theorists, what I think is they can't actually come up with a philosophy, a framework, a thought, unless it's in reaction to something else. And so there has to be old Earth creationists before you can have young Earth creationists, paradoxically enough. And so, anyway, I think that it kind of goes to show that you're not far off. But what it comes down to is that they haven't had to react to the GTs, because the GTs have welcomed them into their heterodox religion.
Yeah, that's a solid take, definitely.
Yeah, so much of modern philosophy comes only as a gut reaction to something else, and therefore both the old and the new, and then the newer yet, end up being all bunk and bogus. The thing I've noticed is that most of my conspiracy theorist friends end up holding lots of contradictory views on things, and something like this becomes a lot more unifying. So this is a harder concept, I think, to understand than just whatever the last politician that they don't like said. Now, Pentagon, Yoder Amish, I saw that comment in there. I think anybody can give a TED Talk nowadays. I don't think they have any kind of criteria. I think if you get your name on the list, they'll have you, regardless of what it is. You just have to promise to follow their little formula so everyone's exactly the same. It's slightly different, but it's exactly the same. You have to go all the way up, build up to the pregnant pause, and then a quick reveal, then a conclusion. And so I stopped listening to them 7 or 8 years ago because every one of them ended up being the same.
Some guy on Twitter just posted that the 3-eye Atlas comet, whatever the hell it is blinking lights that correspond to the Fibonacci sequence. That'd be pretty cool if true.
Didn't you know that everything blinks or flashes or is organized or is, if you squint your eyes real good and you do some funky little math, that somehow it's related to the Fibonacci sequence?
No, I'm saying like there's a discrete pattern. He was saying there's a discrete pattern involving 8s and 13s and 5s in these obvious groupings.
That would be interesting, but what does the Fibonacci sequence even really derive from? I see all these various things that, like, if you squint your eyes real good, come to it, but I never really knew what it come from.
Well, it's a pattern that is found in nature, and it's based off of analogies. So the very sequence itself, which terminates to a ratio, is a sequence that is built on the preceding number that came before it, and it can only be that. So if you have 0, you begin with that, and then the next number would be 1, and then you add 1 and 0, and you get 1, and then you add 1 and 1, and you get 2, and then you add 2 and 1, and you get 3, and then 3 and 2, and you get 5, something like that. 5 and 3, and then 8, and then it goes on and on and on and on. And if you take the ratio of the last number to the first number, if you go out far enough, it gets closer to 1.618, blah, 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 blah.
Is that comet visible to any of us with telescopes or anything, or is it just like a NASA type claim?
I don't know. I haven't been following it too closely.
Apparently, it was discovered by an amateur. How amateur this astronomer is.
Now that the funding's drying up, aren't they all amateurs?
Semi-professional.
What's up, brothers? How's everyone doing?
Hey, is that Cyclone? What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, good, man. How are you?
Yeah, man. I was thinking about you earlier today. I was thinking to myself, where's Cyclone? I haven't seen him for a while. There you are. How you been,
Yeah,
dude?
no, busy as, busy as. A lot of stuff going on at the moment, so not been on as much as I'd like. My night
No,
shift,
it's good to see you, man.
yeah, my night shifts have come to an end, so I'm only getting little 20 minutes, 30 minutes here and there, so I just thought I'd say hello.
Well, that's good to see you, man. If anyone's got any questions about the flat Earth who wants to defend the ball, Cyclone's here. He'd love to talk to you.
Yes, I love a globe story. We had any good ones in?
Entertaining ones, interesting ones, some slightly disturbed ones. What do you mean by good?
Usual.
Usual crowd, man. Picked up some stragglers along the way. Maybe some new faces that you haven't spoken to before.
Nice.
I think we have picked up maybe a little bit of a squad over the recent weeks. Maze, some JJ Fish guy, and a couple of others.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of them on the YouTube.
Yeah. But yeah, that's about it, really.
Types. All good stuff. The handless masses coming to fight. Typical, always miss them when I come on. About light. See a flat Earth or a globe?
We've been out one for about half an hour or so, I think. To be honest with you, I got a little bit distracted. I was watching the end of the football. Newcastle just trounced when it was Benfica 3-0. That's about it.
Good stuff. Oh well, I'll just chill then. But good to hear you, bro.
Yeah, and you, man. Speak to you soon.
So, reading this message here from Travis, it says the third confirmed interstellar comet. Does this just ultimately mean that it's something that NASA is telling us is there, and like it says discovered July 1st, 2025 by Atlas is nearing perihelion. Blah blah blah. Limiting Earth base. It's currently in solar conjunction, limiting Earth based observations.
So the question was
Or is
what?
it something you can see with, or is it something you can ultimately see with consumer equipment?
I think. What was the question?
You see Travis's message?
Yeah, no, but you were asking, considering this is the third sighting, what does that mean exactly? Is that what your question is?
It said when Comet 3I slash Atlas, the third confirmed interstellar comet. So, is that just something that NASA is supposedly seeing, or is that something that people with consumer or prosumer equipment are seeing as well?
These are like Comet Neowise. I don't know if that was considered interstellar. But yeah, most of the time these are things that you could just see as a normal person. The thing is, they haven't predicted it.
This one, like, can we get a telescope out and see it at some point? Like, even if it's temporarily out of view, like, will it be back for a little while again, or just something NASA is using as some sort of propaganda
Let me just look it up. See
or
what they say.
marketing gimmick?
Well, because, actually, I did look it up. It's like what? They said it was. I want to say 60 feet wide. It wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't that wide, but it was also only a few mil only a few million miles away. So I think I read that for them to say that yes, you can see it.
What I've heard the most anomalous thing about it and why it's getting attention is because the tail of this comet is supposedly leading the direction of its that it's going.
Answer
Like
yes.
the tail is pointing towards the sun, and usually the tails are pretty far
It
away from
shouldn't
the
have
sun.
one.
The answer to your question, Jay, is yes. Yes, you can as a regular observer on the ground see it.
Ah, very cool.
It has a tail, so
This is
it's
the
close
first
enough
I've
to the
heard of it,
sun
so I'm ignorant
to
of the
have a
topic.
tail.
That's the mainstream claim.
That's interesting. I was taught as a child that they only form a tail once they've actually entered significantly
Yeah,
within the solar system and have gotten close enough that the sun's heat can help
yeah,
melt the ice, etc.
yeah, yeah. The comet's got to be close enough to start outgassing. Yes, it's dependent on it. Yeah, this one's had a tail for ages. Too long, so they say.
I think I remember hearing that with Haile Selassie's comet back in the 80s.
I think it's official. We have to hire a cultural researcher representative for aliens and ask them about their interstellar comets and whatnot.
I agree. Maybe this is the ship that the Raelians are coming back on. Maybe Doe and all of his crowd will be back here. Or maybe this is our passage to Nibiru. So, Elijah, do you have anything to add as far as the book situation, or do you want to try to save that for another time, or has there not been any update?
Uh, Nathan's right, Nick. It's going to be even better than the last draft. As all
Cool.
new draft, well, I can't say all new drafts are better than the last, because I've done new drafts of songs and then completely scrapped it because I didn't like the direction. But anyway, yeah, he's working on it. Everything is everything.
Yeah, I think it'll be for the better. I've not seen the previous draft, but I can't imagine that it would be anything but better.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to have something good to talk about.
Yeah, I was just reading about that interstellar one you guys were talking about. Where it just randomly appeared next to the sun, or is this a new like the one they've been tracking that like three or Atlas, like 3IL Atlas?
I'm really ignorant about it, frankly.
Yeah, I know earlier you guys were talking about some space debris.
Yeah, you never know with this stuff. That's why I was asking if it's something that you could see from consumer or prosumer equipment, or if it's something you had to trust the NASA people to tell us. Yeah, I remember back in the days of Halley Selesky's comet, and these pictures that they were showing of it, that NASA was showing of it, and I remember thinking how cool that was, and I was so excited to see it. And then so my dad got me a telescope so I could see it, and we got out, went to look at it, and looked like a big rock in the sky, more or less. And all through being a kid, I always wondered where they got those pictures of it from that they were showing on the television.
they hyped it up for me, like super hyped, going on about how last time Haley's comic came around, it was like daytime at night. It was so brilliant. All these stories about it. So I was really excited to see it. It was a dud. There was nothing. I was like, what am I looking at? Oh, you see that little blur? Well, I think so. What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about how all these people had committed suicide, in that early 1900s iteration of it. How they were all like scared and this and that, and it's just funny. It's funny the stories that people will believe.
I got to see one in recent years, which was just right on the horizon, on the western horizon, just after sunset. You could just see this. It was small, but at least you could, like, it was way better than what they said Haley's Comet was going to be like. Yeah. I can't remember the name of it, but it was kind of greenish in color.
Was that Hellbop that the Raelians went to fly away on?
Hellbop? No, that crashed into Jupiter, allegedly.
Yeah, Hellbop was the one that the Raelians flew off of. I hadn't heard. That'd be a good fitting end for it after the Raelians joined the comet on their. They thought there was a magical ship hiding behind the comet, and I got to remember there was another one.
Heaven's Gate or something like that.
Yeah, that's the name of the Heaven's Gate. That's the name of the Raelians. But what wasn't there one about 10 years ago as well? Somewhere around like maybe 2014, 2015, 2013.
I thought the series of green ones were pretty funny. Like first ever green comet appears. It's like I think it was 2018 maybe, or I can't remember when it was. I have to look it up. And I was like, at the time, like the same thing Elijah says, like, was this predicted? Did you globalists that you say you can predict comets, did you predict a green comet? If you did, how come you didn't tell anybody that you predicted this? And can you predict the next color? The next color comet will be what? What color will it be? And then they kind of freaked out. They're like, "Oh, this is a one in time. It's unknown why it's green. It's a special, unique chemical breakdown making it green." And like, no shit. Like 9 months later, another green comet appeared. You're like, huh. So not only did you not predict the first green comet, your prediction said there would never be another green comet again. And bang, there's a green comet again.
Well, I've seen some crazy shit in the sky that I'm sure that they didn't predict. Like they didn't predict the Russian event. What was that? I know it wasn't a comet, but they didn't predict it, did they? If they knew about it, they didn't warn those poor people.
No, they predicted it because they have cameras like somehow just facing the perfect direction that had right in center frame and all that.
And I guess I was slightly mistaken. And Crit, when you said the Heaven's Gate, yeah, they were the Heaven's Gate group. I was thinking that the Heaven's Gate and the Raelians were one and the same, but they're certainly not.
Yeah, the Heaven's Gate were like somehow like they're gonna beam me up, Scotty. Like the Hell Bob was gonna fly by the Earth and like pick up all the people. Like they were like Mormons, kind of, or something like that.
There was a ship that was right behind them, and so they were mostly eunuchs. So they turned themselves into eunuchs, and there's some really funny stories about how they did that sort of stuff. This creepy and sick, but there's some funny parts of it. And then eventually they laid themselves down, all dressed up really nice, and then they took some sort of poison and off they went. Like they were in some sort of sleeping bags and such, so they wouldn't have some kind of spasm and fall off the bed or something like that. They were all like just perfectly there. And so when they were found like a week or two later,
if you get them to believe absurdities, they will commit atrocities.
Sure will. Here, this is some funny shit. So a Cybertruck just went up on auction, had 80 miles on it. The highest bid was $69,420. And you got to think that was a troll. That was a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the person who bid it just did it just for shits and giggles to make a for the headline. That's what Elon Musk will do. He'll always make schedule meetings for like 420 and whatnot, and so it would probably been even less than that. Someone's just like, fuck it. It's like, holy shit, dude! This guy is hot garbage, man. This is not like, and you see the Twitter war? He's involved with a Twitter war with Duffy, not Mick Duffy, the NASA Duffy guy. He started asking him if he's gay or not, or how long he knew he was gay. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but something along those lines.
What? What is that? Is that because Duffy asked him a loaded question?
No, the I can't remember the guy's name, Richard Duffy or something like that. So the interim director of NASA said that SpaceX is basically disqualified from being the only NASA contractor. That they're going to open it up to Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, whatever. Boeing. They're going to do another round of bid contracts to see who can get this because they don't have a lander yet. They need a lander and a heat shield apparently too. So there's some key components that are missing for the Artemis program. And he said that basically SpaceX is over budget, and he went on to kind of say imply that it was a bad deal. It was a bad idea to put all our eggs into SpaceX because now we're up shit creek without a paddle. There isn't any. We don't have any way to get that money back to force them to comply with contract law. We're just kind of fucked. Of course I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say that. And he said the only way to fix it would be to open up the free market. There's somebody out there with some ideas that NASA is willing to buy, and just come and present your ideas. And Musk flipped the fuck out. So all day he's been going back and forth with this Duffy guy, basically in a Twitter war, a social media Twitter war.
Yeah. Turns out that the money bag with eyeballs is actually a meme Lord 9000. Yeah.
Yep. Turned out that he's not some sort of Edison Tony Stark, Iron Man. He's just a
Hell
drug
no.
addict. Just an
Yeah.
idiot drug addict.
Self-admitted ketamine. Yeah.
But that's no appreciation. That's no way to show appreciation for saving those stranded astronauts.
Yeah, he had one of those interviews where he was all teary-eyed and whatnot because they basically shunned him. Have you seen that one?
No.
Yeah, it's
No.
quite moving. Yeah, he was going through how he looked up to those guys and he really thought they were heroes and how they were just like they think he's an absolute joke.
He's like, I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
that's
he had
so
that
good.
Yeah. Frit, you would be like, oh, I think this is so rich that I'm so full with this moment. I just can't have any more. It's like
That's exactly what I'm looking for. That I want to see a grown man cry like that. That's like,
oh, dude, yeah, it'll give you what you want and probably a little more. You'd probably like tonight. You'd have a really relaxing, peaceful, like serene. I'm just saying, dude. It
it's
is
too
what it is.
good. It's too good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's just telling everybody like how he felt about when he was younger and the space program and all that stuff, and yeah, how those guys just like were like, you don't you don't have the right stuff. They're like, well, who are you? Yeah, he had the interview. I'm gonna forget who it was, honestly, but it was yeah, you could see like his eyes getting red and welling up. It was like, uh-oh, he's about to pop. Like, it's coming.
He
Yeah, sure
started
enough.
off.
Yeah.
He started off with saying, "At first, I was afraid. I was petrified."
Yeah, but I'm not really sure, but you could probably type it in the search or whatever and find out the video. Yeah, it's something. But anyways, I thought you guys already seen that one.
No, I don't remember that. I remember the one where he was getting interviewed about asking about his social media presence and how toxic it is, and he like put his hand over his heart. He's like, "I'm extremely hurt by that comment."
Yeah, we need that soundboard to be like, "Shut up, bitch!" Like this doesn't mean it, bro. Like, is anybody buying this? Like, you guys eating this? Humans are just out there like, oh man. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, bunch of shit.
I'm not trying this shit. Too much tea.
The whole world's a stage, yeah.
What is your
Like I said,
oyster?
we got Morgan. What's up, Morgan?
Hey, you doing?
Pretty good, man. Welcome to the room.
What's the color of the next comment going to be?
Black, probably.
Lock in your bets, gentlemen.
Black. That's kind of a throwback. That's the one time where Neil deGrasse Tyson, for a while, he was off the air because he got canceled because of Me Too.
Ed Brown.
One of his last videos that he made on Star Talk before he went into hiding for a little while is that the way for NASA to deflect asteroids away from Earth is to paint that ass black, because then the heat of the Earth, of the sun, will change its trajectory and move it away from the Earth.
I don't think that's how that works, but
yeah, go to Star Talk. You just type in, paste it, paint that ass black, and then they'll. He went on and on with Chuck Nice about how you got to paint that ass. He goes, "Yeah, let's paint it black. Let's get it black." Like, well, how many rockets would it take? You just have one, like a paintball, like a black paintball rocket, and just like pellet that ass, welt it up.
He went stage left on that one.
Yeah, he did. He's probably thinking, "Oh, if that was my swan song, I'd never come back after if I'm not able to defeat this Me Too."
What's up, Indio's chilling in the cut, bro? What's up, Indio?
Oh, nothing. Just biding my time.
You waiting in the bushes, dude. As soon as one of these guys come in, you're just gonna clobber them.
No, I got a debate on X, so.
Oh, today? Tonight?
Yeah, in like 15 minutes.
Oh
He shows
shit.
up.
Let's
He's
fucking
already
go.
doing. Oh, my internet's messed up. Yeah, so we'll see.
All right.
What's in 15 minutes?
Shields up. Red alert.
Yeah,
Shields
I
at
posted a
maximum.
link in the chat, in the side chat.
Yeah, all
He
right,
might be a
man.
troll. I don't know, dude. It's kind of a troll title to the space, so I don't know.
Don't worry, man. We got Eli the Crusher, man. He's got your back, man. He's working tag team tonight.
Sometimes you just gotta get that big booty nigger nut on that flat earth.
You're an edgelord, man. Just gotta say.
I'm
so booty offended. Nigger nut, nigger.
Hey guys, stop talking. Everyone stop talking. Something very important. Indio has a debate coming up in 3 days. All right, I forgot to tell you. It's 3 days from now.
Big booty nigger nut coming up on his face.
Oh wait, am I late? Am I too late? All right, I changed it. It's actually in 15 minutes.
Oh, this is hilarious. I'm looking at the back and forth between it's Sean Duffy, that he's calling him Sean Dummy, that he's trying to kill NASA. Elon Musk is engaged with a public figure named Duffy. However, recent reports a dispute on Twitter, formerly known, or X, formerly known as Twitter, with acting director Sean Duffy. He made comments about basically canceling SpaceX's moon contract, prompting Musk to have a thermonuclear meltdown for the world to see.
So the money bag with eyeballs has peepees, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, well, we got to get our mind right for Indio's debate because it's gonna be epic.
Oh, this is funny too. Duffy himself shared the tweets that Musk wrote, amplifying the comments. He also took a shot at Jeff Bezos, calling him Jeff Bozo. Like in Musk's voice. I'm not trying to argue with a person responsible for America's space program with a 2-digit IQ.
Hey, Indio, are they still down for that shameless plug for 24/7? No, he's not here. He's backstage combing his hair, getting ready.
Hey, you better hit up 24/7 Main and post that on blast.
Oh.
I kind of slipped the ball because I'm too busy making money. Not saying anything bad. I'm just saying, like, I got to make up the money that I lost with all the perusals of other people's content, which was also commenting on other people's content to defend myself from accusations that nobody ever even provided a lick of evidence for. So I'm down a few thousands. Got to make it up.
Oddly enough, it's gonna land right on my drive home.
And what was it that came of the meetings on X Spaces, or however you want to call it?
What are you talking about? What meetings?
Yeah, so AV was on there a night or two a week, approximately, for a while.
Oh, you mean his show or
Yeah.
his episode? Yeah. Man, we're tackling different things at different times. We're gonna reopen some of that stuff. For example, we got a debate going on right now, and then we're
No, I
gonna.
know. That's why.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the first I've heard anybody mentioning X in a while.
I mean, anybody can use anything. So what, like, okay, Barrington,
Oh, of course.
you literally just check this out. You could literally, if you so desired, or anyone listening, could just take some of our content, clip it out, take it over to X, review it live on one of the X Spaces things. You could do it on TikTok. You could do your own content. You could just replay a video. You could replay a clip. You can clip out stuff and make them into shorts. Like all this stuff is free for people to use and proliferate, whether it's to promote, critique, whatever they want to do with it. Go for it.
Yeah, and and allow the content to kind of grow into the commentary on the commentary, and how. Yeah, no, I think it'd be great. It would be interesting to pull up some of our older content and hear what the Globies were saying a few years ago.
Dude, not only that, but we got textual debates in our main server, right? So you can see people's texting as part of the debates, but you can also see the citations they provided. You can search. You can use the search function in Discord to find content over there. It's a never-ending well of good resources.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt it's much deeper than that Russian hole of 7.4 miles or whatever it was. Yeah, a good show would also be going through that list of bad arguments and coming up with a list of good arguments and going through them and identifying the strong points, the weak points, the reversal, if you will, to where maybe it's a bad argument except in these cases, or maybe it's a good argument except for in these cases. And maybe even reviewing some of the GT arguments. If you were going to provide some good GT arguments, what you'd have to do is just mute everybody for a moment or two. But is Lo-Fi Guy still making content? I don't get on TikTok anymore. It just got... I couldn't tolerate TikTok, so I got rid of it. But is he still making some content?
I do not know. Isn't he kind of like doing his own thing, like his own server or something?
The last I had come across him, he was doing some live shows on TikTok for a while, and he was actually a really good host. That's not a commentary on the content. That's just a commentary on him, because I thought he did a stellar job of being a
Yeah,
host. I thought
he's
he had a good.
doing. Yeah, I just seen one of his recently within the past couple of weeks, so he's still doing it.
Nice, good. his topic's a little different than our topic. And having said that, he is a good creator.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Good. So with you.
What's up, Indio?
What's up, homie?
I'm just chilling here, man.
Cool.
What's this VC about, man?
Oh shit. 24/7 flat Earth, bro.
So, do you think that the Earth is flat 24/7?
Yep. 24/7, 365. Flat as fuck everywhere.
What about like 364? Because, like, leap year.
That would be 366, buddy.
Oh yeah, 366. You're
So for that day every 4 years, it actually turns into something else.
yeah. It becomes like donut shaped, right?
So you're here to troll? Is that it?
No, sir.
So tell us, why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Oh, I don't
Better
know if
yet,
it's a ball.
you tell us this. If nobody told you, would you have figured it out yourself?
If nobody told me that the Earth was a ball, would I have figured it out myself?
That is the question.
I mean, it depends, because maybe someone could have told me that it was a donut, and I would affirm that it was a donut. But I don't know if it's a ball, so it's not like an affirmative position that I take. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he doesn't know what I'm saying. It's okay. I forgive him.
Bro. He's getting ready for a debate. He's going to be on a debate on X.
Oh, he's getting ready for a debate right now? Hold on, where is that?
Yeah,
I find it.
X. It's on X,
X?
Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll post a link.
So
Alright, cool.
1,669 times it's been posted in our home server. Earth is a donut.
Earth is
You're
a
about
donut.
as original as sand.
But there's more sand on the Earth than messages in your server, though.
You're like a grain of sand, man. You're an
What if I
NPC.
changed it? What if I changed it from a donut to like the shape of a lemon?
Sure, some idiot said that.
Really? So why are you like showing me how
Earth is a
unoriginal
lemon
that
9
is?
times. See, you're still not original.
Oh, that's fine. Regardless, I'm asking you why should I try and be original? Like, what's the benefit I gain from that? Like some sort of notoriety, or is it like
No,
My ego, or like what's
No,
the
you
what's
get
the
to
game?
know that you're an actual human, individually thinking human being, and you're not just a hive mind Borg.
Yeah, but if it's not, dude, being unoriginal, right? Is normal. It's a normality.
And you're asking how it would benefit you? The very fact you said even something like that. If you're a Borg hive mind, you have to Borg hive mind if it benefits you. You have to ask them.
So let
You
me
can't
ask you
even
a
make the
question.
decision for
If
yourself whether it
I
benefits you. You got to ask somebody else.
No, AC, I'm not going to let you ask that question because in the future you phone a friend and that's me, and I'm back from the future into the past to help you out. So check this out. The question you should be asking is the question you should be asking, which is the only question, is how do you know the Earth's flat?
I don't know if I perceive flatness, but I'm not sure if it's completely flat.
Fair, but I mean ask Indio.
Sorry? You said ask anyone?
You're confusing.
Yeah, no. Ask Indio, who told you the Earth is definitely flat. You should say, well, how do you know it's flat? That's a good question.
Yeah. Have you seen like the whole world, India? How do you know it's completely flat?
Well, we know that the surface of the Earth is covered mostly in ocean water, right? And that ocean water does not curve. And if it does not curve, it can't be a ball. Pretty simple.
1 second. Have we like scaled across the whole Earth?
What does that mean?
Yeah, like you said that
It
most
has
of
to
the
be
Earth is covered
curving,
in.
like curving down.
Yeah, 1 second, buddy. You said
I
that
don't need the
it's.
whole Earth. I only need a section. Do you
Excuse
think the
me.
water
You
does something
said.
in one spot and does
Excuse me.
something else in another, even though it's
Excuse me, buddy.
connected?
You said that most of the
Why
Earth
are
is
you over
covered.
talking me?
Because you cut me off. Shut your mouth, you dog. Listen to me. You said that
Yeah,
most of the
that's what I
Earth is
thought.
covered in
Yeah, the
ocean
real self
water.
is coming
Can you
out,
prove
dude. I
this?
brought it out. The fake ass fucking fool.
You're just a hypocrite.
It's really simple.
You cut me
If
off
the
in the
surface
middle
of
of
the
my
Earth
sentence.
is not curving,
Yeah,
what is it?
once again,
If
hypocrite. You cut
if
me
the
out like
surface of the Earth is not curving, what is it?
cue for you in the middle of my sentence. You cut me off. Is that a cue for you to
Answer.
speak? What do you mean
Answer.
answer? I was in the middle of my question.
You asked me a question and I was answering it.
You never answered.
You said, "How do you know the Earth is flat?" And then I said,
That's not what I said. Hello.
"Oh, so you never asked that question, even though AI
No,
just
I
told you
did
to
ask
ask
that
that
question.
question?"
But you,
That's what we record
I
this.
did
You know,
ask
you're
that
on
question.
YouTube right now.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah,
I
you just
did
go
ask
on
that
mute,
question.
loser.
God, it took all of 2 minutes for that goofball to expose himself.
They can't hold. They have no endurance.
That's a low skill amateur. Could have played it out for at least 20, 30 minutes or so.
That's a little
Yep.
teaser for you, Indio, for things to come.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
Little, pre-workouts.
Yeah, looking at Roundhound's feed, and he does have a lot of troll qualities. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of hope, but yeah, he's just very rude. That's why I just to other flat earthers. Not to me particularly. I don't care if they're rude to me, but the stuff he says to other people is pretty rude. So he said, "Debate me, you coward." Okay, freaking no problem. See if he even shows up. He's already pulled bullshit. He already did this. No one is punctual anymore. So I'll start being on time. You know, the easiest way to stand out against all others in today's modern age is just to be on time. Like, just that one simple thing. If you're just on time, people are like, holy shit, this dude's on time all the time. But they'll be late, so, I mean.
Well, just letting your boss know beforehand that you're going to be a couple of minutes late puts you in a league above everyone else.
I know, right? Just a simple consideration.
So I clicked on that link, but it doesn't actually let me like into the space. Is there another link
It's a
coming?
reminder. When the space starts, it'll be clickable.
Gotcha. When? Oh, gotcha. So when's that supposed? Is that something that's happening shortly, or is that something
It's a
coming on later?
future event. You have to look at
Should have
the
happened
time it
5 minutes
starts.
ago. Should have started 5 minutes ago.
You gotta wait for the host, don't you, to initialize
Yeah.
it.
I posted in the text chat. He's already, I mean, there's a non-zero probability he doesn't even show, so.
Oh, gotcha. So when he starts it up, then it'll turn clickable. Understood.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'll just go on there. If he doesn't show up like in 30 minutes, I'll go on there and just start my own space and fucking smash trolls.
Or invite him to your space.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'll start a space. I mean, I could do that.
I will say this. That's probably the one thing.
Of the
It's probably the one thing I love about Twitter is like you can literally mute the whole room all in one click.
You can undo it on Discord too if you're sheeple. If you're human sheeple, you can do it. Were you there when he did that? He had a bot and it just like muted everybody in the channel and toot, 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 toot.
Oh, I think I've seen that where like the whole like it was like 20 people. They were all muted.
Yeah, but it like went one by one down the channel. It was like I watched it like go like dominoes. Fucking was funny. Sick. He was a sick puppy, but it was still funny. All right, he started. I'm bouncing.
Where they going? Twitter?
Yeah, the link should be clickable in a little bit if it's not already.
The Roundhog OG one?
reminder set.
Oh, everyone's muted in here.
Love, love her.
What up, Batman? Are you there, Batman?
Yes, mate. Listening to India at the moment.